Good morning. Good morning. Morning, Renaissance Grandma. Good to see you. And the second one who's in the bush hiding. We'll give a few minutes for everyone to get notified and get a pop up alert so they know we here, we here. Hope everyone's having a great day so far. Saturdays are usually good. Get stuff done. It's nice and sunny. It's cold, but it's so bright today, so it kind of takes away from the coldness. I made some tea and it's hot. So if you hear me slurping, forgive me. Good morning, Sam. Good morning, Tammy. Today, Sam, I'm going to the post office. I have your seeds in my handbag, in a Ziploc bag, all together so that they don't shake around. And I'm going to go to the post office today. I was going to go yesterday, but then the weather was not really cooperating. To get that mail to you. So I'll ask how long it's going to take. So I'm going to try to get it to you, make a service to arrive within a week or two so that you have them before March, because maybe one or two of them you want to do for the herb garden challenge. I don't know. Plus, it's time to start your stuff indoors, anyways. Good morning, Tammy. Good morning, Howie. Good to see you guys this morning. Thanks for tapping in. I was thinking this morning, I'm like, I go live on Saturdays. I don't do the thumbnail early. I don't come on at the exact same time either. It's quite horrible, actually. It's going to work whenever you feel like it. But that's what I be doing sometimes. And you guys still tap in. So thank you for your participation and cooperation. Good morning, Joshua. Good to see you. Good morning, Cassandra. Thank you for tapping in, because really and truly, I just get on here when I feel like it. Not in a rude way, but good morning, Fifi. I took care of the chickens this morning as usual. Came back, had my shower, and decided to wash my hair. I'm like, you know what? Let me wash my hair now and just get it over with. Sometimes I do it later in a separate task, but I just did it all together today. So I had to take a little longer, but feeling good. Scalp is clean. I have to go out a little later and change their water. I could have done it this morning, but it's so cold in the morning. So now that the sun is shining, I'll probably do it after the live. I'll change their water. Good morning, Erica. And I will add the vitamin water to it. So there's a lot of knickknacks and things to cover today. I will drop the link after I talk about the chickens for just a few moments. I watched Fifi's video this morning about molting. This is my first year with chickens. April will be one full year I've had chickens. And this is the light fell. My first winter with chickens. I thought the molt would have happened already. It didn't for all of them. And two of them, the black sex links, seem to be molting now. So they look like a hot mess. And this is the coldest time. These two are molting from their head feathers, not how the other ones did. So their head looked weird. So when I looked at it and I, pet them, they were feeling agitated. I realized nothing spilled on their head. I thought something spilled on their head. No, those are the whatever you call them, the pines, whatever you call them, spindles, whatever you call the part of the feather, the bone. I call it the bone part. And there's feathering. They're molting. So I did buy them the higher protein food. I don't know if it's still in the bucket because I kind of been mixing food. Good morning, Gina. So I don't know. I guess even from Fifi's video, I guess all during the winter month is when you have to really be doing higher protein food, because you don't know when they're going to molt. I've been giving them a lot of scratch that helps keep them warm, technically, the corn and so forth. So I've been giving them that a lot more. And once it gets warmer, they don't get any more scratch. I don't give them corn, just give them the regular feed. But that's what's happening over here. They're doing fine. They're doing well. The ground is frozen. I had put pine pellets down to catch the moisture that happened a couple of weeks ago. That worked very well. It adds to the smell. The straw makes it smell nice in there as well. But every morning when I go in there, I know there's mice in there getting shelter at night. I do not leave food. I changed my food situation around. I was feeding them in the coop, and then I would give them their snacks and their treats in the run. I'm now doing all the food in the run because When I turned my back, that rat was going in there. About a week ago, I went in there to collect eggs and some shuffling was going on. And I'm turning and looking. And then the rat ran over my foot to get out to the door. Do you know how it feels to have a fat rat walking, stepping on your foot? And before I could even get the scream out, he was gone. They move faster than a cockroach. So that's fast. I'm not, and I don't have time to be like, screaming like a little girl because I'm like, ain't nobody coming to my rescue. I got to go and deal with the rat myself. So the traps that I have for the mice are way too small for the rat. The trap that I have for the rat is still in my house. It works because I put the batteries in, it will zap them, but I just haven't put it out there. So I got to get the job done, put the bait in there and put it out there. This morning, yeah, this morning is one rat. And then when it snows, I see the footprints in the snow. Oh yeah. I was like, and it's the second time he ran over my foot. It happened. This is the second time, but I didn't mention it. I forgot to mention it. Yeah. And as soon as he hears me coming, he gets scared and he's gone. So he knows we ain't friends. Then at night now, I go into the run. I dump the food from the feeder. I hang it on a string now, off suspended from the floor. I dump the food back into a bucket. I don't leave any food out anymore. So those of you who have been having chickens, those of you who may be going to be new, and people say, "Oh, the cat's around. The cat's around. He's patrolling." I know there's a skunk around because they dug up my lawn last week because it wasn't frozen. So the night animals are around. I watched a big channel and chicken keepers kind of hate raccoons and skunks and anything that's going to kill your chickens. But those night crawlers are also what keep the vermin population down. So you kind of have to work with them, protect your chickens, but you can't eliminate raccoons and skunks and all these things. Good morning, G Mama. You got to, they would be lunch. Oh, there's some things I will not eat. I will eat a salad before I eat them kind of scavenging and nasty, dirty animals. Ugh. I won't even eat my own food if I know that there's been mice around it. So I hang the food down. I dump the food in a bucket. I've been sometimes putting the food right to the ceiling of the run, or I kind of let it suspend. This morning I saw two little chocolate drops in there. So the mice be getting up there somehow, but there was no food in there anyways. But this is just what I'm sharing with you guys who are new, who are in an urban environment. Good morning, Jamaica. Do not leave food around. You just can't. It's going to attract things and you're going to think, oh, they came because of my chickens. No, they're coming because of the food. People like to blame the chickens. It's not the chickens. It's having access to the food. That's what's attracting the vermin. So you have to keep the food well protected, put away. I put out food at about and in the morning until about 12:30. I throw a lot of scratch down and then I stop at lunchtime because the girls will have enough time to eat every drop off the ground before night falls so that they can go to bed and the mice don't have no food to eat. Once the daylight, is longer and the night starts coming later, I can probably maybe, push it back a little longer. But the goal for me is that they have enough time to eat the food and peck and scratch around the ground because they like that. I don't, when you feed them from a feeder, I find there was more fighting and there was more boredom, and bored chickens end up, pecking each other and eating each other's feathers and doing all kind of foolishness because they have too much free time. So you do have to throw food on the ground and let them do what they naturally want to do, scratch and peck. I've been doing that, but you have to time it because depending on your setup and how close you are to your neighbors, you might have to be, more vigilant. If you got a bigger property and there's, you're far from the house, it's agriculturally zoned, you probably don't have to worry as much. But I have to because I don't want any problems with my neighbors and then they call and complain. So I'm a bit OCD about it. There was an elderly lady who had attracted rats to the neighborhood in 2020 because she would toss bread out in her lawn every day. And funny enough, there's people who do that even right now here because I don't know if I told you guys, but I'll tell you now. There's people who throw food along the front of their house. So I'm kind of confused why there's food over there, but the rats coming over here and the mice. Like, go where the food is. There's a lady who throws all this bird seed and corn on her front lawn for the squirrels, I guess, to eat. Yeah. So they threw bread or was roti, chapatis, and I saw a piece of roti on my windowsill. I think I told you guys, but just in case I didn't, uh, roti on my windowsill. I didn't know what it was until I took the broomstick and knocked it down. And then this thing fell down to the floor like a dry up taco shell. Then I realized, oh, it's a piece of roti. I guess he put it there for later and was upset when he came back later and it wasn't there. And I was at the window making my smoothie, looking out at the sunshine, and he was there looking back at me. Damn tree rat. I have finches who are thieves. No rodents in the coop yet. I have also done. Yeah, I had to make some changes. And it's kind of my fault because I didn't have a setup that was suitable in the first place. And I was only supposed to get 2 chickens, and I ended up with 6 because I got caught up with the chicken math. I was on your premiere the other day to Jamaica, and we're like, where's Jamaica? We're in there talking it up in your premiere, and we not see Jamaica in there. Where were you? So yeah, they find the food. Let's just be conscientious of that. Put your poison. No, if you can use poison, it's up to you. Mix your chicken feed with pepper flakes and things that they do not like. I put red chili flakes, black pepper, all kind of stuff that they do not like in the chicken feed and mix it up because whatever you can do to keep them from going to the food, that's what you need to do. We have it pretty good compared to some of our fellow earthlings. I watched people living in caves recently and I was very impressed with their civility. Let me just make sure I caught up. Chickens are so important. I saw somebody who got some goats and I don't know. I think they were new and they lost them. They passed, but you got to know about your animals before you get them. So I love having my chickens. I wish I got them earlier, but you do have to have a good setup. You do have to have proper space. I do not have the space for them to sleep, so there's a constant fighting in the roosting bars to the point that one of them sometimes sleeps in the nesting box, which is not ideal. But at this point, I'm not going to force them to sleep together and be fighting. That means I have to clean the nesting box every morning, which is what I've been doing. I clean the nesting box every morning and tidy it all back so they can go and lay their eggs because you don't need them fighting and the bullying. So make sure you have the good spacing for it. I do not. This summer, I might be able to get somebody to kind of jig up something. Or good morning, Lashes. Or I might just basically take out that coop and disassemble it and put it back, shrink wrap it and put it in a corner somewhere and get something different that's more suitable. Because I actually wouldn't mind getting 2 more girls to make 8, maybe 9. I saw they have at the hatchery olive eggers this year, a new option now. Ready to lay olive eggers are available in August, and I wouldn't mind some green eggs, green shell eggs, not green eggs and ham, but green shell eggs, um, to add to the flock, as well as add some younger birds because you have to be adding fresh hens to your flock to keep the egg production up. They're my pets, but they're also survival. It's not just, you know. And Cookie got really fat. Cookie is fat, fat, fat. Like I was looking at her today and envisioning her without her feathers and in a roasting pan. I'm like, is this normal? Should I be looking at my pets as a roast? But she looked fat, fat. Anyways, so that's that. Now, my garage, I saw some mice turd. I've never seen mice turd before, but that was my fault because somebody gave me a bunch of like chips and popcorn. Good morning, Jegs. Popcorn, stuff that was chewed through in their garage because they left it out. She gave it to me in a tote with no lid. So I put it in the garage thinking it was fine. and I guess the smell, attracted them. So now I'm seeing turd. So yesterday I was gonna head out when I saw the turd because I had to add more corn to the little jug I use for the chickens. I had to stop what I was doing, let the car warm up, and then start, cleaning up and locking up stuff. Hey, Darren, locking up the stuff properly and throwing out stuff. So I'm going to put some poison in the garage because I don't want them to get comfortable coming in there, keeping warm, and get that sorted out. So cleaning the garage is now even more important. So I will be working on that probably in March. It's cold in March, but it's not unbearable to take it section by section. So that's what I'm going to be doing. Also, those of you who are going to get chickens and who already have can attest, the metal trash cans is what you need to be using. They can't really chew through that, so I keep my food in the garage right now in metal trash cans. I have 3, one for the food, one for the scratch, and then other things on top, bags of things on top. And the third one, I have a bag of alfalfa pellets, which are also used for amending my soil. So I get a 2 for 1. The alfalfa hasn't moved very fast. They don't really love it, but I can mix it with like a chia pudding, and they eat they'll eat like a porridge. So make sure you have metal trash cans. Good morning, growing what I eat, because it'll protect your feed. Depending on the style of the trash can, some have a handle on the lid, and if you leave them outside, moisture can kind of creep into your food and cause mold. So just be mindful. Watch the big time farmers who give you these tips. Some of them cover them with tarp. Some of them put special tape around the handle so that there's not or they put caulking to protect moisture from dripping in, because moldy food is dangerous for your chickens, and it's also an expense. You pay good money for the feed and you don't want the whole ration to be spoiled. So just keep that in mind. You can keep your trash cans outside. It's up to you how you want to do it, but trash cans. And what I do is I have a 5-gallon bucket. Every week or every 10 days, I refill it, mix it with the pepper and different stuff, and I keep a 5-gallon bucket in the coop. But the main food storage is in my garage. So I'm going to change it up a bit and put a skid in there and put them on a skid so that I can put poison underneath and do all that kind of stuff. But these are some tips from an urban homesteader who's new. In case you're, interested, you can kind of add it together with your research. Metal trash cans are the win, the best investment. Yes, and my family actually got the trash cans not even for animal feed. It's because of the mice in the shed. The mice be eating the grass seeds. The mice were eating the slug pellets. They were eating all kind of things that are not even really food. So they now use a metal trash can, and they also have one in the garage for their dried goods, because they had, same thing, chia seeds, like different things that you put in the garage. You think it's safe? No. So they put all that stuff in the metal trash can in their packaging so that they can, have it safely until we get the 5-gallon buckets and the food shelves organized, and maybe get those large jumbo glass mason jars. We're going to revamp all the food storage, but for right now, some things are in the metal trash can because it was getting out of hand. The goat is milk, butter, cheese, meat, and leather for shoes, clothing, and floor mat. Some people don't like that, but yeah, I think if you're using the animal almost in its entirety, I have no problem with that. Hold on a second here. Things freezing up on me. So I'm going to drop the link and then we're going to chit chat a bit. Hey, Joe Vacu. And if I miss somebody, I did not see you. Okay. Let me drop the link. And then there's a few things we're going to talk about that have been talking about in these streets. Oh, and one more thing about the damn squirrels. I have some seed trays on my veranda, and it's not bothering anybody. Good morning, unicorn lady. And I have some felt out there in the trays, but they're all stacked together nicely. They weren't out loose. And I had it like a self-watering station. Anyways, I guess the squirrel, I think it's the same squirrel. Something told me to go on the veranda, and it's cold outside, So I said, let me go outside and look, because you have to look, because these animals and these birds, before you look, there'll be a nest on your lampshade and all kind of stuff. They move in. I went on the veranda. Me see all the felt tear out and in the corner to make mattress with some leaf and something else. I said, what the Ross is this? He's coming back again to move in to come and make nests in my. I said, no, sir. I tear up the felt and took up all the leaf and fling them over and moved the chair and all kind of stuff. Chewed up my chair, my chair leg, and put the stuff away. I said, you're not moving in here. I don't know why you keep trying to move into my veranda. I don't like you. Peppermint. Yes, I have some peppermint essential oil, and I'm going to make a spray. I'm going to spray the perimeter of certain things and spray the garage outside so that they don't even want to go in there. And I heard they don't like coffee grounds. I'm going to put coffee grounds around the chicken run and even in the inner part, because I think it's safe for chickens, I think. The grounds, and just sprinkle it around and get that. Because I don't want to put poison out in the back because everyone's afraid of that. Oh, what if the girls chew on the mouse and the mouse had poison in? So my family's concerned about the chickens that they don't take care of. But and give me guilt trip. But I have listen, anyways. All right. So they're trying to move in, but I kicked them out. Eviction notice. Today is about a whole bunch of random stuff. Now, I think everybody's been talking. Hold on, where do I want to go to first? Okay, let me go to the youth social media issues. There's a lot of things going on in these streets in social media, different points, but it's still social media. So the first point is, I know quite a few people, some of you know as well, there's somebody in the community who has a breach of their Facebook page. This is not the first time I've seen or heard this. There's a lot of big channels who are going on their YouTube. Good morning, Bayou. Good morning, Nikki. And they're saying that their Facebook page has been breached. In the last, I would say, maybe month or so, maybe 2 months, I've gotten quite a few emails from Facebook, because when you log in, they now you have to put in your cell phone number, and there's a 2 and 3 methods of security before you can get in. And I got a message, did you try to change your password? Right away, I said no. So I've gotten that message about 3 times to verify if I was trying to get into my account. It was not me. It was, and then I think it tells you where in the world they were sometimes. So this has been happening often. So whatever you're doing, make sure you have a second and third tier of security and login measure. You have another email account that's not a Facebook account that gets notified if you try to log in, because it's been going on. I'm not even monetized on Facebook, and some of these people are monetized, and that's now affecting their money. So this is a problem. So keep that in mind. If somebody's, Instagram, all these other platforms, sometimes a person who owns the account gets blocked from their own account. So those of you who support the creator need to report these pages on their behalf, because if you don't, they themselves cannot even get in to report. And it's like a lot of red tape. So be mindful of who you're following. And if you see something weird and messages coming to you asking for stuff and all these things that people do, and the person wouldn't do that, you make sure you follow up with the person or report them, because people are hacking pages and requesting money and just doing weird stuff, taking their monetization and all kind of stuff, which is pissing people off, because you work hard to build your following. You work hard. It's hard to get monetized on multiple platforms. Trust and believe. When I looked at the Facebook stuff, I have the subscribers, but I don't have the watch hours. Mind you, I haven't put no effort over there, so I have to start putting effort over there. But if I'm already being attempted to be hacked and I haven't even really done on the platform service, can you imagine when you get monetized? This is what's happening. That would happen to me all the time on Facebook. Yeah. So you have to keep on top of that, keep on top of your passwords, changing them, making them, just keep on top of it. It's a dog eat dog world, I guess. Nice to have a chicken tractor and moving. Yes, I don't have space for that, but that's the goal, to get a bigger property to move them around. I'm okay with that. Some chickens like Banta, I think I don't have, but that's the goal. So I'm definitely moving towards the goal. I have reported so many Facebook accounts. I'm telling you. But Facebook seems to be, I don't know, I didn't do very much, but my page just ballooned. It's ridiculous. I don't even advertise my page to you guys. It's just there. And it's like ridiculous. I think it's over 20,000. If you don't want a hacker, just don't own a computer. What? What kind of don't own a computer is what a hacker told me. This is ridiculous. And it's like it's almost like I know what they're saying, but it's like you have to have a page, because if you don't get a page, you can't hold the name. Like suppose like you have Food Forest. You want to hold that name on Facebook and all the platforms. If you don't open an account and get that locked in first, you don't get the name. So that's why some people have all these platforms, because this is a new world that we're operating in. But yeah, it's very treacherous. So just be mindful of that. Also, when it comes to now, I'm horrible when it comes to analytics. So I'm not here for advice. I'm just here to share. Like I listen to Miss V and other people, but it's very frustrating when you actually look at the analytics. It can be very frustrating and very depressing. You have to just do what you love and have fun doing it. Who says that? Find something you love and have fun doing it. That's what you have to do. Because if you sit there and read the analytics, I think a lot of us would have quit or have almost quit and jumped over the precipice, because it's very frustrating. Yesterday, I put up a video. I was testing something and using, AI to kind of create a video about evening primrose, which is one of the herbs I'm going to be trying to grow for the Herb Garden Challenge. And it's the first time me growing evening primrose. But I've taken supplements before, here and there with evening primrose. And the video was 2 minutes and 50 seconds. And when I was on the computer late last night because I was working, what happens now is that the Apple computer at church, I'm helping do the thumbnails for the videos and for their social media, the YouTube and the Instagram, and I'm helping with certain stuff with the visual team, the technical team, in terms of how things look and making it beautiful and eye-catching. So I get to use that computer for my stuff as well. But everything for me goes on a separate hard drive. Fine. So I'm figuring out how to use the Apple, getting used to it. But the long and short of it is that I checked the stats because I was still on the computer, and it says 16% of the people watched 1 minute and something seconds. So no matter how short you make the video, people still ain't gonna watch the full video. The video was less than 3 minutes. The visuals were pretty good. It was eye catching. The herb was blowing in the wind and the petals were falling off, and they made the video, visually appealing. I used all these images and had AI do its thing as well with the voice. And I'm like, really? Really? It was packed with information. Maybe it was too information dense, but you couldn't keep the video on for the full 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Like, you could have had a snack, you could have had a drink, you could have kept it playing. But this is what happens. People still ain't gonna watch. And it's very frustrating. Hey, Darren. Hold on give me 1 second. There was one time a lady from church had gotten hacked, and the person sent me a message asking for money from her account when she was actually sitting right next to me during Bible study. What? Yep. So I can tell it. How you doing, Darren?
I'm doing great. Hey, I got a story for you, and this might help someone because I almost got. You talk about people hacking your account.
Mm-hmm.
Um, on my laptop, which I got for Christmas, there's nothing on it. Nothing other than my YouTube. That's it. And I got this pop up. It says your computer has been it had Microsoft and your computer has been invaded by a virus. You need to call this number, and it would not get me off of that screen. And I thought I did something wrong. I literally thought I was calling Microsoft, and I started calling the number, and I, like a dummy, allowed this person access to my computer, and he almost got me because he was searching my computer. He couldn't find nothing, so he said, "Well, we need to check your phone also." And he almost got me because, but I heard in the background when it was coming up on the screen, I could hear him typing in the background. Literally, I could hear him typing in the background, and I said, "Wait a minute, this guy's trying to, he's trying to hack my computer and my phone." And I hung up,
Mm-hmm.
and I literally I erased everything off my phone. I did a full boot reset on my computer, new passwords and new everything. If you ever see that thing pop up on your computer, hit Control Alt Delete, and it happened to my wife about a month ago. You just turn the computer off, turn it back on. If it comes back on, hit Control Alt Delete and delete that thing off of there because these people they'll get you. And what they'll
They will
also do
get
on
you.
Facebook, what they'll do on Facebook, you'll be like someone you're friends with, that you went to school with, or your family member, and they'll say so and so is trying to friend you. Do you want to accept? And this is how I knew it was phony. It was my best friend, and I sent him a message. You son of a biscuit eater. And I'll be you son of a biscuit eater. I know you're phony because this is my best friend's account. I'm calling him right now to tell him that it. And I was so pissed, and I was cussing him out. You think you slick, whoever you are. But it's crazy.
This is
You
what
just
people are. This is what people are doing, and it catches the best of us because my friend, something happened with her work device, and she had to call IT. But then it's like not IT. It was like I don't know. If it was Apple or some supposedly some company. And same thing, like, okay, can you give us control over the computer so that we can go in and check? And then she's like, hold on a second here. After she let it, something didn't feel right. And then she
yeah.
just shut it all down and disconnected his
Yep.
access. Cause it's like, I don't know you. I don't know if you're who you say you are. You work for Apple like you say you do. I'm gonna just take it into Apple in person. And she just
Yeah.
good morning, hands in the dirt. She just got upset and just said, no, because you're trusting somebody remotely to give them access to your device. And
Exactly.
we
And I
it's
go
normal
ahead.
because I do it all the time from work. I have a guy that but I know the guy, it's IT. But when you call these
Yeah.
random numbers, some of the numbers I've called through work have ended up with somebody in Romania. I'm
Yep.
like, what?
Yep. Yep.
So some of us are getting back to like, no, I'll take it in person. I'll drive over to the office myself and I'll be inconvenienced. No problem.
Yeah. And I literally had dang it, I forgot what I was gonna say.
No problem. No
You
problem.
uh, oh, I had to sign up because I was so scared because I finally got my credit back. Almost. I'm actually have decent credit now. I for
You
to
kind of went
have
off into the abyss. Hold on.
now my
You're in the abyss of reception. Hold on.
I'm
Try
sorry.
again.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're kind of
I'm in
goobly
Florida.
gobbly. Oh, you're goobly
If you
gobbly.
can hear me, okay. I'll
No,
wait
you're gone again.
a minute.
Yeah, wait a minute. No problem. I'm not in no rush.
Hear me?
What?
No. All
Oh
right.
my god. Sorry, I got a text. Sorry. Not it's not you.
Okay, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Freaking Florida. Right.
Wow. Sorry about that. No, I just got a text, but I won't talk about that. Um. Wow. You're in the abyss of reception. No problem. I'll keep it going. So yeah, you just be mindful, keep track of your accounts because people are hacking left and right. And these companies aren't really of much help to um to you when your account gets hacked. And they certainly don't help you get your money when you're a monetized account. Wow. Okay. Also, I think what's talking about in the streets, I have one more thing written down, but there's other things I can't remember now. I'm gonna have to jog my memory. But everyone's been talking about this week the GMO seeds from that purple tomato. I know I've seen a couple of big channels talk about it. I didn't even know about it till Instagram. I was a bit put off because most of the people who I watch are not really feeling this new product. The one thing that we could all say was that you cannot get GMO seeds as a regular person. It was only commercial. That's not the case anymore. One person on the gram was like singing the praises of this new seed and how it's going to be more nutrient dense. Um Not to be rude, but it's clear to me you're not eating tomatoes, you're eating something else because the physique is leading me in another direction. So I don't know how you're talking about nutrition density if you're not eating healthy in the first place, as somebody on the sidelines kind of saying, "What?" So I was a bit put off that somebody who is in the gardening sphere and horticulture sphere is singing the praises of this new product. So I don't know. I think I know we were talking about it on Tuesday with Grow Big TV. I was over there talking about it with the chat, and Corky mentioned, which even threw me off even more, cross pollination because I didn't even get to that part of my thought yet. If your neighbor is buying these seeds and growing these seeds, you're not, but they are. Like, it's a problem. It's a problem if it's going to be put out on the market. From what I heard, it's like $20 for a pack of seeds, give or take. Um, but it's a problem, guys. I didn't think this would happen in terms of being available to the public so soon, but it seems like everything is being accelerated and happening a lot faster. I thought there would be more hybrid things going on and more hybrid seeds available to us, but to have a GMO, and do you guys even think it's necessary? I'll drop the link again. Like, I don't see the point. Nutrition should come from the soil and from the heirloom plant itself. I don't think, based on this other man's perspective, that this GMO is going to have more uptake of nutrients, which in turn is going to be better for us. I don't know. GMO, they probably already have GMO Kush because we have two factories over here, huge factories in greenhouses. I know there's hybrids, there's cross pollinating to make different types, but I don't know if GMO Kush would even work. We'll
They
talk
might
about.
be.
Go ahead.
They,
Sorry. Are you
they
back? Okay.
yeah, yeah. For a second, they might be setting the planting community up for only getting their seeds from them. You know what I
That's
mean? Like,
exactly what we've been afraid of. That's exactly the point. Because if it
yeah,
cross pollinates with my stuff and yours is patented, I'm screwed.
yeah,
And many
and
farmers have lost their land because of these kind of legal fights. Oh, you stole my
yep,
patented product. 10 seeds for
yeah,
$20. And you cannot use the seeds. You cannot harvest the seeds, sell the seed. I don't know. There's some rules. It's a
yeah.
problem, guys. It is a problem. And I hope nobody buys it that we know. I hope you're not curious enough to even go down that rabbit hole. There's already purple tomatoes. There's already purple tomatoes. So even if the uptake of nutrients, hold on, is, I don't know, but is it really more nutrient dense? So because our phones listen to us, or I don't know, whatever, and we're talking about that, I was watching and I was engaging in that conversation. something came on my YouTube feed, documentary, which I'm probably gonna show clips of next week, which left me even more disgusted about the seed industry and how it's heavily tied into child labor. So to find out that my nice little hobby and new hobby, growing food and self sufficiency, is still tied into child labor, was off putting. For the last 3 days, I was so disgusted. Like, really? Yeah,
It's
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 still
the
tied into
same.
child labor.
It's the same thing with those batteries for these new Teslas and all this other crap.
Yep, cobalt or
It's
the
yeah, the
yeah.
cobalt. Yeah, they got little babies working in the mines. You know, I mean that's terrible. It's horrific to me.
It's
I
absolutely disgusting.
yeah
And
yeah.
then I'm gonna show clips of that because I have the documentary. Definitely, maybe even Monday because Monday's a holiday. Might even go live Monday, do it, and then y'all can watch the replay. Good morning, Fr. Humphrey. They pay them little and nothing. They pay the farmers, they pay the staff, the children, little and nothing. And these companies then charge so much per gram for these seeds. And the amount is not hundreds of dollars, it's hundreds of thousands of dollars for certain grams of these seeds, like $400,000 for these tomato seeds. So the host was like, "What?" And the guy goes, 400,000. She goes, "What?" Like, no, I'm not hard of hearing. What? Like $400,000 for so many grams of these seeds? That's like higher than the price of gold. That's
Yeah.
what they're charging for these seeds to grow them in these greenhouses and factories. And what they've determined is that all these hybrids and cross pollination to get these perfect fruit tomatoes that don't rotten very quickly. Yes, they have longer shelf life, but you've automatically compromised on the taste, which is why a lot of our tomatoes that we get are just watery. There's no actual tomato flavor. That's part of when you keep breeding something, you lose something while you're trying to gain something else. You can't have it all. So they pick and choose what they want. Do they want long Good morning, RX Nails. Do they want long shelf life and travel time, or do they want taste? Because if you want taste, you have maybe a 2-3 day turnaround, but that means more waste. So that's why your food needs to be grown closer to home. But we haven't changed. Well, some of us have changed, like local farming and local stuff. You don't need to be going to Mexico and all over here and getting all these food unless you can't grow it here. You need to get things local. It's fresher and it will be more nutritious because you don't have to grow these long shelf tomatoes. But and that was scientifically based that the nutrition is higher when it's more in its original heirloom state. These other ones that don't taste as good have been proven to have less nutrition. So all of these claims about this GMO is going to have more nutrient density. Yeah, because you've tweaked something, but it's not meant to be like that. How about going back to a old fashioned model of growing food? They ain't doing that. Black tomato heritage is sought after, and people. I'm telling you, don't buy the seeds. Don't. Well, someone's gonna buy them. People want to be the first to do everything. It's gonna cause a problem when it comes to the biodiversity of our crops. For those of us who don't want to grow that stuff, that crap. And I remember I mentioned last year third party interference. This is part of the third party interference that we be talking about because it's going to affect you. So that's why a lot of people now are investing in hoop houses, greenhouses, high tunnels, all this stuff to protect what they're growing from outside interference because it's a problem. It is
All
a
right.
big problem. They taste okay. So the black tomatoes heritage is sought after. I don't think I have that one, but I bought the black crim. I'm gonna grow those this year. And I found my seeds for the pineapple tomato. Where's my? Let me get an envelope like everybody else, old people, and write things on the envelope. Hold on, black tomato heritage. One
Jesus,
second.
how many tomatoes are there? All I know is just red tomatoes make a slice for my sandwich. Jesus.
There, there are well, not hundreds. There's lots of tomatoes. If
Yeah.
you want like breakdown, there's lots of cherry tomatoes. Then there's lots of beefsteak tomatoes. Then there's lots of the slicing tomatoes. Then they have like the San Marzano, the long, the Roma kind of tomatoes. There's lots of tomatoes. You'd be surprised. Now they have orange ones. They have the yellow ones. They have pineapple one, which is actually not too bad, but mine was watery, so maybe I had it on there too long. I have tomatoes from all over the place. I can't even plant
Wow.
all the damn tomatoes that I have, but I have all these seeds.
I'm
So
I'm 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 not with that GMO because next thing you know you're growing another arm out of your neck or something. I just give me the regular stuff, the regular schmegular stuff.
regular
I
schmegular.
mean, I know it lasts longer. Yeah, yeah, I know
But
it
you're
lasts longer, but you you're always going to pay for something.
you pay now, you pay later. You gotta pay the piper, right?
Yeah,
That's what
yeah.
people don't understand. And the science, I watched a video this morning somebody sent me about where does your food come from, which I'm gonna have to also add to that video when I'm doing that talk, maybe Monday. And the ingredients, Europe has different ingredients, America has different ingredients, and like certain things are banned. Oh, hey, Jamaica, hold on. And the science department in Canada did a study, and they found nothing really wrong with these ingredients, the dyes, and all these things. But then the Italian Department of Food said something completely different. It wasn't confirming that they were dangerous, but there was definitely some markers that they were concerned about. So how does the science give us two different answers? Because they don't want us to question what's in our food over here in North America. So the science is going to be
Exactly.
bent to, match their narrative. But the ones in Europe are telling a more balanced approach, saying, we're not saying it causes this, but a lot of exposure to the mice of this on a daily basis definitely has some repercussions. Once in a blue moon, having these items is not going to hurt you. But if you're eating them daily consistently, that's when we're seeing, hey, Rambo and Miss D, that's when we're seeing repercussions. So we're sitting here waiting for the science and trusting the science as we've been told since 2020. But the science is being paid for by whom? These are not independent
Lobbyists.
scientists who are being funded independently who can be nonpartisan. So we need to take that into consideration when we're saying, quote unquote, trust the science.
They can make it look any way they want. I mean, depending on who has the deeper pockets, whoever has the most money can make the studies follow whatever avenue they wanted to follow. And it's unfortunate for us
E-
that
It
that's
is
happening.
Exactly.
unfortunate because even a couple of studies that there's this guy that I follow on Instagram. I'm glad I found him because he is basically, he doesn't follow all the hype in any category. He'll go back and research and things that we're like, oh my god, this new dye is gonna cause this disease, and he's like, relax. Like he's just so like, relax. If you're gonna eat it morning, noon, and night, then yeah, maybe it's gonna cause that. But if you're eating it occasionally, I don't recommend it, but it's not gonna cause that. So he went back and he's doing like, more research and saying basically you have to consider the source of the research. That's exactly, because some of the things that they're saying are dangerous for you. It's only dangerous in a particular format, but no one's going to that next level. They're saying, "Oh my God, don't eat that ingredient; it's going to kill you." It's not the same ingredient that's in the chemical. It's
Mhm.
been changed. So you got to understand your biochemistry before you can have these conversations. So he explains it, he breaks it down to the layman to understand what is happening so that it makes more sense. He doesn't recommend eating certain foods by any means, but he goes, you have to understand, otherwise you'll be swayed back and forth, running around with all this fear, like, oh my God, no, like relax, relax. And it's refreshing to see somebody who's like, he's not paid by A, he's not paid by B. He believes in transparency and being factually based. But some of the facts that we're getting, for instance, there's a couple of studies that came out, but what was not disclosed was that these studies were surveys. They weren't actual scientific studies where they were making observations and testing. It was a survey. Random people filled out a survey, and that was taken
Mhm.
and put under a quote unquote study. So there was no study done. It was a survey. Anybody could fill out a survey and fill out whatever they want to fill out. I'm like, what? They said yes, it was not a official study. You have to go back to see what the requirements of this study were and how it was done to determine if it was an actual quote unquote study, and if it was, approved by their peer reviewed and so on and so forth, to see, okay, yes, it meets all of these 3 and 4 requirements to be taken seriously. Because a survey is not something to take seriously. That's not science. That's a poll. You took a poll, and that's what we're taking as science. And I'm like, what? So when I started going and digging myself, I'm like, oh, he wasn't lying. We've been taking some reports as science, but they were actually a survey or a poll.
And even if someone publishes the truth, it may never see the light of day. I mean, they can push forward whatever they want us to believe. They can take the stuff that is against that, publish it, but nobody knows that it's there unless you dig, dig, dig. And
Yeah.
the one that
And
has
who
the
has
most
that
money
kind of
doing it
time and
properly.
resources? I don't have that kind of
Mhm.
time. I'm relying on them to do the research and kind of give it to me in a format that I can understand. But
Yeah,
you can't, you can't trust even that, because they're not giving it to you well, they give it to you in a format you can understand, the scientists, but we don't get it from the scientists, we get it from the media. And
right.
that's when it starts to get all twisted and convoluted and
Mhm.
taken out of context, because you can
Yeah.
take out a segment but you don't have the whole context. And that's what I've been finding, because I'm people are talking about subjects and I'm like, what you're talking about is old news. You're talking about old facts. It's been proven incorrect, but they're still repeating the same jargon because they haven't done the research. And it's very difficult because you find yourself getting more alienated from everybody else because they're in the mob mentality while you're over here doing your research. So it's kind of like,
That goes back
I'll
to
stay over
what
here
you were
because you don't know what you're talking about.
that goes back to what you were saying about the people with the who didn't want to watch a 2-minute video. The attention span is getting less and less, and I don't blame TikTok. It's your choice to get onto a platform that is geared towards 1 minute. YouTube is doing the same thing. It reduces your attention span, so we cannot focus on anything that is over a minute. A lot of people are saying, hey, I want it quick and fast. If the computer runs too slow, I know I get irritated if it runs slow. I mean, years ago we had those big old floppy disk and they would make that weird sound and it would take
Yeah.
forever for stuff to print. Now, if I don't have my printer print out within 60 seconds, I'm thinking that there's something wrong with it. So
Yeah.
everybody wants things ready up front and quickly. When we plant seeds, we just believe that, or plant plants, we just believe that it's going to happen. But most people won't do this. They'll just go to the supermarket and get a strawberry and they think it just appears magically on the counter. Our attention span and the patience, everybody, it's diminished because of the us watching too much television, basically.
Yep.
That's it's
I
it's
find
that's what it
myself
is.
on Instagram and YouTube at the same damn time on 2 devices. And I'm thinking, do I have 4 ears? I can't be watching Jamaica over here and then watching a reel from Can't Stop over here at the same time. I'm not absorbing nothing. And I
But
have to
you
stop. I
think
said, I
you
have to stop this
can.
foolishness.
You think you can, just like when drivers get in their car and they look at their phone for a second and they get into an accident. They think I was just looking down at a text for 5 seconds and I got into an accident, and they don't believe that they weren't capable of going back and forth, driving and looking at their phone or talking on their phone. So that's
We
the
we are,
thing.
we are in a conundrum, and people want everything proven to them. But there's some things that I'm not even going to waste my time proving. I prefer to have my food and fruits with seeds in them, because there's a reason why they were designed that way in the first place. And it's not for
Mhm.
me to understand all the nitty gritty. I don't need to understand the nitty gritty. That's how it was supposed to be. Some things are hybrids in nature, no problem. Not everything is man made that they say, oh, it's man made. Man didn't make diddly squat. Man can only take
Mhm.
what's already been here
Altered.
and do and alter it, but nobody made anything. They modified it, but
You
I don't have
you
no problem with
remember when the
broccoli.
grapes used to have seeds in it? And
Mm-hmm.
then you had to pay a little bit extra for the ones without seeds. Remember the watermelon, and you had to
Yep.
pay for seedless? It was extra money for that. And now you can't find seeds in watermelon. You can't
Nope.
find seeds in grapes. So I mean, you pay extra now to have a plant that has seeds in it because they
You
consider that
do.
organic or natural. So that I mean,
So,
over the past 20, 30 years, it's wow, it's changed a
and
lot.
even the
Some people don't
seedless,
know that grapes are supposed to have seeds in it.
no, they never
Oh,
a whole generation has passed. They don't know that it's supposed to have seeds.
yeah,
Why do we need seeds in them? And I'm
Yep.
saying there's life in the seeds. We already know there's life in seeds.
right.
It can sit there for years dormant, and all of a sudden you can grow something from that seed. So there's a reason why it's designed that way. I don't need to know why, but we need to go back to those original types of food. Now, not everything without seeds is man made. It's not like even watermelons. They cross pollinate and they can make them seedless. It's not necessarily quote unquote GMO or man made. It's just part of the breeding process that they've learned to manipulate, but it's not all awful. Not all hybrids are awful. So we
But
can't
but
go off of that either.
but the question is not that they're bad for you, but
Hmm.
why? Why can't you find one? Why is
You
it
can
so
actually,
hard
That's
to
the
find
problem.
one?
Yes.
Jamaica,
And
you can actually
that's
find the watermelon that's actually seeds actually, but you can like right now. I think in the world is like you can find them, and but you got to do a little bit more shopping around to get
You
them.
Mhm.
do.
But
You
going
got to
back to the
work.
watermelon, it is literally just crossbreeding that creates that, and it's
Yes.
Right.
like coming from the parent plant. And you know when you interbred too much, it creates a seedless one because it's become
Sterile.
infertile.
Yeah.
You
Same
know
with
But
people,
what
that's
right?
all it
happens?
is. When it, go on.
So you're talking about crossbreeding. What happens when humans crossbreed? Nothing good happens. We don't have the ability to grow watermelons anymore unless we go and buy seeds. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the health standard. I'm just talking about the
Mm,
sustainability, where you
yeah.
Yes.
have to go
Yes.
out and
Yes. Yes.
look
Because
for a certain.
unfortunately there is money to we don't want to say too much on that.
Yeah.
They have a control over what you are able to grow as a human being, because it's part of human nature to grow food. It's part of, it's actually every person on this planet, we're not just born to be reproducing themselves. You're supposed to be able to sustain yourself as well, because we are the caretaker of the world. We are in this, surrounded by nature. Everything that we have within ourselves comes from nature. Everything we use comes from nature. It's part of us to take care of our home, because that is our home. But unfortunately, there's people on in this world that doesn't see it like that, because then it's kind of like, is they want to have control of a lot of things. And how do you control? People always say you control their mind. Actually, I think you control what they consume.
Right, right,
That's where you
Yeah.
start, because all
Yeah.
of us,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter where you are, food is something that we all need to sustain ourselves. Water can only go for so long. Food is the life and the bloodline of everything else. Because, everything can be cured from food. I know diseases happen, but food can do a lot of things.
right.
Everything,
And
medicine comes from just nature.
to answer your question, Jamaica, from my experience, to find seeded watermelons that say are certain things seeded, I have to exactly shop around. And it's
Mm,
costing me more money to buy the seeded watermelon. So
yeah.
it wasn't worth it. It's not worth sustaining me buying a $13 watermelon from, the stores that sell the seed. It wasn't worth it. It's not, to be honest. And that's the problem. I would rather have this, but you're making it so unaffordable that it's better off I had to buy the seedless. So
Right.
even
Mm.
now I had to go to Costco and buy a seedless watermelon. They actually have them all year long for the first time in my life. Usually they stop at about November over here.
We have them too.
It's now February. I'm still getting watermelon, which is fine because I'm
Yeah.
juicing them and I'm fine. But that was $13 for a
Yeah.
watermelon from Guatemala. Nobody would
And a
pay
lot of things as
$13
well,
for a
Urban. We're
watermelon.
not we're not eating things in season like we used to as a human
No,
being.
no.
And that's
So
where we are having a
that's a
lot of
problem.
problems, because
And
now
even
we can
that's
get
a
anything
problem.
from everywhere. I love seasonal fruit and vegetables. I think we should all try to do that more often. And it actually is cheaper when it's in season, which a lot of people don't
Cheaper.
realize.
It's
If
cheaper.
you just hang on to them taste buds for a period of time, and the summer is going to be here, just to indulge in it when it's there, and then your body has all the vitamins that it needs. There's only one vitamin that actually loses throughout your whole body, and that is the citrus, which you know as vitamin C. That's the one that
Hmm.
our body doesn't retain. So if you think about it as that sort of, if you look at the human anatomy, you can get vitamin C very often, and there's a lot of our foods that are already there. It's in most foods, but that's fine because we get rid of it every single time. We need to replenish it as most of
Replenish.
everything else. But other vitamins, just indulge in it, overload it for a period of time, but don't go too crazy. But
Yeah.
just have it in season and eat the seeds. I eat every seed that I can, everything down to everything. I eat like the watermelon. I cut deep into it so I can get into the white flesh and consume it because
The
there's
white part's
benefits
the
in
best
there.
part. The white
Yeah,
part is the best part. It has all the minerals in there.
I didn't know that until recently. Did not
Yep.
know all my
I
life.
nibble on that like it's nobody's business. I juice that
I
part. I
take a
juice the
bite out of the
skin now
skin.
too.
I go further. I take a bite out the skin.
Yep. My uncle used to eat the mango skin. I was like, who
Oh
eats
Yeah,
yes,
that?
I
And
eat
he's
yes,
like,
mango
no, you
skin.
eat it like an apple. I'm like, no, subby, cut it.
yeah.
But
No,
sometimes
something
you
not
may
cut it
not
herb.
get
I
the
mean, I'm
mango
cutting.
skin. And you're taking a chance. You got to know if you're the type, you do it one time, and if your face swell up, don't do it again. But some people, but I eat the mango
This is
skin.
the
I
same
learned that.
uncle who
I
let
learned
me
that
eat a
about 10 years
mango at
ago.
night. Now I know why Jamaicans eat mangoes at night. Because I ate the
Yeah,
mango, best mango
I
ever.
know
The
why.
next day
I
when I
know
ate the
why.
mango, where are all these white things in the mango?
The
Oh, don't worry
maggage,
about
the
that, man. Don't worry
worms.
about that.
You
A
know
worm
what? You
there.
know what it is, though. You know what it is. It's just like fruit. You know, like your plums. If you don't spray something, because they got these moths that lay their larvae in them, and they go in there. Actually, many of us is probably eating some insects we don't even see.
We've eaten a lot of worms, especially them damn mangoes. You
As
some
long as
plenty of
I
Yeah,
don't
worms.
but
see
in
it, we
Jamaica, they
good.
pull the mango right off of the tree. They pull the mango right off the tree, wash
Yeah.
it off with a little bit of water, and eat it.
And eat
I
it.
mean,
If you don't have any water, just rub it in your clothing, and you're good to go.
yeah.
So I'm like, no wonder they do washout every twice a year. They do a washout because they eat about 20 worm. And each
Oh, you
Listen,
talking about the what is it? Not Hades.
herb,
Cerasee. Cerasee
Cersei,
seeds.
another
seriously,
one that
the
Oh
bitters
herbs,
and
God,
give you
bitters, stuff you don't even
that
know
is
wash
what's
out
in
with
it.
horrible.
Cersei cleanse.
Close your
Somebody
nose
gave
and
me
swallow.
somebody gave
What
Y'all,
me
it do for you?
you guys are making me scared to eat.
somebody give me Zentel. What you call it from Jamaica?
Jesus.
Them give me the Zentel.
Oh my
Cersei
God.
cleanse.
Oh my God. They got so many of those things,
Give
man.
me the box there. Figure use.
Jeez.
Women to clean up the parasite. She went to Jamaica and bring me back that. I said, I think I
Wash
can
out.
eat it. Wash out.
And I tell you, you felt great afterwards. I ain't gonna lie, that stuff does
But
work.
to be honest, we have to go
Which
back
one?
to those old time ways.
Oh yes,
You do
absolutely.
your
What?
cleanse
Which?
every
Which?
six
What did you
months.
just hold up? What did you just hold up?
Zentel.
Yeah.
I don't know that one.
In Jamaica, them sell this. It's some kind of anti-parasite medication.
Wash out.
Hold on. And it gets
Chill
rid
up.
of all your parasites.
Yeah.
But you have to stay home. You got to stay home. You can't go on the road with this. So you have to take
Sit
it
in the lavatory. Just sit next to the
and stay
lavatory, okay?
home.
You'll be fine.
Oh, it's called Zentel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know
Okay,
This is
that
I'm
not
one.
I'm
this is
I'm
not medical advice. This is just me showing. This is not medical
I,
advice.
Zentil,
Don't
huh?
talk to me around the
I'm going
doctor.
to the island of Jamaica in June. I'm gonna get me some.
And there's something else in Jamaica that there's two other things. I have to remember the name though. There's what's that it's a glass bottle and it's like
Scott's emulsion because I know my grandma used to give me
it's
Scott's
like a liquid,
emulsion.
it's a dark liquid that then take like vitamins, but it's called what the name called again?
Sugar. Me no remember the name of the.
It's a blue, it's like a dark amber bottle with a blue label on it.
Yeah. Ferro.
Feral, yes, feral.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Them
It's
don't
have
know
filled
that
with
two
one.
of
black
them, the blue one
iron.
and the orange one.
I always used to
Um,
get the blue one.
yes, the
Damn
blue
thing too
one, somebody that
sweet.
had the blue one. The feral, like good for iron and all your nutrients and your vitamins. It's a
But
natural
you know that product is not widely available like it used to be.
I found it, but it's expensive now. It's gone. The price
Yeah.
has gone up, but you can still get it in the Caribbean stores. The
Yeah.
Feral, the big, the 1 liter bottle too. Glass,
Yeah.
and then have another thing that them take with a P. I can't remember the name. Vitamins. You can only get it now like in Caribbean islands. They don't have it in North America. That is one of the best vitamins. I have to find the name.
I don't
I
like.
can't remember.
Do you talk about vitamins? Like, who remember having the cod liver oil? But if you take cod liver oil now, it's just not the same. I used to
Grandma used
die
to give it to
drinking
us.
that.
Oh, that was
I,
so horrible. You could buy it. You can buy the consumable kind. You got to be careful because some of them you can't
yeah.
ingest. Ugh, God, she used to. Yeah, she did that too.
Yeah, but I used to have the one that my grandma had to like. I used to have to. They used to call you in, line you up like it was death wish,
Yes.
and then you don't. And my grandma used to mix it with all kind of bush. You had a black scarpin in the one, and you had like the Mary J. Blige in the other. Mix
Yep,
it all
yep.
together, sparky nose, whip it in. And the funniest thing about it, if you had a cold the night time, by morning you could do 100 mile an hour on the road because you've had energy out of nowhere, and the cold is
Yep,
gone.
Bush tea.
yep. I'm telling you. And because
They
in
put
Jamaica
everything
people
in
had
that.
those seeds, plus they ate the seeds, you had
Mm,
you didn't have no parasites because every time you're constantly keeping your body clean.
absolutely.
But
Yeah,
nowadays, I don't know what's inside of us now, but
I don't think you want to find out.
you don't want to find out. You don't want to know what's in there. It's
Yeah,
quite horrific.
my family keeps saying you've never had a blood test. Go and do one. I'm like, nah, I don't want to know. I might want to know, but I don't want to know.
So is this seed available? Have you seen it in the UK,
Which
Rambo?
one?
This
What's that?
the new purple tomato, the GMO one that's been launched? The GMO
The
seed?
purple.
Yeah.
No, actually, in the UK, are actually Europe. They don't really have a lot of GMO stuff that's allowed.
So that's probably not gonna even hit the streets in the UK.
We do
It's
have
not.
the purple, the regular one, the we have the regular one, the hybrid, or we have the heirloom variety. But GMO something we don't really grow much. We don't. I thought UK has laws against GMO. I think
Which
we
I
haven't
like
really
those
seen
lot.
it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Europe,
People don't
Europe
want
in
that.
general has a lot of laws that when I look at the chemical that in is because for example the basic one is like chlorine washed chicken. You're not allowed to even do that here. Your eggs cannot be washed if you are a producer of eggs. You just have to brush them off with a little thing and put them in the case and you sell them. Certain a lot of things which make
Hmm.
sense and is
Yeah.
those old terms that makes a lot of sense. And
Well, if it
bread
ain't
only
broke,
has
don't fix it,
yeast.
right? If
Yeah,
it ain't broke,
I
why
think
we?
over here our bread is like yeast, butter, and obviously flour. Three
Yeah, because
ingredients.
when I was there, when I was in Germany and I was in Vienna, Austria, the ingredients were so like the list was so short.
Yeah, it's a
Just
small
what you
list.
needed. That was it.
Hmm.
Right.
That was it. I ate so much carbohydrates. You think I would turn into a big sausage? No, I didn't gain any weight because
Yeah.
it's made differently there, and
Yeah, but now a
it's a
lot of
whole different.
convenience with how people
No.
function now is changed as well. Like now you can order pretty much anything and anything you want. So it's creating that sort of thing. Like people will instead of going to the shops a lot to buy things, they will rather like a Deliveroo, which would cost you more, and
Hmm.
if less if you actually went in the shop and get it yourself
Yeah.
or produce it at home.
Yeah, and it was it. I know when I was there, you didn't have as much snacks. You ate your meals, and the meals were
It's changed a lot
extensive.
now. When was the last time you passed through Europe?
I was there. I think it's been about 8 years down because it's well before the
Yeah,
pandemic. So 8 to 9
we
years.
still have the snacks. It just depends on what you require. So we still have them,
Yeah.
but there's a limitation of what's inside of them is less. They tell you exactly what it is. They have the E numbers. You can check out what the E numbers are. They normally come from insects or they probably have some sort of thing in there, which is even that is not the best, but still, or naturally sweetened because you're
Yeah.
eating bugs and stuff
Insects.
flavored with bugs. But at least they tell you.
Yeah, at least they tell you so you know what you're
I'd
getting.
rather I hate to say it, but I'd rather the bug than the chemicals.
That is true.
Yeah.
I remember I was on a ship and this lady had a tray of strawberries and the strawberries had mold on them and she was so mad and I looked at it. She says, "I don't understand. I just got them last night." I said, "That's because they're not sprayed with a bunch of chemicals. The strawberries
Mm,
that we're buying here in the North America and Canada, sometimes
Yeah.
they spray them to make sure that they do not go bad. Bread the same way. You can sit bread out for
mhm.
weeks and it will not mold.
Weeks. Weeks.
Make make a bread and sit it out for 2 days and then
2 days
you'll have mold
with,
on it.
with the
So
wrong humidity level, and you're probably gonna make some bread pudding with it.
And I hate
I'm
that's
not
the
gonna
one thing
do
I
that.
hate. I
I
absolutely
hate it too.
despise bread pudding. But that was like the old lady's ways of making it stretch. Mr. McCann
My,
had bread
they
pudding.
will put
McCann.
it in the freezer. They will put the
Yep,
bread backs in the
yep.
freezer,
Oh God,
freeze them up, and pull them out all at one time and soak them. Oh God, I hated that bread
Yeah,
pudding.
it
oh
just gives
God.
me nightmares. It gives me nightmares just thinking about it. And then they put the
I
damn
had to be
raisins.
the
I'm
one
like,
to break them
oh,
up.
okay,
Oh my god!
goodbye.
Oh,
But I eat it sometimes, but it's the whole like, ugh. But that's
Yeah,
what you
it's
have to
just
do to
too.
make things stretch.
Yeah.
Renaissance is asking, the Baker Creek has a new, well, I should say, a new deep purple tomato.
oh yes,
Is it
they
safe
do.
to
I watched
grow?
that. That looks good.
I don't think that's GMO. I think this one GMO is that particular type that came out,
Mhm.
that was launched. That's $20 a pack for 10 seeds. It's
Hmm.
that specific type of tomato. I would prefer. I think Baker only does heirlooms and does like certain types of seeds.
Hybrids and stuff.
They
Yeah,
don't
they
do
they they they're
GMO.
very religious about that. They're very for the land.
Yes.
They think about nature a lot. And
Right.
we
So
don't have one here. I am so fuming about it whenever I hear that name because I even follow them on Instagram to find out what stuff is coming out. And
but
I'm telling
they
you, I
said they
can't get
pulled
none of
it.
it.
They pulled it. They pulled that purple tomato since the controversial claim. Yeah. So because of all the
Thank God for
claims,
Mhm.
that.
now they pulled it. But I don't think they sell GMO. They don't. But now you have to really think twice of where you're getting your stuff from, because they may not intentionally do it, but you don't know. Like, they got to go back and check their sources as well. We don't
Hmm.
know what's
And
happening in the supply
it's
chain.
very tricky because we don't even know, and because unless you're producing something yourself, you're never gonna know fully 100% everything. You
Not.
just gotta go by okay,
Yeah.
cool, you know. And I advise everybody to try to grow even the smallest fruit you can, or something, because it's a wake up call right now.
She likes.
She likes it up. All right,
I'm at a
Oh
Dino.
point now that I'm not really running to buy new seeds. Like,
no.
I have an order in my shopping cart for the last week from one of the suppliers, and I bought some already. But going forward, I'm gonna be more particular, and I don't need to buy every damn seed, because half the time I buy them, I haven't even planted them as yet. I only have so much space to plant,
Hmm.
and I have 25 tomatoes. Like, really, I only need like four types: a beefsteak, a cherry, and a whatever. So I'm gonna
I
be
think I grew
slowing
six
down.
last year.
Yeah, like, I'm slowing down because I'm like, you know what? And I harvest my seeds. Last
Yeah.
summer was I share with you guys, I was harvesting seeds. It was not about food. It was not about enjoying the food. It's about growing all the
Yeah.
different species and harvesting my seeds and donating them to the library and different groups in over here
Hmm.
to kind
Hmm.
of help the ecology. And I did what
Yeah.
I said I was gonna do, and I got so many seeds because
Wow.
I just had a
Wow.
feeling something was coming. I just have a feeling. And I tell you guys, I get these feelings, but I don't know what's happening, but just, spidey senses. And look what
Because
happened this
obviously
year
there's
now.
some stuff like they don't want you to save seeds as well, like literally.
No. So save your seeds, because now that we know this happened, now we got to watch what our neighbors are growing.
Hmm.
Do you have that GMO
Cross
seed? Like, what are you?
pollination.
Because it's going to affect me. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
now that's why I'm gonna have to start covering up some of my crops. But that's gonna affect the pollinators, because now they can't come on
Yeah.
my crops so freely. But I gotta have some kind of backup plan, because if it comes to that,
Yeah.
when I might jeopardize my genetics of my plants, because it's a GMO over there and a GMO over there. I have to think about that. I'm gonna have to think about that.
And if
I'm
you want to
not. I
save
don't have to.
seeds,
Oh, I'm
go
sorry.
go ahead.
I, I don't have to worry about that so much. I only have one neighbor who's growing a garden.
Okay, so
One.
you're good.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, this is a lot of houses around here, and there's very few gardeners, and they have yards, but they rather go to the supermarket. That's all right
I
now.
don't understand that. You have a grass front or a grass back because of some HMO or whatever you guys call it over there. I don't want you to. I would have. Listen, it doesn't make no sense. I pay for this darn thing. You're gonna have to take me to court. I pay the price as long as I'm eating good. That doesn't make
It,
no sense. You're gonna tell me how to maintain my lawn and it has to be a certain height. Like really? I want to put a couple of fruit trees in the front. No, you can't put that. Hell no. Take me to court.
Modern day slavery. I find that, like, you
yeah,
work
They
your
won't.
your
Everybody's
They
butt
won't.
off
lawn. Like
to follow
They won't.
somebody
They won't
else's
take you
rules.
to court. They won't take
you
you to
just
court. They'll put a
find.
lien on your house.
oh
Yep,
It's
dang.
legal in the
they
U.S.
sure do.
Yep.
That's
Okay.
They'll
even
put a
Yeah,
lien
worse.
on your house,
absolutely.
and you'll lose your house. You got to jump through the hoops.
Oh wow, that's horrible,
I,
man. That's
I,
horrible.
I,
Over here, it's
I'm,
different. Like
I,
you can put anything in the front of your house.
I will
I
never
have
in
I
my
have the
life own
room.
an HOA. Never in life.
I have
You
I
take my
have the
house, I'm
room
gonna take your children. Allegedly.
to put some plants or whatever. I just can't do it. So like
Wow, it's
Why
I
would
focus on.
anybody want to live in that environment? Like, honestly,
Well,
Yeah.
pisses me the hell off. I
a
work
lot of
my ass
people.
off to buy a house and pay a mortgage, and you gonna tell me what I'm gonna do on my property, and then put a lien on my house because I don't follow your rules, Karen
Yeah,
and Ken? I don't think
yeah,
so.
do it. They
Miss
will
me with
do it,
that.
and they'll take
Miss
your
me.
house too.
That's why my neighbor with his nasty yard, I keep my mouth shut because guess what? It's a free country.
Yep.
I put a fence up and I don't look at it. That's my solution. I don't need to tell
Yep.
nobody, even though it's annoying, tell nobody what they have to do on their own property. That's the whole point. It's a free country. I make my choice, you make your choice, and we live peaceably. But don't tell
Mhm.
me what to do, what I pay for my property. Hell to the no.
But it's not just the homeowners associations; it's deed restrictions also. So if you don't
Mm-mm.
get done by one, you can get done by the other one
Oh,
That's
because
true.
shenanigans.
your
That's
house is
true.
not zoned for this, and
So
you
you,
can't do
technically
it.
Well,
speaking, if you think about it, like you will never truly own a home.
That's true.
Someone's going to tell you.
exactly.
Over here is
What's
a
gonna
lot different
happen?
in the UK. But the only
Oh yeah.
that doesn't mean you technically own it. You might own the paperworks for it,
Yeah.
but you don't technically kind of
You don't
own it
own
if you
it.
think about it. Because they tell
Yeah.
you
You
exactly
don't.
how to keep a picket fence and a lawn. But over here, I am grateful in one way I'm over here because that doesn't happen here. You can put whatever you feel like. Obviously, there's restriction like building restrictions, but not
Yeah.
growing restrictions. You can have a
Well,
tree out the front of
I
your
don't have
house.
the rules to follow for like I don't not supposed to have animals over here, but whatever. Take me to court.
Yeah, they're trying to bring chickens in here in the UK. They're trying to say you can't have chickens in the back garden. Like some
Yeah.
people do have them, and I'm like,
Yeah.
what? What?
Because of the smell and like maybe like the rats. But the
But that's a
point is
lie, though.
the rats were already there because I was seeing mice from before when I first moved here. They were already here.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
now
You
they're coming because the food.
and
But
the
if my
UK,
neighbor is throwing
London has a
rats
lot
up
of
and
rats.
down, if my neighbor's putting birdseed on her front lawn by the buckets full, that's bringing the rats, but she don't get penalized.
They
It's the
feed in the
same
rabbits
problem.
out here. They feed in the rabbits. They throw vegetables on the front lawn and feed the rabbits. And rabbits to me, and we have Norwegian rats, and those are the kind that climb on your roof and get in your
Mm,
house. So why they would leave vegetables out for these animals, I do not know, but they do. And I've seen my
Because oh,
neighbors
they
do
like
it.
squirrels. Squirrels are so cute.
I hate
Squirrels are
squirrels.
not your damn friend. Let me tell you that right now. They will move into your
They're
damn house too and breed their 25 babies. Have their
I can live with
25
a squirrel, but
offspring.
no, not the rats.
They chewed my patio furniture. They chewed
Oh,
my
you got it
cushions.
bad.
They're the most disgusting creatures on the face of the earth. And then I don't
You've
know.
got some hungry, very hungry ones there to be eating your furniture.
No, they're wicked and bad mind. They just wicked. Oh, you want new furniture? You want to have a nice patio? Screw you. Chew, chew,
I've
chew,
got
chew, chew.
foxes, man. The foxes eat the squirrels. Like I'm battling two at one over here. Like there's foxes right now in my neighbor's back garden that's dug underneath and made a burrow there. Every spring they come out and it's like, oh, even last night I was hearing them where they sound like a baby's crying. And I'm
Yep.
like, shut up.
Exactly.
You should hear the raccoons. They sound like they're the mating of the wildebeests. They're so loud.
Jeez.
Like a
Yeah.
drunken soldier coming through the back. I'm like, what is that noise? A raccoon. And then they had a party on my patio outside my window. And when I
You
opened
should
the
have went
window,
out there and joined them.
do you mind? Bitch, do you mind? You're disturbing us. I was like, what is happening here? That's my culture. They're all there eating, sitting down with their 3 babies having a good old family reunion.
It is shambles. We got to deal with so much different things in different locations. It's crazy.
And that was before I had chickens and before I was heavily growing food, they were doing that. These animals have already been here doing that.
Yeah, they were here. They've
So when they
been
say, "Oh, you
here.
can't have this, you can't have that," and I read the bylaws, I said, "Okay, take me to court." And if by the time you find out that I have them, I'll be in the kitchen cutting off their head and making soup
There's
and
gonna be
stew.
lovely stir fry chicken.
I love you, Biscuit. It's time to go, Biscuit. I love you, Pepper, but it's sorry, it's time to go. I love
Freezer
you,
camp.
Cookie, but it's time to
It's
go.
gonna be some pepper chicken, some hot pepper chicken.
Oh,
Because
the poor pet.
honestly, my friend has a neighbor, and she had to call the city because certain groups of people um like having cockroaches.
My God.
It's like part of their cultural. It's their ancestors from previous generations that come back and reincarnate
Um,
as a cockroach. So
excuse me,
those
mademoiselle,
individuals,
but what are you talking about? I don't understand. You want the roach? as me ancestor. That.
Yeah. We'll leave it
Me
vague,
no
but leave it
want
in
them
the line.
roach a doach. No, thank you.
So you live next to them, and then you ever have roaches. So she had to call the
Oh
city because you
no.
can't really do nothing. But because her dad's an elder and the hygiene was a problem, they were able to make them get it sprayed. Because if she sprayed her side and not their side, it would have made
Mm-mm.
no sense. So because she went to the city and whatever, they made them spray their side as well.
It had
So that's a bigger
infestation.
problem. Those things,
Wow.
not me having chickens or someone having, quail, but the laws don't make sense because the things that would affect your health, that's not regulated.
But the
So
chickens actually help because the chickens
Eat the
eat any
roach.
bug. Any bug.
right,
Anything that move that's a bug, the chicken is gonna eat it. So
they're gonna eat it. So
I,
all we need to do is teach people how to keep the food secure and safe, and what
right.
Mm-hmm.
things to do to prevent the flies, and provide the products for flies and whatever, so that it's more balanced. But they were
Yeah.
Right.
already there. I
Yeah.
already
Once
had
once you
eagles,
once you damage
hawks,
the
and
ecosystem, it changes. Once you remove one aspect of it, it becomes a nightmare. And that's what's happened in the world right now. It's like so many predators and preys in the chain has affected how the world is at the moment as well.
Yeah.
yeah, you're right, food forest. Squirrels plant more trees. They planted things in my yard that I didn't plant. They planted
Yeah,
my
they are
they ate
they
my
are good.
sunflowers. They ate my sunflowers, but then they
Hmm.
planted three more somewhere else. Then the
Yeah,
three more
so
that they planted, I transplanted them, and then they came back and ate those ones too.
they're just
And I got
helping you to make sure this
zero
produce.
sunflowers. Zero.
They're just helping you in the wrong
Sun,
way.
So they
sunflowers
helped
are a
themselves.
sacrificial plant. You
They
plant the
planted
sunflowers
three
so they
more
don't
for
eat
me.
your
I said,
vegetables.
okay, good. We're even. We're even.
Yeah.
No, the war done. I put them, and I put one in the cage, and he went in the cage to go dig
How many bad words
Sunflowers,
were on your tongue that
sunflower.
day when you came out?
and then I walk with a stick, and they know when they see me out there with my stick, you better move your behind and don't flap that fluffy tail, that fat tail in my face because of me and you. And they're like,
Like Alvin and the
me
Chipmunks.
eat them. Big girl, big TV. Me eat them.
Oh man.
But
Sunflowers are a
honestly, they do. They
sacrificial
plant
plant.
Squirrels plant a lot more because all the seeds
Hmm.
that they be dropping, they plant a lot of plants for you. So you got to
Like,
work with them. But I
yeah.
hate them. They're more
We
trouble than
just
they're
got
worth.
squirrels a couple of years ago because when this used to all be farmland. Austin area was a lot of farms years ago, and they got rid of the farms, knocked down all the old trees, and built these huge developments.
Hmm.
And for a while, when I first moved out here, there were no birds and
Wow,
no squirrels.
that's a bad sign.
That's a
Yeah.
bad
No
sign.
bird.
Finally, they're coming in now. Now I have too many. I have a family of finches living out near my gazebo. But and I saw some squirrels like 2 or 3 years ago. Somebody must have imported the squirrels because they were not here, and they're here
Probably
now.
me. I think
So,
I shipped them over there to you guys. I'm sick of them.
Send
I'm
the
sick of
address.
you.
I had to bury one in the back of my garden because I went out there because I have a bucket where I keep some water to water the plants. The darn squirrel, he jumped in trying to get the water and he didn't come back out.
He drowned.
So I
Yeah,
had
'cause
to,
they can't. They don't plan things out very well. They're not too bright with that part. The raccoon would have gone in and drunk it, but not all the way in and then came out. But
he never
squirrels ain't
come.
too bright.
No, but it
raccoons
was a
have hands
family.
though. They have hands.
Yeah, they have hands, so they know
They
they
know
know
how
how
to
to.
open stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah. They
and
they
let me
have
tell you,
hands.
the raccoon is strong.
Yeah.
I had a box with bricks inside of it to block the staircase of the deck. I watched it, and I was trying to record, but it never records when you think it's recording. And I watched it take his two hands, like it was a light feather, and just move it over. It went and walk down the stairs.
It's like I
It
pay rent
moved
here.
the
Move this.
it moved the big old bricks, like it was a feather. And I said, "You little heifer, you heifer!" Because I'm thinking I'm gonna outsmart you, and they look at me like, "Yeah, whatever. I
Yeah.
do my workout. I'm ready for you." Yep. Looked at me like, "Yeah, whatever. I'm gonna go where I'm gonna go. You're not gonna stop me." So then the other time he was walking down the railing, and I shined the light on him, and then they're so
He
smart.
stood
He stood still. He looked at me, and then he went backwards with the same pace, like, "Oh, she saw me," and went back up the stairs backwards,
He
like
was
I
like, I'll be
caught
back.
him doing an armed robbery. And I'm like, these animals, they're literally, I think we're the animals and they're the people. And they're
Well,
watching us
technically,
laughing
we
at
are
us.
invading their space because they probably obviously knowing that they were there from time, and we're just come on,
Exactly.
boom, boom, houses,
They let
roads,
us think
noise.
we're in charge, but we're not
It's
really. We're like,
like,
whatever. We let them think they
think
have
about
it,
it.
but
If you
we don't have
left your house
nothing.
for say a whole half a year, Urban, and came back, there'd be more dust in your house and more stuff grown than you ever thought you had.
There's us right now. Once the sun hours get longer, and it goes through the window, like, what the hell is that? What? There's dust on my what? That's why I hate spring. That's why you have to do your spring cleaning because that's when you can see, like, oh my god, it looked clean with the lamp, but when the sunlight hits it, oh
Look like
yeah,
Sahara Desert.
yeah, gotta put the mop and dust mop on the baseboards, and you realize, oh, it's dusty in here.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
telling you,
you just can't beat nature. You just can't beat it.
you
It's
can't
nothing
beat nature at all.
coming. You
But
just gotta live with it.
we gotta just
They
keep our
say they
eyes,
say to
our head
air
on
out your
swivel.
house every couple of months though, and they say that the air outside
It's
normally is
cleaner. It's
cleaner
cleaner.
than
Hmm.
inside your house.
Yep.
So
Definitely.
every now and then I open the windows and let the breeze come
I
through
open
when
mine
it's
every
not
morning,
cold.
even in the dead
Yeah.
of winter. I don't care how cold it is. I do a 10-minute or 5-minute flush. The
Yeah.
front window
Let, let,
and the
let
back
the clean
window,
air come
let it
through.
flush out and then close it back because
Yeah.
the air in here, dust, things are off gassing that they don't tell you about. The materials that you choose are off
Hmm.
gassing, and those
Right.
fibers, you're breathing, dust mites, all these things. You have to always flush out the air, even in a
Yeah.
cold climate. There's no way. Mop your
You do
stuff,
check
wipe your
there.
stuff down because you will get sick. You'll wonder why I'm always getting a cold or a stuffy nose. It's the dust, it's the fibers.
Hmm.
Mhm.
So every
Yeah.
morning I open the window and people are like, why are you on it? You have to open the window.
My window's
The
open
air
right
in
now.
your house is toxic. The paint that you use, all these things it's toxic. The cleaning products you're using are toxic. The list is endless. It's actually disgusting. The deeper
Yeah.
you go in the rabbit hole, it's disgusting. But
Recently, I changed my my bathroom cleaner spray to a plant based one, and it cost me a lot of money. About a £5, where I could have picked up a bottle for about £1 something.
mhm,
But it's worth it. My glance cleaner I changed as well to the same plant base, and it does an actually better job than the other one, which is actually I'm happy that I changed over to it.
exactly. You have to change it because all those chemicals sit there and then it's off like it's just dangerous. It's very toxic. The laundry
I,
detergent, the
yeah,
fabric
everything.
softener, the even bleach, cuz we love our bleach, but we have to stop. That's not good for us either to have all that. We love our bleach, but no.
I'm
I
good.
want
I
to
know that.
speak to the comment you just put up from Regenerative
Yeah.
Life.
Mhm,
Yeah.
Unrestricted acreage is so hard to find. I found some, but I
mhm.
found mine years ago. They are
Okay.
putting restrictions on land now, and I don't know how they're getting away with it. Even farmland is becoming restricted. And even though you have a piece of unrestricted land, does not mean they can't go back and put some kind of deed restrictions on that area. Or what do they call it? Rezoning. When they rezone the land, that can
Yeah.
affect unrestricted acreage. So you take a chance, just buy something in the middle of nowhere where you hope nobody wants to go or build, and then maybe you'll be safe. But it's
I th-
really hard to find
you
that
are
right now
saying a good
with
point
no
because this is the
restriction.
problem. The problem is the rezoning or what you call deed restrictions. That's the problem. And right now they were doing a trial with chickens in the region because even in Toronto, we say Toronto, but there's Scarborough, Toronto, like Brampton, Mississippi. There's all these small little not counties, but they're big cities in the bigger city
Mhm.
and they each have their own rules. You can have two chickens over here. You can't have none over here. Oh, you can have three in the same Toronto vicinity, but
Mhm.
there's different rules. And if you don't fight in your local government, that's going to screw people over years from now because we used to be allowed to have chickens, and then I guess a few bad apples, but we didn't fight to keep those rights and say
Mhm.
you can have chickens with restrictions like only 3, no roosters. You must have, certain products, cleanliness, certain rules in place. But they took it away completely and nobody fought and everybody went happily to the grocery store. Now
Yeah.
you want to change these bylaws and it's hard to change them. They did a trial and let those people keep those chickens, but they're not really going to, because the mentality has changed. When
Yeah.
I was growing up, people were more self-sufficient. Yes, you had a store, you went to, the look, but you had your own stuff at home as well. This
Right.
generation, they don't care. They don't understand the importance, so they're not going to fight for those rights.
Because
So you
everything is
have to
convenient for them on the
keep
go.
your zoning. And when they want to make changes, you need to be involved in when they have those public meetings and they do, you have to be involved because you don't know what little things they hide into the fine print that
Yeah.
will affect you. They'll say, "Oh, we're
Mhm.
talking about parking and speed limits." The speed limits over here have gotten so low that even I can't drive that damn slow. My
Mm.
neighbor who's
I,
60
I,
got a speeding ticket. Who the hell can do 30 kilometers an hour? I might as well
we
just
have
walk
20.
instead of driving my car. I
We
can't
have
even
20
walk
miles an
that
hour now in
slow
London, Urban. We have 20 miles an hour. 20 miles an hour, which is
because a
probably about
few
this.
bad apples are speeding and whatever. Then set traps for those people. But now the rest of us have to go so slow legally, and that affects your insurance because if you have the app that tracks your speed and whatever, you're now breaking. That affects your insurance.
But then
So
they didn't think ahead, because if you drive in a lower gear, which is a lower amount of speed, you burn more petrol, that creates more fumes.
hello.
So
That's what.
what
Mhm.
And
benefit
you're
is it
revving
going to
and
be?
you're revving your engine too much because it's not supposed to stay in such a low for such long periods of
Idle.
time.
Yeah.
So they're making us, a lot of the human beings, like foolish because some of them agreed to it.
And I don't know how they changed the speed limit because people complained. And I agree with the complaints, but the solution is not to make us all suffer. Make the ones
Yeah.
that were speeding, that were not respecting the crosswalks with children crossing, let those people be penalized. Nobody can drive 30. I cannot. Even my dad can't drive 30. That's too slow.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they
Wow.
have cameras, they have this, they have that.
Yep.
So you have
Yep.
to comply because you can't afford these tickets. But it
Hmm.
didn't make sense. The ones that were speeding are still speeding.
Yeah.
Yes.
High performance mufflers revving up the place. Your windows are shaking and vibrating with those high performance mufflers driving by. Deal with the people who are causing the problem. And that's what, like, this year I'm going to be more involved with the local bylaws and what these meetings that they have. I'm going to be
Mhm.
going to go to these public meetings. Be
Not
involved.
not only do they have secret meetings, but they have secret elections. I everybody in the United States runs to vote when the president is running for election. But the laws that truly affect you the most are the little local laws. And they have those elections almost every year. And you don't know what they're passing. I went to a couple of them and I was like, what is this? All these little bylaws that they're passing when nobody's voting. So it's important to vote every time there's an election going, even if it's not the presidential election.
Oh, those are more important than presidential. Those other
Yeah.
ones are more important than the presidential election.
Mhm.
That's for sure. Even over here, the school trustees and all that stuff, it's more important. I'm afraid too, some because that's exactly I had aphids last winter with my indoor garden. So I don't open the one near them. I open another, yeah, because I don't have no aphids this year. Thank you, Lord. I had no problems, but yeah, be careful because spider mites can come in and aphids.
What are spider? Never
But
had spider mites. I've had fungus gnats. I still have them. Once you get a bad bag of soil with fungus gnats in it, it's over. I mean, you just have to fumigate your house, and I really don't want to do that. So I'm
no,
trying to hold off until I put everything outside, and then I'm gonna fumigate the house again. I don't have a choice. It's just there's no predators for those little fungus gnats,
are you watering your
and
plants with the mosquito bits water?
I have to admit, yes,
Because that
yes.
kills that larva, but it doesn't kill the
But
adults.
it takes a little while. And
Yeah.
I put the mosquito the mosquito bits on there. I have a big bag. I put it on there, but it's I
No,
have a lot. Look
you
behind
have to
me.
make the tea, not
my
the bits,
whole house, my whole
not the
house is full
bits.
of plant plants. It's
You
not
have to
just the
put the bits in
vegetables.
water and make a tea. I find the
Oh,
bits alone don't do diddly squat. You have to make
Yeah,
the
oh,
because it doesn't.
tea and then you water it with the tea like regularly and it's constantly killing the larva. The bits
okay.
Because
alone,
I have a gnat issue, and I bought those glue things, and I put sand on the top. So it then I actually got rid of gnats. But recently, I'm like, where the hell are these flies coming from? Then I realized I haven't changed the gnat glues for about half a month. I
Uh-oh.
need to get some more sticky pads. I'm thinking, okay, maybe they're coming back because it's getting warmer now, so they'll come back a little
Yeah,
bit
yeah,
earlier
yeah.
than normal.
And then G Mama swears by the neem meal or the neem cake
Oh yes, she mentioned it.
for the soy. Oh yeah, she swears by that. But she's saying it is exactly the neem. The mosquito bits tea works faster and better, and I've proven
Mm.
that.
Okay. So
You
I'll do
have to,
that.
and then
Because
every
I
time you
had
water
the
your
neem
plants,
oil.
yeah.
I tried the neem oil with some dishwashing liquid.
Mm.
That killed off a couple of them, but I mean, I just went over there to my grow station and I saw fungus gnats. So I have to do it again because I don't want it to
Fungus
get bad.
gnats are 3 stages, and they all have different
Yeah.
treatments. So the mosquito bits tea will kill the larva. So I always water with that now. Period. Whether I have gnats or not, I'm watering with that tea because I don't have time for it. The
Okay.
adults is the stickers and like the apple cider vinegar traps that will
Yeah.
trap them. Once you
And
Oh,
start seeing that
sand.
there's no more adults, that means you
Yeah.
solve the problem. So just keep watering forever with mosquito bits tea, and they won't come
And
back.
get
They
some
can't come
like
back.
sand as well. The sand because then they don't like to go into the gravel part.
Yes,
The
put the
sand
sand
cover
on
your
top of your
top
plants.
layer. Yeah,
sand.
it will
Okay.
help.
So
It would help
let me get
over
that and
periods.
show you. Hold on 1 second because show you if I
Yeah.
can show you 1 second.
Because I had trouble in here. Like every time I woke up, I'm feeling all these like it's like I'm outside and there's something rustling. Like you'd thought the ones for the like fruits. It's
Uh-huh.
not those. It's not sour flies as we call them in Jamaica. But and I'm thinking, where are these? And I picked up one of the pots and I looked in the soil. I
Mhm.
couldn't believe it. They were running around like having a little party in the soil,
Yep.
and I was like,
So
the amount of plants I've had to throw away because of that.
so this is okay, I'm trying to get in the camera. Whoops. So on the top of my
Ah, the
plant,
rock.
this
Yes.
one, I put the pebbles. So you can either
Mm,
put the pebbles or you can put sand so that
yeah.
they can't get in and out of the pot. The only problem
Okay.
is some of them are smart and they'll come out the bottom because
Yeah.
these bugs are smart. But I
Okay.
cover the whole top with either play sand or construction sand
Mhm.
or these pebbles. So there's
Okay.
there's no soil exposed. And I'm watering with mosquito bit water since last year. I have not seen no gnats in my house since I had that
Okay.
problem last year. They can't come back. I keep killing. And any new soil I bring into the house, which I'm bringing in coconut coir for the herb garden challenge, I'm going to water with that mosquito bits just in case because
Okay.
I don't want no
Yeah.
problems.
And be
And I
careful of
haven't had
having
any more
over
problems.
watering as well. Having too much water in as well.
Yeah,
Reduce the
don't
amount of water.
overwater. Don't
Yeah.
overwater. Let
But
your
I have
pots
But
dry
seeds.
out.
But the seedlings, you have to keep them watered or they die on you. So
yeah,
From
yeah.
the bottom, though. Water from the bottom.
From the bottom.
But I put mosquito. I'm telling you, I'm putting mosquito bits in that water. I'm making sure they're
Urban's
not coming
covering
back in
every
the
angle.
house. You know how annoying you're sitting there having your dinner and it's flying at your nose and it's flying in your
Mm.
face. These
they
damn
haven't
flies.
gotten that bad yet. But when I walked over there, I saw some, and they were. I mean, I moved a little, what is it, mustard plant to the side, and it flew up, and I was like, oh gosh, I still haven't. They're not
Yeah.
gone yet.
Honestly, it's been a year and they're fine. That works. The mosquito bits tea works.
Mhm.
And the
Okay.
neem cake, I haven't found any, but G Mama swears by it. She sprinkles it in the soil on top, and it's a
Uh-huh.
constant, they don't come back. Once
Okay.
your adults are killed off, you'll be fine. Don't fumigate if you don't have to, but just start doing it now. By the time you're ready to start your garden, they'll be dead. And then don't bring no new soil in your house unless you're gonna treat it first with like the neem cake and the mosquito bits. You're fine.
Yeah.
The
But
only thing is
sometimes
the
you wonder how did
aphids.
they get in the house when you never had them from before?
The
They're in the
soil.
soil.
I
They live
bought some
there.
contaminated
Yeah.
soil. Yeah.
Yep. It's always the soil because my trees in the garage that I'm over with my fig trees. When I went to go water them 2 weeks ago, I don't water them often because they're in the garage. I saw some gnats fly out the soil. They're
Wow.
in the dirt. They're in the soil. So
The
those are
new
fine. I don't
soil
care.
that you
You're in
buy
my
in the
garage.
bags, that's where it come from. Because I didn't
Anywhere.
have them until this year.
You're
It
right.
just,
You know what? You're right. It's the bag soil because people who take soil from their garden don't have as much of these problems. They said they didn't have no gnats
it's
because
the
there's
one from the
worms and other things that were in
from
the
the big
soil.
box store.
Yeah. The big
Yeah.
box store was just sitting there in the wet environment, moldy. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's created an issue.
So
But ladies, it's
and
been a
then
pleasure to be on here. It's been a while since
yes,
I've been on
thanks,
Melbourne.
Rambo.
I need to go. Me need to go run, go buy one chest freezer.
I need one too, Think it's joke?
Buy
Mine
one
mash up.
broke down like me money. So me go just dash the money and grab the freezer and make a run feet.
Yep.
Cause me know why you don't bother insurance. If you broke down, that's it. Me know why.
I know
Ladies
I
and
don't
gentlemen,
buy
it's
the
been a
coverage
pleasure.
plan. That's it. Buy a new one.
Every
Because by
time
the time
y'all
you pay
start
for the
that,
insurance,
every time.
right, they can't even get the equipment to fix it.
No, they can't.
Wow. Every time y'all start speaking the patois, I have to put on my Jamaican ears.
Really?
um, Unfortunately, my dear,
That's
this is
what I
the
used
thing
to
that
tell my
comes with
grandma.
Rambo.
I said, wait a minute, grandma, let me put on my Jamaican ears because my friends could not understand her at all. And I was happy they couldn't because
Rastafari.
they're very, very blunt. So yeah.
You know, they hear the whole raw patois like a raw sewage in it.
I think everybody's granny always says, "What am I gonna do? Put me in my face? What am I gonna do?
Yeah, Jesus
I
Christ.
don't care if they hear you talking about them behind your back in front of your face. What you gonna do? Put me in
Yeah.
my face?
Mhm.
She can hear you.
Box me
Let me
down. Come box me and chastise
what
me.
you gonna do? Listen, Lord have mercy. Old people are they don't care.
They
What you
blunt,
gonna do?
man.
Oh Lord.
It's been a pleasure, ladies. I
It's
hope
been
I'll
a
be on here
pleasure.
another time.
Take care, Rambo.
Have a great
Bye.
evening, have a great afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and people in the chat as well. It's been a pleasure to be here. And if
Yes.
those who do not understand, this is the boy, Mr. Greenhands, that does have a bit of a weird accent now and again. It just switches on people, just give you a
Yes.
little bit more, a bit of an understanding that I'm not 200% up the top, just about one. See you guys later.
Bye
Bye.
bye. And
Bye
take
bye.
care, Howie. I think Howie left
Take
the
it easy,
chat as
brother.
well. Somebody's talking about ladybugs. Joe brings them in the house as a predator for his garden. I've never done that. And I guess they'll just sit on the plants, I guess. Um
I can't remember the last time I've
I've seen
seen a
ladybugs
ladybug.
I saw them last summer here, but I'm not sure if it was a ladybug or the one that looks like a
Japanese
ladybug.
beetle. Japanese
Yeah,
beetle.
but I
Oh,
think it was a ladybug. I'm pretty sure. But I'm seeing more of them because I'm planting more pollinating flowers. And I saw a monarch butterfly for the first time in years
oh
last
wow.
summer. And I saw a blue jay. I haven't seen a blue jay since I was a kid.
I've seen
And the
one of
blue
those.
jay was in the I've seen a blue jay, I've seen the cardinal, I've seen the finch, I've seen another all these little birds that you don't see often. They're kind of coming back, but you have to plant things that are gonna attract. Listen, the birds name off all the ganja seeds off the plant because I didn't harvest it fast enough. And all he sees crunch, crunch, crunch. Where's almost them go there and then name off all the seeds. I had to go and cut what I could off so I could have the seeds to replant. But I guess they were watching the plant more than me and went over there and yam off all the seeds. So they like cannabis too, I guess. The birds were
He probably
in my
flew a little cricket.
yeah.
Probably
That's
flew
why
a little
Bob said
cricket
don't
after that.
three little birds were by my doorstep. That's why the
Why is
birds were
that
by his
bird just
doorstep.
laying there and not wanting to move?
That's why the birds were by his doorstep. Now the song makes a lot more sense because the plants were there and they were on the plants eating off all the seeds. That's what happens. G Mama saying you have to have a schedule to keep infestation under control. It's never
Okay.
one and done. Pest control requires consistent attention. Yes, but
Okay.
that mosquito bits tea. I had to, those not the old, like those big jugs of water for the water coolers.
Mhm.
Those big. I keep my empty ones and I have water in there and I put the mosquito bits and I just leave it like a big jug. And whenever I have to water, I have it in that big 5-gallon jug. I don't mix
Okay.
I mix a big batch in there and that lasts me for months because I don't play. I only water my plants with that.
Okay.
And then once in a blue moon, I give them a liquid feed if it needs something, but no more. I was upset with these plants. I was gonna burn down all the stuff. I was gonna throw them outside the garbage. I was having a temper tantrum, and then Jimmy had to walk me through. I'm done.
Because I got so mad at myself because I'm aware of the problem and I just took it for granted that the soil was okay, and I just went ahead and used it. Because sometimes, well, a lot of times, I pour hot water on top of the soil. Well, apparently, I didn't do it this time. I was trying to get all that stuff in, and now I just have it's not bad, but I know how bad it can get, and I don't want that to happen. So,
Yeah, but it's doable, but it's that damn bag soil. And I have a bag of soil still in my house
yep,
from that same bag. It's an indoor only bag, but it still had stuff. So it's
yeah,
sealed. I haven't opened it since, but I'm probably going to open it in the spring, fill up some pots, and then water it with that. Let them all die out first before I bring it in the
in the
house.
house.
I don't need
Yeah.
that problem. Sam's asking, has anyone used DE? I have a big bag here. I sprinkle DE on my plants. Yes, like for aphids, I sprinkle it on cabbages because the cabbage moth, the larva, the DE will kill them as well as BT. It's up to you. I have to put DE on my lilies because there's a red beetle that eats off the leaves of your lilies. That seems to help, but DE will kill worms and good bugs as well in your soil. So you don't want to just sprinkle it all over the place. You sprinkle it on the plant that you need to treat and try not and do not put DE on your blossoms because you're going to hurt the bees. So you have to use
Ah,
DE. That's why leafy greens, it doesn't matter. There's no flowers on leafy greens until you let it go to flower, that is. But anything with blossoms or flowers, be very selective of what you're using and when, because if the bees come in the morning and you're sprinkling, you just destroy pollinators. That
wow.
they cannot handle that. So be very careful. That's why you have to do, check your garden. In the morning, I always see bees. I don't do any treatment in my garden in the morning.
I
It
see
has to
these
be
too.
in the evening because
Yeah.
of the schedule of my of the butterflies and the birds. I have no choice. I like to do things in the morning sometimes. No, have to be in the evening. The bees are out from like 4 or 5 in the morning, um, out on all the flowers. So don't use it if you don't have to use it. Once it rains, yes, it's gone. So I use more BT in the evening, sometimes in the morning, but watch your pollinators because they come out early. A little goes a long way. Earwigs, I have a problem with earwigs, so don't ask me about that yet. I'm not sure. I might sprinkle DE in the beds that I'm going to grow because they were attacking my radishes and my turnips badly. The earwigs, they just took over that whole section. So I'm going to sprinkle that in the soil first and then plant, and I'll see if that helps. But yeah, just be careful. That's why I switched to
I
DE,
don't use
BTE.
diatomaceous earth. I use it in my chicken coop. That's
Chicken
where I
coop for
use it.
sure, yeah.
Yeah, because I don't
G
want
Mama says
the
she uses
chicken.
flour. She uses all-purpose flour, has the same ability of pest control to stop chewing insects. So she
Oh,
switched from that to flour. So that might be what you need. But DE is good for chickens. I use that in the coop and in the run, and the dust bath
hmm.
because I don't want no ticks, mites on my animals. That's more problems than it's worth. So I mix it in their food to keep them from having parasites. And you can
I
even
didn't
mix it
know.
in your own food too. It's safe for human consumption, but that's another conversation. I use hold on blackstrap molasses with water since bugs can't process sugar. There's no need for hot water killing microbes. Okay. What
Hmm.
ratio of molasses should she use? So she's saying 1 tablespoon to 1 gallon of water. Okay.
Is that is that for the fungus gnats or for the outdoor garden?
I think it's for the outdoor garden
Okay.
because the only thing that kills the gnats is the mosquito bits. That chemical is it BT in there? What's in the mosquito bits? Some bacteria is in there that kills it. Yeah. So that's for the outdoor. There we go. And that's the tips that we get from each other because you can't just use anything and anything. They tell you, oh, it's great, but then it has also negative effects on something else. You don't want to kill your worms. Your worms are what's giving your soil life and giving you
Yeah.
free worm castings. Even in my container, my container garden, it's full of worms. They find their way in your pot. So don't, and it's free fertilizer. Don't destroy your ecosystem over one or two little bugs. If you have a few
Mhm.
holes in your leaves, sometimes in my container, I'll lift up the container and I'll shake off the cabbage, and you see all these worms flying off. I just shake them off and then put it back. And then I let the birds eat the worms. I don't always spray everything. I put
Mhm.
fleece, or I put like the mesh over top of them now. I put covers. It's just easier. I don't have to be spraying or doing anything. Neem oil was great, but it's so sticky. It's just like you don't need to spray everything. Just
And
buy
it'll
some
burn your
mesh.
leaf. If you have a lot of sun, I sprayed it on my taro. I had some taro plants out there,
Yeah.
and I sprayed it on the leaf because I saw, snails and bugs on it. And man, it burnt the leaves. So I won't do that
It still
again.
burns. So, do I like neem oil? I do, but I found last summer it was easier to buy those mesh covers. I bought like the bag strainers for paint. It's the same mesh bags that you buy, but they're cheaper than buying quote unquote gardening stuff. I put those
Mm,
over the pots. When the cabbage gets too big, then I take it off. But by that point, it's such a big plant that it's okay. They're not going to get destroyed by, the butterfly. But that is easier than having to fight and spray and powder man, you know how much time that was taken?
yeah.
And
Yeah.
it made gardening like you got angry. You're like angry all the time because it's like you're fighting all these
You're
bugs. I'm
working
fighting,
yourself to
fighting,
death.
fighting.
That's what.
Ninja. It's like, nah, man, relax. Get some mesh, relax, enjoy yourself. Walk, have
I
your
don't have
coffee,
too
have
much.
your tea.
I don't have too much problem with the worms. It's the snails out here for me.
Snails and
And
those damn slugs.
slugs. Yeah.
I hate them. They
But there's a
mess with my
caveat.
strawberries.
I use it to my advantage. I go out there every morning when they're active and I
I saw
break them
you. I
all
was like,
off.
ah, what the hell?
I thought I was freaking people out, but I hate those things.
And then you squashed them.
I didn't squash it. Well, maybe I did, but I took it and I throw it on the floor. And my chickens, they just love snails.
They
They
love
love
it.
escargot.
Yeah, tool. Thank you, unicorn tool. That's what you use. And the only problem I had with the tool
So I
was I
increased.
covered the sunflower with it, and the squirrel just ripped it to shreds. The dirty wretch. It made me sick. But that's the only thing. But okay, so he's
The
buying
praying
ladybugs and
mantis.
praying mantis.
Hmm.
Sometimes that's all you need, and then
Okay,
hopefully they
that's a good
stay.
idea. That's
And
a good
when you do
idea
your
because I have
fall
bug problem.
cleanup, oh, she's saying baking soda kills slugs. Baking soda kills slugs.
Okay.
Um,
It's snails and slugs are essentially the same
yeah.
thing. So.
And when you're doing your fall cleanup, you have to really pay attention. For those of us in a colder climate, well, even the warmer ones, because they go dormant. You'll see certain bugs in your pots and they're going dormant for the season. You got to pay attention of things that you're throwing out and things that you're just tossing. No, they were there hibernating and you just threw them out. So pay attention of how you do your fall cleaning. In the spring, pay attention, because if you I was cutting down everything low in the fall because it makes my spring startup easier. This year, I didn't do much fall cleanup. I did some in the pots, but in the actual beds, I left like the hostas and all those limbs there. They have a place to hibernate and keep warm. So in the
Mhm.
spring, I'll cut all that crap down. I'll put it in the compost pile, and then we'll see. But when you overly clean your garden, I was overly like in the fall making it all clean so that spring I can just start. But they have no place to hibernate. So I'm
Mhm.
hoping that this spring I'm going to see more of the ladybugs. The carpenter bees, I can't get rid of them. I can't get rid of those damn bees. They be
Well,
drilling holes in the wood, like they're disgusting. They
I
are
don't
hard to
know.
get rid of
Hmm.
because they're around the firewood. I never really go around and clean up. I do clean up, but I'm only cleaning up the pots. All the natural, like the beds that I have, the tiered beds, I left those alone. I let the bugs have it. And this spring I might see some improvement in the ladybugs and the grasshoppers and stuff like that. So I used to have grasshoppers, I used to have frogs, and I haven't seen them in a couple of years.
I
So
have
hopefully
frogs
that will
also.
help. But nobody tells you that. Like, stop cleaning up your fall garden so thoroughly. Like, leave some stuff for them to survive. Then they won't move out. They'll stay in your backyard. So We shall see. But I was watching you in that slug. I'm like, oh Lord, and the chicken was like crunch, crunch, crunch. I'm like, oh.
Did I? That was accidental. I don't. I mean, I really don't like them. I'm not afraid of snails because I was like a tomboy.
I'm not afraid, but the putting my actual hands on them, I always have to wear gloves. I'm like,
Oh.
Or I get an outdoor spoon. I'm like, here, I put in the spoon and I throw it in the chicken
What?
coop. I'm like, here.
No.
I
I
ain't touching none
shuffle
of
them
that.
into a. I have a little mason jar out there. I shuffle them all into there, get a half a jar, and I go and feed my chickens.
I was like, this woman. And then I have the even the dried mealworms. I even hate them in my hand,
Yeah.
but I put them in my hand, and then they're eating out my hand. But then these chickens were pecking my flesh. I'm like, that's not.
Yeah,
They're eating they're pecking the fat of your thumb and the fat of. I'm like, these damn birds pecking it out my hand. Oh my God, it was horrible.
Initially, I get upset, but then I go into the coop and I get eggs, and I don't care anymore. I'm like, yeah, I got
Yeah,
eggs.
I'm getting more rugged. My hand, I was telling Gina, it feels like sandpaper. I have working hands now. They literally feel like sandpaper. I'm like, wow, this is a horrible. But yeah, I'm working hard in the chicken coop and this shoveling snow and out there morning, noon, and night, cold or whatever. Doesn't matter. I
Oh,
gotta go out
wow.
there. They need to be taken care of. So
Yeah.
Gina bought a bug zapper racket and started smacking these carpenter bees. Oh, use the racket? I have a racket. Where did I put it? I didn't know work with bees. I feel bad
I don't
killing
know
bees,
what
but
a
now I don't.
carpenter bee is. What is it?
A carpenter bee is what we call bumblebees. I have one. I'm gonna stick. I thought it was
But
only for
aren't the bees
mosquitoes.
good? Aren't they good for the garden?
No, well, bumblebees, the big fatty ones, the big ones. Carpenter bees live in wood. So I know
Oh.
Gina had a fence and they drilled holes up in her fence posts and all kind of stuff like termites.
Oh.
And they mash up your wood. They're living
Oh.
in a beam. Yeah, they're not in a hive. They're in the wood. And they drill
Oh.
holes and you see all these holes in your fence and you're wondering if it's a woodpecker. No, it's them. It's the carpenter
Oh.
bees. And then when they come into your face, they literally come in front of you and hover.
Oh. Maybe I have seen them.
And they stay like right there. Like they don't and you're moving and they're like moving with you. And you're like, okay, what is your problem?
I didn't
Those
know
are
what that
carpenter
was.
bees.
I
So
didn't know
and
what
it's
that was.
like they're territorial. So I'm like, if you come in my face one more time, heifer, one more time.
Bug zapper. I could see
I was hitting them with a box, like with a piece of cardboard. Like if you come in my face one, because what I will not do is go into my own backyard that I paid for and be taking care of and you in my face. And it's like and their buzzing is so loud, like you can feel the vibration. And they start vibrating and shaking and they start shaking. So I'll be on my patio under the umbrella. I'm trying to eat my salad and drink. I'm not even exaggerating. This is how this bee is. I'm like, you got an attitude problem. You got a
There
real
was something that
attitude.
followed me a couple of times around the
problem.
yard, but I didn't know what it was. It was moving too fast.
Yeah, Gina's right. They're terrorists. They're good pollinators, but they're a problem. And if you go into where they live, they start giving you a little attitude, like, "What are you doing over here?" Is different from the bumblebee. Bumblebees live in a good. Okay, yeah, they look the same to me, but I know there's difference. But I call them bumble. But I know it's a carpenter bee because I see them going into the beam into the and they live in their wood. The bumblebees, one bumblebee wouldn't leave me alone. I was almost to the point where I was going to take off my shirt because he was going under my clothes. I was going to tear off my shirt in public. And then my sister was like, my sister had to slap me. Calm down. Stand still. And then she had to go under my shirt and grab it. And then she threw it upon the floor. He was going in my clothes. It was I'm like, what is your problem? So I was just take off his shirt. And then they're like, the neighbors
are wow.
I was gonna strip down and I said, you wouldn't leave me alone. So she had to like slap me, calm down, stand still. I was grabbing and I was having a huge meltdown, but now that wouldn't happen. Now I'm like, nah, man, I'm a farmer now. I can handle you. Hold on, let me see here. There's another huge black bee called spider hawk, and they dig the cement from under the porch. They dig cement. That's a lot to dig
And
through
their sting
cement.
hurts.
Like mm,
We have wasps. That's
they hurt
totally
like a
different.
scorpion. Oh,
But the
I'm
wasp are, oh, they hurt like a, that's like a wasp sting. But wasps are good because wasps will eat other bugs. And I didn't realize that until recently because I was going to kill those
me
jokers.
too. I wanted to get rid of them.
So
I was gonna
they're not,
spray into their nest with that foam stuff.
yeah.
And I sprayed a couple of the past, but I stopped because they eat
Yeah.
those other bugs and the
Yep.
mosquitoes. And now
Yep.
I don't have so much mosquitoes who are tormenting me in the backyard.
So I
We
leave
could
them
not go in
alone
my
now.
backyard for more than 5 minutes. And when I first moved here, the mosquitoes would eat you, had their knife and fork ready to eat you.
Yes.
Now they only eat you from behind when you're bending down digging dirt. You'll feel some pinches in your bum. And you're like, what's my bum itchy? Because they go behind you now and they bite you in your bum.
You're all stung up on your behind.
Yeah, I'm like, why do I have all these bumps on my bum
How
cheek?
did they get
Yeah,
through the
because
blue
you be
jeans?
bending over, digging, and planting, and then that's coming behind you, and you feel like an hour or two later because you feel all these itchy. Yeah. Oh, Link, please hold on. I'm coming. I'll drop it, Gina. Let me go get a drink in the meantime.
Oh,
I'll bring you up and I'll go get a drink real quick. Hold on. Where is? I just saw a comment. Hold on. I always said I would make my first viral video if I ever videoed myself running, screaming, and fighting bees. I'm telling you, if that was on camera, you guys would have been rolling on the floor laughing. I was like, ready to take off my clothes. And my
that's
dad was
kind of
sitting there
like
laughing at
our
me.
what is it? Our fire ants. Because I'm from New York initially, and I thought it was just like a little black ant up in New York. Oh no. Fire ants are another one, and they
I
attack
hear
in
those
groups.
Southerners talking about them down south that don't play with no fire
I'm down
ants.
in Texas. Yeah, they will
Don't step on their net, on their thing. They'll come up on
or
your leg
dig.
like
And when you dig in your garden, you dig, and then they'll all come out, and it looks like a pool of them. Thousands are coming out at the same time.
so you gotta
Man.
wear boots and like you have to wear like proper like
And
boots so they don't can't get to your
first time,
feet.
the first time they went up because they don't or they one don't bite. It's like they send off a signal and they all bite at the same time. So they'll go up your jeans because this happened to me real life when I moved out here in Texas. They'll go up your pant leg, right? And then you'll feel one bite and then you'll feel 10, 15 of them, right? Second, like a second later, they all attack. So, man,
That
those
is
things are
scary.
terrible. Hi,
I
Gina.
wouldn't. Hey, Gina.
I wanted to say with them a carpenter bees. Hey, Fifi. Um, I hit them with a racket that does not kill, that does not unalive them.
Oh
They
my God,
are
no.
too big to unalive by that shock. So what it does
You
is though it
sound right.
disorients them. So when I
Oh,
hit them, they hit the ground, and then you have to further do your
oh, you gotta
whatever you
finish him
need
off.
to do
Oh no.
to
Oh,
unalive them. But they have to go. Hey Joe, they have to go because
Fifi's like that didn't sound right. They bite you from behind.
they were tearing up my fence post. And last summer, last spring, I think we did it. We got a new fence, and we have a
Mhm.
privacy fence, 6 feet wood privacy fence. You are not about to destroy what we just spent good money to get done. So I had to go in hard on those dang on carpenter bees. But they are big. They're not like bumblebees. They're not like the little size bees that you see flying around your garden. And the first year I saw them, I didn't know what they were. So I was welcoming them into my garden. But Urban is right. They are territorial. Every time I would come into my garden, they wouldn't even be in the garden. They would come and they would hover. And I'm like, hold on, this is my garden. You ain't about to, you better get
wow.
on over there. So last summer, when I realized what they were, because they were drilling holes into the post, I was like, you got to
Mm-mm.
go. I went to the store and got them rackets.
And then these
What was
bees, all bees, but the carpenter
be
bees and the
shot?
bumblebees will take naps. You'll wake up in the morning, go to your garden, and you'll see these random bees laying down dead. They're not dead. They're taking a nap. They got the itis. They got the bee-itis that from all the pollen, and they just wherever they finish off, they just drop on the pedal and drop and then lay and sleep. And I'm like,
Listen, my Renaissance grandma, me too, badminton.
badminton.
And then I further unalive them because no, bumblebees are welcomed. Bumblebees are welcome. Carpenter bees, they are
I'm ready for them this year. I'm ready. I got my racket.
And you're not gonna see them if you don't have wood. So that's why you might not see them, Jamaica. If you don't have any wood, certain things that they're gonna drill into.
Yeah.
And they can smell, I think they can smell the wood because they gravitate to,
Yeah, because I have damn firewood under the deck, and that's where they're probably going to.
You know what's funny though? I never had a carpenter bee problem until I had a garden.
Yeah, never. That's probably what happened.
Because we've been in this house over 10 years. Never had carpenter bees drilling into our fence. Now, we didn't replace the fence because of the carpenter bees, mind you. It needed to be replaced. But they sped up the process of me getting it done because they were huge. They just drill into your wood.
Wow.
It's probably worse than dealing with termites. I've never had termites, but I'm sure it's probably just as bad. I don't like them though. I don't.
I hope I don't get those. I hope I don't have those because something was following me around the yard last summer. I didn't know what it was though. It was moving too fast. I thought it was a dragonfly.
You would know. You're not going to just see one. There's usually I usually saw them in pairs. Every time it was always two. And even if I killed one, here's two more. There's another one that still joined the one that I didn't get. Until I stopped seeing two. And then I knew I was down to the last one. And then I didn't see anymore.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I'll if I see them, I'll get the racket. I'll find the racket.
No, they're easy to find. This is a zapper. They work, and what's funny is the microscopic ones that you don't see that are flying around all the time, your racket will you'll know they're getting hit because your racket will keep going off and you're like, what?
There's nothing there.
I'm like, I'm just walking. It's getting all the microscopic little
I could use that. Well, I'm gonna put a thing up for the chicken coop because I use the fly trap for the chicken coop, the old one where you pull it down and it's all sticky. But I might do that instead.
It will work. It catches everything. It don't just catch big stuff that you're seeing. It catches everything. I look a mess because I'm literally like not doing anything today. I haven't done anything.
Every bug have a purpose. Who is this? Fifi's Urban Homestead Life said, don't be spraying the pollinators. Every bug has a purpose, whether it's food for the other insects and birds.
I don't spray them, Fifi, but them carpenter
bees down. I try not to kill the the purpose of this. What are the purpose of the snails? The snails are eating all my vegetables, but they do have a purpose because they're feeding my chickens. I go out there and harvest my turnips, and I harvest a bottle of snails and give it to the chickens every day if I can find any. I mean, it's just they do serve a purpose. They're dual purpose. They're getting some to taste my tasty vegetables, and they provide a protein source for my chickens. And the shells are also good for the chickens because chickens eat the entire thing. They eat the shell and everything. It helps them break down their food. So
it's probably no different than the diatomaceous earth that people put in their food.
Right.
There's crushed up shells in that.
Well, the DE is for the parasites. Because it
has crushed. That's what I'm saying. I can see them eating the shell of the snails because there's crushed up shells in that.
I was going to ask Jamaica, do you give your kids give your girls?
Might as well be my kids.
They're not my damn kids. You give your girls oyster shells and grit, or just oyster shells?
I don't give them either. I give them snails.
So you don't do none of. Okay.
Nope. I've never done anything. I've had them for a year and a half. I'm new to the game also, but I've
Hmm.
never given them oyster shells. I hear about it. I put down diatomaceous earth in their coop because I don't want them to have, the mites and
Them,
the
yeah, those
bug
bugs. Yeah,
problem. And they go around the yard and pick up dirt, and then I feed them a lot of snails, and they eat the shells of the snail, and I think that's what's doing it because they
I
eat the
do give
whole
them
thing.
oyster because I had a few of them when they first started laying that had like the no shell. It was just like the membrane and the yolk, but there was no shell.
Oh,
I've had that
but
a
that's a
couple of.
protein. That's protein.
Is it protein? I thought it was
If you give
calcium, so I
them
gave them that for calcium, but maybe it was protein. I'm not sure what
it's
it was.
protein. So I give them the chick feed every now and then. It's
Hmm.
expensive though. The chick feed is way more expensive than the other stuff. And I give them table scraps.
I give them.
Anything
Oh
that
no,
we
they
can
be eating
eat,
rice and peas over
I
here,
give it to them.
and curry goat. So they be eating food over
See?
here. But I was
Yeah.
getting a few with a soft shell, not often because they were so young. They were new to laying, but I put oyster shells just so they can have it for calcium if they need it, quote unquote calcium. And I give them more protein with beans. I give them like chickpeas. I give them. Somebody gave me a
That'll
bag of
work.
gunga peas that was like weeble, but I cook it outside and give it to them
Mhm.
cool and let them have the gunga peas.
You could feed them the
And
weebles. You should have fed them the
that too.
weebles.
Well,
The
the
weebles
weevils
are
are in the pot. The
protein.
weevils are up in the pot cooking up with the peas,
Oh,
and then I cool it and then I just throw it in their dish and then they eat that. So yeah, they eat all of that.
yeah.
They eat the gunga peas and the weevils and whatever other bugs are in that bag.
Mm.
Um, I give them
Sometimes
chia
my shells
seeds.
are so
Mine are hard. Mine
Sometimes the
I have to
shells on
crack
my
it like a
chickens are so
hammer.
thick I could barely break them.
Yeah, mine are
They're
thick.
very thick.
I give them
Yeah.
chia seeds now. I give them quinoa. I have a whole bunch of stuff that people gave me because the mice in their garage was chewing through the bag, so they don't want to eat it. So I just
Hmm.
soak it and make a porridge, a cold like overnight oats thingy in their dish outside, and then I put it in their dish in the run. I have a special dish that I have a lid on that stays outside. I just soak it overnight. In the morning, I just throw it in their dish and they gobble it up. So I think they're getting enough. Hold on, Fifi's saying something. One second here. Um, Calcium deficiency is the shell
Calcium.
will result in shellless eggs. Yeah, that's why I ended up getting the oyster shells. But do I need grit?
Really.
Because that's supposed to help them with
Grit is to break down
their
the food
crop.
in
Yeah,
their
to break down the food.
thing
They
in their
need little
crop, right?
rocks. Yeah, they need little rocks in
Yeah.
their crop to break down the food. Or even soft eggshells. Yeah, but I haven't had a problem since, so it's been okay. But I wasn't sure if they need
Maybe
because I find the girls. I made a dust bath for them with sand, DE, and peat moss. I watched Diva in the Dirt adds peat moss to her mix, so I said, okay, let me add peat moss to mine, so it's not so sandy. And I put some natural cat litter in it too, but it's so raw, it's so grainy. But they be going there eating the cat litter
oh,
kernels, like it's made of DE and clay, and they be eating the large rocks. I guess that they like it for grit, I guess. So I'm wondering, do I need to give them
yeah.
grit because they're eating it anyways? So no, you don't need to be grit.
I
Okay.
don't I'm gonna be a bad chicken owner because I don't have a dirt bath for them. They just dig a hole in the yard and they see them flopping around in there. And the only thing that I can say that I'm doing differently than you is that I give them chick feed.
I
And
I
chick
I
feed has
do
a
as well
higher.
because Fifi mentioned that in the winter. 'Cause I said they're molting. She goes, add more protein. So she goes, I was in the store shopping live, and she said, yeah, buy the starter feed that I think was
Yep.
like almost 20 something percent, or it had a lot of
Hmm.
percentage anyways, and mix it with the
Hmm.
layer feed and just kind of keep them on a higher protein diet until they're finished molting. But then now two of them are molting now. I'm like, what the hell? Don't you guys do it at the same time? Like
No. And
it's
they look so
February, it's
bad when
cold.
they're molting. They look like they have a disease. They look
It
terrible
looked
when they
funky.
molt.
Hey, tactical. I see pop in there,
Hey,
and
Basically,
Billy.
everybody else I waved
grit.
to. So
Yeah. See,
so your dust bath,
he
you don't
said,
give them
yeah,
a
you
dust
don't need
bath?
grit.
Okay,
Hmm?
no grit then. I'll keep them with the oyster shells. It's cheaper anyways.
I just let them dig a hole in the yard and they flop around. They did it themselves. I didn't dig nothing.
So you don't
I
put
just
DE in
saw
the
them.
hole that they dug. You don't sprinkle some DE in there for them to.
I only put DE in their coop because I don't want bugs in there.
I put DE in the dust bath and they'd be up in there bathing, splashing all over the place. And then the DE spreads all over the place, which I like because so that it keeps the bugs down. I put DE in their dust bath because the DE
I
goes
don't have
under into their feathers and keeps the mites from going in their down.
I don't have a
And I
dust bath
sprinkled
though.
one girl personally. I grabbed her and I put DE
I told you
on
I'm a
her
bad chicken
body to
owner.
keep her from getting yeah.
I don't have a
You
dust
don't
You're
need
not
bath.
a bad
a
chicken
dirt.
owner. Everybody does it different. And your chickens look fine. You have a large space for your chickens, though. They
Her
have
Mm-hmm.
chickens
like,
are spoiled. Jamaica's chickens are
yeah, your
spoiled.
chicken space is like the size of my garden space. It's large.
There's a million of them out there though.
Oh, so Fifi saying that you're right. She's like, you don't need a dirt bath if they have a yard. They'll make their own. So
Mhm.
that's what they did. They made their own dust bath.
And they get the grit from the dirt and because the grass is gone over there. It's gone. And
I think
another
your
thing,
area is way bigger than mine. Your area is way bigger than mine. Your chicken run. So they have pretty
mhm,
much a whole backyard. So they have a lot of options. Mine have a 8x6 run. And they've
but I
dug
have a
all the
lot.
rocks from there. There's nothing left in there for them to dig. So I'm
Oh,
throwing stuff in
oh,
there to add so they can look for stuff and then they have that same like foraging kind of experience. No, you don't
mhm.
have okay, so I'm not doing no grit. We're done with the grit. We're just gonna do I'm doing the oyster shells as they need them, and that's it. I
And when I
purchased
was
carpenter bee
mixing the
nest on
chickpea
Amazon. What? He made a nest for them?
carpenter,
No, you can, though. I'm not
really?
purchased. I saw
She's
that
like, hell
message and
no.
I'm
She was
like,
like, uh-uh.
they gone.
Oh, if you buy a nest, they will not burrow into your wood and your garden will benefit.
I don't trust it. I got a lot of wood back there, and it's not cheap to buy wood.
Wood
And
is
the
Yeah.
not
post
cheap.
is the most expensive part to replace in your
Yep.
fencing because it has to be cemented in. No,
Right. Right.
no. They
Putting up
better
fences
they
is not
better
cheap
show
anymore.
value in somebody else's yard because this ain't the one. I'll take all the other
I will not
pollinators.
be
I
doing a
get the
soldier
butterflies and
yeah, I'm
everything.
not doing that Rain.
Chicken
I don't like
owners
handling
start
larvae. That is disgusting to me. I'll buy the freeze dried ones. So if you want to open a
putting
company,
meat
I'll buy them from you, but
waste.
I will not be breeding no maggots
Will have
over here.
soldiers larvae to feed the
Mm-mm,
chickens. I thought
mm-mm,
about doing
mm-mm,
that, but the smell, the
mm-mm,
smell.
mm-mm.
That's what I'm.
Fifi,
But I put it over there, and I
I'm
told
sorry,
a neighbor I don't
to be
like.
gender biased, that's man work. That's man work. I am
I
not
put it
having
in
no
this corner.
maggots. Mm-mm,
I put it in their
mm-mm,
corner. They'd be like, "Honey, why are there so many flies in
mm-mm.
our backyard?"
I don't even like seeing maggots in old chicken. We're not doing that. I will buy the freeze dried
I
one,
don't
sir.
mind. You know what? I might do that. That saves a lot of money. Regenerative
I will give
life
you my money
laying.
freely. I will give you my money. Take it. You do it for me. I ain't put no maggots, no live. Mm-mm. I purchased a black
It's
soldier
no
fly
different than
farm.
making that fish emulsion tea. That fish tea. Now that's the worst. That smells really bad.
That stinks. And get
That
that on
fish
your
tea.
clothes. Good luck getting that out.
Oh Jesus! Yes, I
God.
got some of my clothes from the 9/11. Oh my God!
It's
I
isn't it
thought it
511?
had
You call
went
it
under my
911?
skin. I got some
You
of it
said
on me.
911, but it's 511 because it was
I mean
911.
5/11. I'm sorry. Wrong. 5/11 is 5/11. I put some of that on there and oh my God, I got it on my clothes and I
Good
couldn't
morning, Miss
stand
Nina.
myself. Good morning.
Hey, Miss Native. That stinks. That's absolutely smells disgusting. But then I realized because grow what's growing out the box recommended the blooming one, the all bloom I think it's called, same company but whatever it's called, and it's also made from fish but it doesn't smell. So I'm using
Mm.
that one now.
I
I'm
don't
not
think
buying no
all
more
bloom is
511.
made with from fish
It is. I'll show you. Trust me.
because I
What
use that too,
is
and it doesn't have a smell. And they have two different
really
purposes. One is
the
nitrogen. One
Alaskan?
is um what is all bloom, y'all? Is it
Sorry, not all bloom. It's more. It's this one. It's more bloom. That
right,
one.
more bloom. What is
I
that
have
more
an
Um,
bloom?
Alaskan one.
It says here for more abundant root growth. Use on all flowering plants. It says made with fish, but it doesn't smell.
It's probably
Mine
just made
does.
with fish. Fish emoji motion is basically probably almost 100% fish. That
Let me
stuff
look at
has
mine.
that stuff doesn't smell at all, and it's clear. It's a total different
Yeah, it's
color
clear.
than fish emotion.
Oh, mine is
That
mine is
fish
like
one,
molasses.
like
Mine look
look
like
at my nose up in
molasses.
there. It don't. That one stinks. That fish one
But
stinks.
that one is mostly what? What is that? That's not
0,
nitrogen.
10, 10. It says here. Um,
But what's the 10?
phosphate and potash. So
Potassium.
that means it's a P in the K. It's the P in the K.
Okay.
There's zero
Nitrogen.
nitrogen.
It's NPK,
Yeah.
right? So it's
Yeah, because N
nitrogen
is
is the
0,
first one.
P10, K10.
Yeah.
Derived
I've
from
used it
phosphoric
before.
acid, muriate of potash, fish solubles.
I
Information
probably
regarding
won't
contents
buy
and
it
labels.
again, but I've used it before. It's not bad, but I didn't need it. I buy stuff because I saw Gigi's Natural talking about that more bloom, and that's why I bought it.
Mhm. I
I'm
bought it
not
from the
buying
box. Yeah,
I'm not buying any more of that stuff, period. Because my soil without any of that stuff does what it's supposed to do.
I think so too.
Every
But I'm being
single time.
extra. I'm just being extra. I'm just dibble
I
I have
dabbling
a
in all the
question for
think
you all. Since we're talking about stuff like that, what do you all feel about raised bed
I
gardening?
am a
Because
raised bed gardener.
I swear by it. Raised
I
bed
don't do
garden
it
is in-ground gardening. You
because
just raise it up a little higher so you don't have to bend your back. It's in-ground garden.
that's why people should be doing it. But some people are just doing it. I see 20-year-olds with raised beds, and I'm like,
I
unless your
think that
soil is bad, you shouldn't. And or you're doing it because your body cannot physically go down that low. That makes sense. But
actually,
just to do a raised bed,
I'll tell you why I did raised beds. The unknown. I didn't. I got into gardening other without just knowing. All I knew getting into gardening is that I wanted to grow food. I didn't know anything
Mhm.
about understanding my own
Okay.
soil and this and that. If I had it to do all over again, I would have grew in ground because I do have good soil, but I didn't know that. So I went into it thinking, oh, there's nothing's going to grow out of my soil. Let me build this whole. And after the first year, I was like, girl, you should have just, because I grew corn in ground. Remember when I grew the corn?
Hmm.
I was like, I could just grow in my native soil. I could have done
But
that, but I did it because I was watching the internet
Right.
and other
Very
people were
expensive.
growing and raised beds. I was like, oh, I can do
A
that.
lot. A
It was
lot. I
but
mean,
this is
expensive.
the problem I find with people. They make it only one way. My raised beds are my native soil. I scraped it all
okay.
off from around the walkway and I put it back in the bed. All I did was
Mm,
add rabbit poop from my friend's rabbit, and I'm gonna put chicken poop in it this year, and a couple of bags of compost on top. So it is my native soil. Just I scraped it all around. Even my dad's house, same thing. We took all the beds, we dug up all the soil, and we put it in the bed
Hmm.
from the walkways and whatever else. So we didn't add nothing out. Only thing I added was bags of leaves to break down over winter. All the crops we chopped and dropped in there, and then all the his compost bins we dumped them in there and covered them with that fabric, and then we burned the hole so that he doesn't have to do any more weeding. But you
mhm.
don't have to use outside soil. That's not what we did. The
I
only thing is
did.
a compost bag that was just to build back the top layer from we bought some bags from the store.
I bought bags
But it's
of
not just
soil
this.
and compost, and it was expensive. I have
Exactly.
at the
Yeah.
time I had 3 8x4 beds. Yeah, it was
Mhm.
Wow.
expensive.
That's a lot.
That's very expensive.
Hmm.
So people act like raised beds is not natural. It is natural. Well,
No, no, no. It's
it
not
will
that,
be
that it's not
natural because
natural.
the worms are
Just
going to go from the bottom to the top and they're going to be mixing it all together. And
But
it's
most people aren't doing it that way either,
it,
Urban. A lot of them are like doing what I did. They're putting landscape cover over their natural soil and then
and
putting the
they're
raised beds
buying.
oh, they're
over
doing
that.
that. Oh yeah, we did. I didn't do that. I didn't cover
And,
nothing. I left it.
and that
Yeah.
I'm not talking about it not being natural. That's not the point. It's just the cost that you incur from doing raised beds. It's a lot of money. And the whole reason why I garden is to save money. So why I bought some raised beds and I just I put it half of them one together and I was like, I don't need this raised bed. Why did you buy it? But I have another property that's just full of rocks and the soil is trashed out there. So I can do
So
it
you had to
out
build
there
on
because
top
if
of
you
it.
have
Yeah,
rocky
yeah.
land that you can't do nothing on, you got to do raised bed. But out here in the Austin area, we got clay soil and it's there's nothing wrong with it. Yes, I add fertilizer and blood meal and bone meal when I have to, but out
Mhm.
here because the soil is good and I can grow in it, doesn't make any sense unless my back is hurting or something. When I get, when you get older, I can understand. Or if you're young and you have back problems, raise it up so that you don't have to bend over. And it's gonna cost you a lot of money to do that. It's not that it's not natural and people talk about leaching and all that stuff.
People say
That's
it's
not
not
what I'm
natural, and
worried about.
I don't agree
It's
with
the
that. It's
cost that
natural,
you
yeah.
incur.
But the
It's
leaves, like
not,
for
I
instance,
mean, it's just actually it's neater. It looks neater. It's
it
more
does. It does.
organized. If you want to know this bed has this bed has that, but you can actually do that in ground.
And
It's
that
just
part of
not
it helps
as
me
orderly
too,
as
because I
yeah.
am a little OCD. Y'all see how I get out of control. I get all messed up when those plants are doing too much. I'd be like, wait a minute, now your bed is over here. Why are you over there? I don't like it. I like
But the
uniformity. I like it to be
I've been
where it's
using, sorry
supposed.
to answer unicorn. I've been using the more bloom in my hydroponics for the vegetables, just to
Oh,
try it out instead of using the one that came with the units,
mhm.
and it's loving the fish fertilizer and the more bloom. I haven't used the aquaponics or the hydroponics fertilizer, and my stuff, I'll show you. I'll bring one over. It's huge. So it's not just for flowers. Like, we have to remember this is marketing. It says for flowers. Do you think roots are worrying about, oh, that's not for me, I'm not going to drink it? No, it's for any plant,
Mhm.
any flower, anything that needs growth. It's for anything, not just flowers. And I've been
Yeah,
using it on my leafy
mm,
greens, and they're huge. I'll show you in a second. Um,
yeah. And
Raised
when
beds
I
necessity
agree, a
for.
lot of things can be made cheaply, like
Mhm.
our chicken coops, our greenhouses. But ain't most of us ain't building stuff, sir. But you could come build it because I see you be over there building. And I know that.
ooh,
I
me,
love raised
I
beds, but they
do real
dry out
bad.
faster than ground level. I've never seen that. They dry out.
I
I don't know
love
about
raised
that.
Mine
beds, but
don't.
they dry
Mine
out
don't.
fast. Faster
Not
than they
No.
do if you put peat moss, a lot of peat moss into the soil mixture. If you don't have
oh,
the right
I can
consistency
Maybe,
of
see.
it,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I can see that. I was gonna say
I
mine
don't use
doesn't.
I don't use that mix. I use straight compost and leaves. So I never had that experience.
And I
I would,
definitely put a lot of scraps in mine. I literally just take scraps, dig a hole, and put them in my beds. This time of the year, up
yeah,
until we
yeah.
get to the spring, I'm always composting in place. Always. My soil
And
is just
then
fine.
Psalms is saying raised beds help her from the rabbits because the rabbits will chew up everything. It puts it
Yeah.
off the
I
ground
have
so they
rabbits
don't.
too.
Yeah.
but most people's raised beds aren't high enough for the rabbits to even care about. I've seen rabbits jump into people's raised beds. If you have a raised bed that is a foot
Some of them,
high,
yeah.
that rabbit is going to jump up in there and get it.
Mhm.
I don't care about the natural part. I don't care about all of that. I just don't. I'm looking at mine right now, and I'm like, how much money is it going to cost me to fill that thing up? And that raised bed cost me, and it was on sale, was $40. So that's $40 that I could have bought seeds with. And I'm mad at myself for buying. I bought three of them, although I could use it out in the other place.
Well,
But I
I'll tell
mean,
you,
I'm like, why did you do that?
my other three that I got after I had the three 8x4s, I have three 5x2s. Those I didn't do the same. There's nothing in between that
So
and the native soil.
who was that? I forgot the hustle. There was three
Oh, hold on,
back.
I'll go back.
He
That one,
said
Okay.
lots of
lots of the
stones.
stones and so that is only I'm in Austin area also. That's only on the west side of Austin or in Bastrop County. On the east side, it's all clay. I'm from the Austin area, so I made sure when I bought this property that I took a stick and I stuck it in the ground to make sure that it wasn't all rock. Because It happened to me before.
As far as
That
I'm
is a
concerned, as long as
beautiful
you're not
fig
putting
tree,
no fabric down between the native and the raised bed, you're doing in-ground gardening. You just propped it
Yep.
up.
You're just
Yep,
And
raising
that's
it
what
up so
I'm
your
doing.
back, so
I'm
you
in
save your
ground, but
back.
that's what I
I
did with
propped
my
it
other
up
tree. And
because
I
I haven't
actually
I
got
haven't
two
it was
more.
a no dig. I basically mine's a no dig bed technically. I didn't dig. I just put a box around it and added stuff on top, and the worms are now coming up. So that's no dig, and it's still in ground. It's as far as I'm concerned. If you're gonna put fabric down, which you might have to because people have moles, and I'm hearing some other things in the chat for other reasons, maybe you have invasive weeds or whatever, that's fine. But
I definitely
eventually,
have the weeds, but they
yeah,
didn't
some
care.
people have
The
some like
weeds don't care
bamboo and
about
all
the
that kind of
the
stuff.
stuff you put
Thank you,
down.
macro. So
They
it
came
depends on where you
through.
live, but
The
yeah,
weeds
it's
come
still
through
to
the
me
breeder.
in ground,
It
and
is.
those
It is
moles
in
ain't no
ground, but I
joke.
mean, it's not that it's not that it's not that people have raised bed, but the reason why people are doing it is because it seems like the internet is gearing them towards only
It
doing it
is.
in that type of
It is.
scenario instead of saying, I mean, every time I look, I see raised beds on all these, big
Yep.
time
Yeah,
channels, with the exception of a few. And I'm like, okay, well,
it's
why
it's
aren't they
for it's
showing
for
what a
their
farmer would
back.
do?
It's
Because
definitely for their
farmers
back.
are not
Not
using
most
raised
of them.
beds.
I think it's a lot of the internet. That's what it was for me. It was just me seeing other people doing it.
Yeah.
But
I
but
was not
it
doing no
works
in-ground
for me.
gardening because I can't
But
bend down on my knees
but it
and
works
sit
for
down next to the
me.
bed.
See, I still do a lot of bending, but it works for me because I'm a little OCD. So honestly, look at some of those content creators who have raised beds. Look at how neat
Very.
everything
Mhm.
stays. That's
Mm-hmm.
that's helping their OCD.
Right.
Yeah,
Trust me.
Yeah.
If they're very neat in how they have everything set up, that's helping their OCD. Trust me.
like how do you garden, Jamaica? Like, do you kneel down next to your beds, or do you sit down on a stool? Are you still very active and you can bend down for long periods of time? Because my when I bend on my
And I
knees,
can.
I feel like a pain, so I have to just like I can squat, but I can't stay on my knees.
I can
So I had
squat.
to find
I
something else.
squat down, and then I have a stool. I have a stool that another urban
Is it
backyard
a
container
kneeler
garden.
slash
He had a
stool? Yeah,
stool.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I got one
he
too.
has that. And it's only like $20, and I have that. But normally I just squat down and do what I have to do. And I noticed that since I've been doing that, initially it hurt. I mean, I was
Mhm,
barely
mhm.
getting up. I would have to turn the camera off, and I crawled back up because I didn't want y'all to see that part. But the more you do it, the better your body adapts. Now
Look
I
at you,
can do
mama.
it. I was like feeding my chicken, squatting down, and I was able to get up. So the thing is, if you don't
If
use
you
your
don't use it,
mobility
you
or
lose it.
don't
Yeah,
work your body
yeah.
in a certain way, after a while you can do it. Yeah. Yeah. You
That's
know
why I
what?
got
And I'm
my
not gonna
raised
say
beds
10
because I
years from
didn't
now
want
I'll
to
be able
have
to
to
do
be
that, but right now
bending
I'm just not
down.
old.
I still try to bend down and keep myself flexible, but like long periods of time, I'm like, I don't want to be in a
Yeah.
position where I can't garden because I don't have the infrastructure. Because that happened when the 2020 hit. We had already had the
Uh,
raised beds. So when my dad got the
oh,
thing, um, he could at least go on a stool and sit down next to the raised bed and reach and do work
and
without
do.
having to like so he could still garden, and it made actually all of our lives easier because we could get a stool, sit down. And I'm like, sometimes you're not as old as your parents, but it does make it a little easier when you want to sit up there for hours at a time
It does.
and really garden. So I think it's basically it looks pretty, it makes it organized and neat, but when you're not feeling well or you have other people of different ages gardening with you, because that's my goal is to have us all in one big house working together. He can't be bending down and huffing and puffing and digging hole. Like he can't do that anymore. And I don't want to. I like my raised beds. It's quite comfortable.
And but I also would say for those like you, Jamaica, who garden more in ground, and this is a prime example for content for that is the fact that you bought a raised bed, and while now you're second guessing that purchase because it will cost you less and all the other things that come with it. Share that. because that's why people are gravitating to the ones who show raised bed gardening, because they don't see a lot of the in-ground unless people are on homesteads.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you don't see a lot of in-ground gardening in
Right.
just your normal backyard garden for people. Even though we know, like in my neighborhood I grew up in, my neighbor grew in ground, literally almost his whole backyard in ground. So I saw it growing up, but then when I was looking into gardening as an adult and I saw people doing raised beds, I was like, "Oh, those are pretty. I like that. I could do that." And that's what I
But
did. But like
didn't
I
you have
said,
a
in
part that you
hindsight,
dug in ground,
Mhm.
Gina? Didn't
It
you have a
looks so
part that
much
you dug
neater,
in
but
ground that was rocky? I'm trying to think if I remember. You had
it's
made
not
a bed.
rocky. It's a
Was it tough?
combination, but it is a little more clayish. It is a little harder to
Yeah.
work up because I grew those I grew the corn.
Okay, it was the
That
corn.
was
Yeah, 'cause I
the corn
remember that's
video.
when I first encountered
Where
you,
I
and I'm
came
like,
back and my thing was up.
yeah, yeah, yeah. You're like, but that is why people end up doing
right,
raised
what?
beds, because the
That
ground was so tough. She was digging an in-ground bed. And that happened to me here too. The ground was so tough that by the time they're fighting to turn the soil, forget this crap. Forget that crap. I'm buying
I
4 bags
have
of soil
bought
and some compost. We're done.
this was the first year I grew corn. I bought a couple trays of starts, which is, why would you ever buy, don't buy starts for corn, y'all. Corn is so easy. But anyway, me not knowing, I bought some trays of
Oh,
starts,
she can always.
and I only had 17 or so plants. So I was like, oh, I'm gonna dig up around right in front of my fence line and I'll plant the corn there to grow in the back of the garden. And I came on camera showing what I had, what I was going to do. And I said, I'll be back. I'm going to, break up the soil and then we'll go and plant the stuff. Girl, I have my fence is 8 feet by 6. So they're 8 feet wide. So I was like, I'll do it between these 16 feet, these 2 panels of my fence. I did 8 feet. And I was like, the rest of this is going in a pot, because no ma'am. No ma'am. It was so much work just working up that small 8 feet of soil. I had a head wrap on and it was like twisted. When I came back on camera, I was out of breath. I was so
I gotta go and find.
I was so done with the whole process. I was like,
I'm gonna go
y'all.
through all your content until I find it.
Oh, I will repost it. It was funny, but it was real. It wasn't even like I didn't even do it for the camera. I got on camera and realized it was. I was like, y'all, my thing done twisted.
She was like, I'll be back in 5 minutes. And I had a feeling like it's gonna go left. She's like, and she was like, you know what? I'm done, guys. I'm done. We done. We are not digging any more holes.
That's why last night I said, this ain't, I ain't trying to flex or nothing. But I have come to a point in my life that I realized if I could pay somebody to do something, I'm gonna pay somebody to do it. I'm gonna quit saying I'm gonna do it, because I get out there and I'd be like, nobody said it was gonna be this hard.
Back in the day, my dad's neighbor would
the hard part. I watch people.
He had a mini tiller,
and they'll put the seed in the ground, and then voila, it's done. And I'm like, that's not how it's supposed to go.
I will tell
That's not
you.
reality.
I'm gonna repost it right now, Auntie, because I was so like, y'all got me messed up. 16 feet. I had high hopes. Because I will tell you this much.
That was all of us. Because I had the same vision, and I said,
5 minutes. I'll tell you that. I don't know how long I was messing around.
I think it was about 45 minutes you were trying, and you said, no, guys, it's not.
The upside.
Y'all are broken up. I don't know if it's my end or your end.
For who, me or Urban?
We're both broken up?
Yeah, it's broken up. It's like splashing and
it's probably your Wi-Fi.
Oh, okay.
Give it a second.
Wait a minute. I think y'all are frozen. It's my Wi-Fi.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, but I can hear you fine, Jamaica. You're not broken up.
Too. But I did grow corn
No,
that
you
year.
two were broken up to me. Maybe it is my Wi-Fi.
Yep, it might be. I did grow corn that year and it turned out amazing, although the squirrel got most of it, but it did
Mm-hmm.
still, the ones I got were great.
We're good.
They were great. But I ain't gonna lie, it was a lot. It was a lot. And that was my first year growing corn. So last year, what I did is I had a little small area um, against the house that I tried to grow corn in, and it broke up better. Um, and this year, I don't know what my plan is as far as corn. I like growing corn. I like corn, but you got to have the space for it. And technically speaking, I probably really don't have the space for it. So I'm only growing like less than about 20 ears at most. About 20 ears. Last year they didn't get my squirrel, Keisha. They didn't get it last year. They didn't mess up. They didn't mess with my corn. But the first year I grew it, they did. Are you there,
Have
Irvin?
any of you all grown spearmint? I bought these seeds yesterday
Mhm.
because I couldn't find any
I was about
peppermint
to say I
anywhere
thought
else.
Irvin was frozen because she wasn't saying nothing. I have spearmint out there right now.
Did it take over your yard? Because I know peppermint took
Oh,
over
honey,
my
no.
mom's yard.
Yes, you put that in a pot. Mine ain't in my yard.
Okay. All right.
Absolutely put that in a pot.
Okay. I was
And it's gonna
wondering
go
because I was
crazy
like,
in the pot. So put it in a good sized pot because it cement will it's plentiful.
okay.
And I dehydrate
Yeah,
some of
she has it
mine
all
and
over her
then
backyard. It's just
yeah, I dehydrate it and then you could just put in your teas or whatever,
mhm,
whenever.
that's what I want for.
Oh yeah, you're gonna
It's
have
one
plenty of
funny. I
that
could
mint
only
this
find
year.
I could only find spearmint. I couldn't find peppermint. Could not find it.
I
So
will check
I
and
got
see if I
spearmint.
have peppermint and I can send you some, but I
I guess
don't
I could
know.
go.
Where's my
If you
my
don't, I
thing?
can go online. I checked two stores, and this is all I could find.
I'm
So
like, where's my case of seeds? Yeah, I don't know. Let me see what the chat's saying. Yes, Miss Dave, I thought about renting an electric tiller. Um, but yeah, I will be growing corn. You are for the first time this year. I'll be watching Wayne. Oh, aquaponic? I definitely will be watching it. I don't all mints in a pot. That's right, Auntie, because they will take over. I couldn't find spearmint. You couldn't find spearmint, but you got peppermint. My Renaissance. I did get that Greek
oh,
mountain tea mint, but I have let me see. I have spearmint out there right now, and it actually did not die so far, but it snowed yesterday. I got like 4 or 5 inches of snow yesterday. I'm over that too. Jamaica, I was watching rewatching your putting together of your greenhouse because I was trying to decide on which brand. I have peppermint. I'll send you some peppermint.
thank you,
Yeah.
thank you. All right.
But and I would grow both because they're both good.
Okay.
But I was like, because what I was watching it for is I was like, should I try to put this thing together myself? Jamaica put hers together, so let me go back and watch her video again and
That was
see what
not
she
easy.
said as far as putting it together. So I remember you like, oh, it was a lot. So and
You
you
know,
didn't secure yours, you didn't secure yours to anything.
no,
And you haven't
because
had any
it's
problems?
none. I have it. It's right up neck out of my back, like over here on the side of my house. It's already on cement, so I don't have to worry about it sinking into the clay soil.
Uh-huh.
If I did strap it down, there's nothing really I can strap it down to, and behind it there's a tree. The only thing that I'm worried about is that the tree limb might crush it. I'm not worried about the greenhouse moving. I'm worried about the tree. So
Gotcha.
no, it hasn't moved. And we had a bad wind. We have windstorms out here all the time. So it has not moved. We haven't had a hurricane yet, but hurricanes, mess with everything. So
They do. I'm
if
trying
we
to see if
do, I'll
I
try
have
to
any
I'll try
packets.
to you could bolt it into the ground, but it's hard to bolt it into cement. I can't bolt it down or stake it down because it's
Yeah,
on a
I saw
cement
some
slab.
people doing that with cement. And I was like, how are they getting it? But those are probably people who work with bolting things to cement. Because I watched a lot, y'all.
Yeah.
I watched a lot of greenhouse content. A lot. And I will say that a lot of people, even like you, who put theirs together themselves, they were like, it was a lot. It was a lot. They said it was a lot because it's a lot of small pieces. It's a lot of pieces, and it's timely. And I'm like, I just wanted to get up. So if the
It
people, if
took
I'm,
me it took me about 8 to 10 hours
the whole
to
for
put it
both
together.
days to get combined, because then you do 2 days.
Yeah, but I started. It might have been 8 hours because I started. I was procrastinating. I did not want to put that thing together. So
Hmm.
I started in the afternoon, and then I ran out of daylight, and then I had to come back the next day and finish it off. But it seems like a lot initially because if you look at my face at first I was like, I don't know. I
I
think I,
remember.
you know, I think I outdid myself. I think I made a mistake. But then once you get everything organized, like you put all the pieces together and then you do your inventory, make sure you have all the pieces before you start. Then, I mean, the more you get it together, the more your mind says to you, I could do this. It's not heavy. It's just that
Right.
you don't know until you know that it's simpler. You think about something, you think it's so hard, and then when you do it, yeah, it's a little hard, but it's not as hard as you thought it was going to be. So that's how that greenhouse was.
Well, I also
And
know, like,
I'm
the
glad I did
clamp,
it.
all the little clamps that's around the plastic, because then you have the clamps that kind of secure your plastic from like really moving and stuff.
No, it's in the rods. The rods have grooves, and you slide it into those grooves, and then it compresses, and it's like putting a window frame together.
So
There's no
yours didn't have
clamps.
any clamps at all. Those little metal clamps. I thought yours did had some.
I had screws that had to go through some of it, but I don't remember clamps. The only thing the
When they
clamps
really,
was
when I
was
say
to
clamp,
put the rods together.
they don't clamp onto anything. They kind of just popped in these spaces. Maybe it wasn't yours. It
Right.
was some
There's
other.
slots in the rods
Mhm.
in the framing. There was slots where you slide the sheets into, so it encases it and it
Okay.
can't move. But there's no separate clamp for it. It's the actual framing that holds
Maybe
the
I'm thinking about
siding.
Clausen's World, because I think she had clamps on hers. She had a different brand. Yours was the Bacos or something like that.
Vivo, or
Yeah,
was
something
it?
like
I
that.
forget. Vicos. Yeah.
She had the Tractor Supply one, and then I didn't end up getting either. I ended up getting a uh Pelram or something like that is called. And the only reason why I picked that one, they all look the same. Let me just start there. It looks like yours, but the only difference is instead of the sliding door, which I did not want, it has a door that opens and closes, which is
Oh,
what I
mine
want.
opens and closes. Mine is open and closing.
Right.
Mine doesn't
But this,
slide.
the thing I liked better about this door is that the I call it plastic, but the paneling was
Hmm.
kind of like cutesy. It had like a little decorative little thing happening with it on the front door
Oh,
part of it. And I was like, oh, now I did have to pay yeah, probably a little bit more because I know the one that Clausen got was like 300 or 400.
that's how much
And
mine was. About
yeah, this
four.
was like $100 more. Thank you. Who
I
said thank
saw
you? Hold
another
on.
one though. I'm like,
D macro. I'm
I
like,
saw
I
one
don't
at
know what
Costco.
happened. It kicked me out of my
I,
own damn live, and then D macro called me. Do you? And I hear you guys talking. I'm like, okay, they're having their own little talk. They can keep it going while I reboot.
Well, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to keep it going.
Yeah,
I knew you
I'm
did
like, they know the mission. They got the memo. Just I'm rebooting.
Now, I do have some questions for both of y'all.
Mm.
What breed, I guess you could say, chickens do you have?
Barred Rock.
I only have 3 breeds. I'm sure Jamaica has 5,500. I have but she got a whole bunch of chickens, fancy
Yeah.
ones. I got red
I'll
sex
say-
links. Those are a hybrid. The Rhode Island Reds are pure, but these are egg laying breeds. So red sex links. I have 2 black sex links, and I have 2 barred rock. The 2 barred rock are heritage breeds. They are not laying no eggs right now. They're just sitting there getting fat.
That's what they do.
Yeah,
That's
Cookie
what they
is fat,
do.
fat. But I'm looking to get, hopefully by, because August they're available, ready to lay Easter eggers. They kind of have an
Uh-huh.
ivory grayish color. They're quite
Oh,
pretty to
I
look
have
at.
that one.
They look pretty. They look pretty to look at. I like my birds pretty. I don't like ugly birds. So red
Rhode
sextons are
Island
not
Reds was
very pretty to
ugly
look
too.
at, but they lay you some damn eggs every day. But they're not
Rhode Island
cute
Reds
to
are
me.
good too, though. Rhode
Yeah.
Island Reds, they lay them big brown eggs. Those are
And the
you
red
like
sex links
eggs.
are very docile. Like they're cool. They're very docile. They're not afraid to come to me. The barred rocks are they don't want to come to me. If I put my hand out, they are the 2 that will not come. The black ones and the red ones will come right to my hand and eat out of my hand. So they have
Mhm,
different personalities.
mhm.
But it depends. Do you want pretty bird or do you want an egg laying bird? And do you want cold tolerant bird? You need a cold tolerant bird
I
as
know
well.
that too. I was
Yeah.
looking at the what's the ones that's kind of brownish, yellowish colored?
Uh,
Easter egg?
Mm-mm.
There's Australorps.
Brownish.
I'm looking at the chat. There's Copper Morans. There's
No, not the copper moran.
um
Mm-mm.
let me look at
I'll tell you in a
some
minute.
breeds. Yeah.
I was reposting that video. I almost forgot.
No problem.
Are you
I
gonna
was
get them from
gonna buy
Tractor Supply?
chicks. I was gonna buy chicks, but
I got it on
I'm still not
Amazon.
gonna buy chicks.
I got it on Amazon, which is what I call Amazon.
Oh, amazing.
I got it on Amazon, and it's supposed to be here next week. But I
Yeah,
don't need America in my head trying to tell me that I could put it
you
together
don't get everything
myself.
in one bird. Exactly. You don't.
You can. You
Oh,
can
Isa
do it.
Brown. She's asking if it's Isa Brown you're talking about.
Mm-mm. No. Hold on.
Yeah, you definitely need cold tolerant. Do not get no silky if you're in Ohio, unless you're gonna be putting out a.
Silkies are so cute, but they're so fragile.
Delicate. Yeah, so that's not gonna work over here. Unless I
I
have.
think the
Well,
Rhode
one lady
Island Red
has
is the
silkies,
best
but she
one.
has them in a heated house, so it's like, I ain't got time for that.
And the
Buff
cochins,
Orpington.
they are beautiful.
Buff
Is it Buff
Orpington.
Orpington?
There you
Yeah,
go.
that's what Lily.
Buff
Not Lily.
Orpington.
Lydia
I
has
have
them.
that.
I was
I have
looking
that.
at that one.
They're good. They're good.
And I think that I might have said the color wrong. I thought it was like a blondie,
Goldie, blondie. Yeah,
color.
yeah. You're right.
Maybe.
But there's so many birds we couldn't figure out which one. Yeah.
Yeah. So
They're
think I'm gonna
fatties,
do-
eh? Buff are
Hmm?
fatties. They're fatty birds. Like they're thick.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna get a couple of those because I know they tend to do. At least I've heard they tend to do do well in cold climates.
Fifi, do they
I
get
think
broody?
Fifi
Do
has
those get
some
broody a
too.
lot?
Hmm?
I know that the barred rocks, they be getting broody. Cookie
They don't
biscuits been
lay.
trying to hatch an egg for weeks. I'm
They
like,
got some nerve being broody when they don't lay any eggs.
she ain't laying no eggs. There ain't no rooster, and you're sitting on a ceramic egg. One egg at that. You're not too bright, man. You're not too bright.
I think the Rhode Island Reds, that if I was to pick a breed, the Rhode Island Reds would be the one. They got them those big brown eggs, and they lay almost every day.
Which one you said? The Rhode Islands?
Rhode Island Red,
Okay.
and they're friendly, and they're super friendly. Those are
I
the
don't know
ones
why
that
it
when I
feels
go
like
into the coop,
I
go
heard
ahead.
something about those. I don't know though. Maybe it wasn't that one.
Rhode Island. Okay. I saw them, but I ended up getting the red sex links because they had a high egg production
My
production.
Rhode Island. Well, I can tell you what I have. I have two of them, and they've laid every day. Let me look and see if I have brownies or almost every day, and they're huge. Let me see if I have an egg out.
Mm-hmm. And then Miss
So
Native is saying she has black australorps. I don't have those ones.
this this is a Rhode Island red egg, and this is a regular egg.
Oh,
Oh, that's hefty.
oh,
So
That's
this
hefty.
is what they lay almost every day, and I know this is a Rhode Island red. One of them didn't lay today or yet. I mean, and then I
wow.
have backyard. I have a backyard breeder, and I don't know what those chickens are. They're just mixed up with
The
everything.
two sisters
So
that you have, Jamaica, you have two sisters that you had to cut their wings. What kind are those ones?
backyard.
Oh, they don't know
That's
what
what
breed they
the
are?
that's that back black astrolabe and a white. I don't know what kind of bird he was. They had babies, and this is their eggs. Their eggs are small. They just started laying. So here is the Rhode Island red egg and one of those white bird's eggs. They lay every day
Okay.
also, but their eggs are way smaller.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Jamaica, do your buff Orpingtons lay all year?
I don't have I don't have
Oh,
buff
you don't
or
have that one. Okay. Fifi was asking
mm-mm.
if anybody who lives in a warmer zone. I know Miss Cherokee is in a zone not as cold as ours. I don't think it is, in my
They
opinion,
are
Fifi,
pretty
but
red,
it's she still
crazy
gets
pretty,
cold.
but they lay in the winter. Is
Sorry,
he
hold
talking
on.
about the Rhode Island
Miss
Reds?
Native
Oh,
lost a hen egg bound. She died four
what
days
does that
before
mean?
they
Egg
turned
bound.
a year. They couldn't get their basically it's constipated. The egg couldn't get out. It's stuck in there. And when the
You
this
know
egg
what
is
Oh.
I
stuck,
did?
they can't go to the bathroom and they can't lay the egg. They're just
But you can
Oh.
fix
stocked up.
that. And I might be a crazy chicken lady because I, first of all, Cruella, who is a black astronaut, she got egg bound. I took her and I submerged her in some warm Epsom salt,
Mhm.
magnesium, because you know magnesium go make you go to the bathroom, right? And I sat down with her. There's a video on it. I sat down like a half
Oh,
an
I
hour
watched
with
it. You
that.
gave her a spa treatment. I watched the whole thing.
No, that was a silky, wasn't it? That was
You
a
had
silky. The
no,
silky was
you
just
had the
dirty, but the
silky. You
black
gave a blow dry.
astronaut
You
was.
blow dried the silky and gave her a whole wash and set. But you actually soaked the other one in the salt water. I watched that too. Cause I had to soak one in a
Yeah,
salt bath
that's
to
the
get
one.
the poo off of her, and so I had to give her a wash and set as well and blow dry her. It was funny. I turned into a crazy chicken lady later too. Yeah,
That's silky.
I'm washing
I
the chicken
sat
with
I
like,
sat down in the middle of the chicken coop. That chicken was so nasty. Oh my god. So
and she
nasty. I
was
had to do it.
pecking
It
you.
would have
That's why she
died.
got caught because she was
Um,
pecking you. I was
but
like,
the
this
black
video is too
astrolob,
funny.
she was egg bound. She was egg bound. And that one's funny too, because I grabbed the black astrolabe and I held her under some Epsom salt for about a half an hour. And I was sitting out there
Hmm.
on my stool. I didn't feel like doing it, but I didn't want the bird to die. And then she was still backed up. So I got a one of those I have these droppers that I use for my oils, like my essential oils, and they give me extra droppers. Took that dropper, I went and got some olive oil, and I shot her up with the sun don't shine. She's
Oh, you gave
fine
her
now. She's
enema?
still alive.
Oh, you gave her enema.
Yes.
Okay.
They
She didn't
say
see the
not to do it
signs.
because they say that she
She said
went.
she
She
didn't
went
see
to
the
the bathroom
signs. She didn't show
immediately
any
after
signs
that.
of egg bound, so she didn't know. Um,
They
yeah.
get
That's
it really
sad.
hot too. They don't move. They just stay still, right? You
And
see a
stand
chicken that's
around
off to
staring in space.
itself, they
Yeah.
don't move. They get, and then if you touch them, they feel like they're a furnace. Take them and soak them in some Epsom salt. Break the fever. And if you can't, if you have the stomach for it, give them an olive oil enema. I'm not telling you to do that. I'm just telling you that's what I did. Some people say that could kill your bird, but I did it twice to my bird, the same bird, because she's always in trouble. And she's still alive. She's still walking around.
But you got to weigh the cons. If they're constipated or egg bound, they're gonna die anyways.
It's the same.
So
It's the
the
same
olive
shoot.
oil
So
ain't
once
gonna
you
kill
shoot them
them.
up,
Yeah,
no, right. The olive oil just gonna release.
yeah. It's
It's
either
just
gonna
gonna
help
all
or,
come
but it's
out.
not gonna make it any worse. It's already,
Right.
detrimental.
The
Now, is it
worst thing
something
is
that
sauerkraut. When they get sauerkraut, that's what will kill them. And I don't know what to do about that.
I saw
That's when
Diva
they
what's
Diva in the
that?
Dirt did a video. She had to bring her in the house and she was massaging the crop, and she did a soak as well. And then she gave her drops of water, but she was like not eating. She was limp. She wasn't really herself, and gave her
yeah.
certain foods that kind
Mine
of helped.
passed.
She didn't die though. She's still around, but
Mine did. Mine
yeah.
did. Mine passed away. I had
So
Silky
what
that
is
passed away.
sauerkraut?
They
The food is in the crop. The food is sitting there. It's not
it just
breaking
sits there
down.
right here.
It's
Oh,
like acid
And they
reflux.
just
It's like it's sour.
it's
Yeah.
a fermentation from eating fermented stuff. If they eat too much fermentation, it just plugs their crop up because they don't really, I don't know if they have a stomach, but the food sits right here, right?
Yeah.
And you feel it, it's all, oh God, she passed away on me. I was so upset. I was so upset.
And
But
compacted crop is the same kind of thing. Honestly, don't read up on that stuff just
yeah,
yet because it'll just turn you right off.
yeah. But it only happened one time. I I blamed it on the hay, but I don't right now. I don't think it's the hay. I think she ate something that was just bad and got sick. Because
Yeah,
initially
she
I was
said
like,
it
I'm not going to
stinks
put any
real
more hay
bad.
in the
Take away
coop.
the
But
food, only water, and massage their crop. Massage their chest. Their
yeah,
bad breath. Yeah, the bad breath. I had a bad breath cat. He was but same thing. It stunk. Something was inside. Yeah, it wasn't good. Or hard crop. I'm telling you, I thought this would be like easy. I'm bathing chickens,
yeah.
massaging chickens, blow drying chickens, lotioning their foot. Like, what the hell happened? This is ridiculous.
I didn't blow dry the chicken.
I blow dried my chicken. I had to
I
blow
don't
dry her
like
and
the
get her
chicken
and put her
off.
back in the run. I put her on a cool setting and blow dried her feathers
Blow
back
dry
and
that
fluffed her
chicken.
back up. I gave her a wash and set. I
I didn't
told you,
blow
I gave
dry
her a
that
wash
chicken.
and set.
I gave her a spa treatment because she was a stick. Miss Nasty Pants need to.
now do either of you
She needed a
grow
bath.
for
She
your
stunk
chickens
dying.
Oh, for
specifically?
sure.
Huh?
Well, not specifically, but I know they love Swiss chard. They love arugula. They love any kind of collard greens, broccoli greens. They love
Yeah.
that. They don't like the red cabbage. They like green stuff.
Hmm.
They love all the stuff. Fennel, like
Yeah.
they lettuce, mustard greens. They'll eat
If it's green,
dandelion.
yeah.
They love dandelions. All
Mhm.
the weeds in your lawn, just dig them up and throw them in the coop. They love dandelions. They love kale. People bring all their scraps from their garden
Mhm.
out to my house and then just put it in the run. They know they're allowed. Well, two people are allowed. They like lilac bush. They love lilac bush. If you have that in your area, it helps
Oh,
with
I didn't know
parasites
that.
as well. So they love lilac bush. They like apples. I sometimes get some apples and put them on a string and hang them, and they just peck at it all day. Um, they love Swiss callaloo.
Watermelon.
Oh, they love watermelon and
Mm.
cantaloupe,
I
especially when
gave
you
them
freeze it
watermelon.
first, and they
Watermelon,
love that.
cantaloupe, honeydew. Mhm.
They love that. They
Hmm.
they like chicken. I give them some chicken. They love ham and
Oh,
bacon.
I give
Yeah.
them. I give them beef. I give any kind of meat, and I give them rice. People say you shouldn't
Oh,
give them rice,
rice.
but I
Yeah,
do.
they love rice.
I give them rice in the morning.
My I have a friend at a restaurant, so
They're
whenever I need
scavengers.
food,
They eat
they give
anything.
me worms, they like the cabbage worms, they like crickets, anything I just throw them in there, flies. When you catch flies, I just dump them in there. They eat that.
Mhm.
They even were pecking at a mouse, so they would have killed that. Yeah, they love greens. They
You
love
breaking up again?
oh, am I breaking up
Nice.
again?
Miss Natives, no, not to
Okay.
me. Miss Native was saying she grows winter greens, microgreens for the winter, greens for the chickens. I wondered that, like, if anyone
She gives
grew a
them raw meat. I've never given them raw meat. I always cook it first. I know they would eat raw meat, but I haven't given it to them.
Mm-hmm.
They also like marigolds. Nice.
Yep, marigolds.
I like
Um,
marigolds too, but I don't eat them. But I like them. I always
and
go.
Tomatoes.
they like
I
herbs
had a
because when I
tomato
put,
thief. They eat tomatoes. They eat tomatoes.
but not the plant. Yeah, you can eat the food, but not the plant for tomatoes. They said it's toxic, the
You're
actual
right.
plant itself, but just the tomato fruit. They like herbs because when
Mm-hmm.
I put the herbs around their run, oregano they were eating the mint. They were eating the calendula leaf. Like they were just picking at stuff. So I plant stuff around their run in pots,
Hmm.
and they can just peck at it if they want to. So you'll see
Hmm.
one side is bald, and the one facing me has leaves. I just keep rotating it so that and the marigold dried leaves are good for their nesting box. It keeps the parasites from the nesting, and it smells nicer, anyways, too. Um,
Okay.
but they eat anything. They eat cooked food, raw food, greens. Um, I'm trying to think. They eat fish. I gave them trout. I given
They
them,
seem to
you
know
know, tilapia.
they won't eat fish.
I give.
Mine won't eat fish.
Oh, they ate the tilapia like
Mine won't
nothing.
eat it.
They ate. I followed David Corey. I
No.
give them
I
some
see
cake.
people
I give
feed,
them
and I
some
feed
cake.
them oatmeal.
Oh, they love
I
oatmeal.
saw that. I have seen
Cook-
people do the
They like it.
oatmeal.
They like it dry, and they like it
You
soaked
can
as
eat
a
it.
pudding with chia seeds. And I put some quinoa in there. They love that, and they love yogurt. That gives them more eggs if you give them yogurt. So if you have some stale yogurt or sour cream, just put some oats and mix it all up in a porridge, and they'll eat it. Um, yeah, I haven't seen anything that they don't really like. They don't like certain fruit like watermelon now. They don't want it. It's too cold. They like it when it's more warm, when it's warm outside. So I
Hmm.
don't give them much fruit right now. They don't like it. I think because their beak gets frozen, like they don't want to be handling so much water. So, but yeah, they love all the greens. I think that you're growing for yourself right now. They love it. So all those
Hmm.
bad leaves with bugs or holes, just throw them in there. They
Hmm.
will tear it up.
Yeah.
Tear it up.
Yeah. There's a couple
Cauliflower.
good
They like
things happening
cauliflower.
this spring.
Oh, so
So
you don't know how many you're gonna get? 2 or 4 or 10?
the math currently, the current math is 3 to 4.
Yeah, 4 is good. I think 4 is good. I think
You'll have 15. Everybody starts off like
Don't
that.
put that on me, Jamaica.
I was only supposed to have 4 chickens.
And you have 50.
scramble.
I
Yeah,
have to
and
start culling because I am
I do feed them back
out of
their eggs.
control.
I scramble their eggs with the shells, and they eat it. I don't give them yeah, they eat their eggs.
Oh, I don't do that.
If like I
I'm
had cracked an
afraid that
egg
they're
by
gonna start
accident when I was
killing.
carrying it
They're gonna
inside.
start eating.
No. I scramble it up, I mix it up, and I actually put, I they don't know it's egg. They don't know what it is. They're not that smart. I scramble it up and I put some, vegetables in there. I put some whatever, and they eat it. And they were fine. To give them back the calcium in case, But if I
Do
break an
you
egg by
put wooden?
accident,
You have wooden eggs in your nest, right?
yeah. But I
Mhm.
was picking one up and I banged my hand
You have the
and
wooden
I
eggs in
cracked.
there.
Yeah. So I cooked it. I cooked at the same time and put it back in their food, and they ate it.
So do you guys keep those in there? I thought people did that just until they started laying the
Say
fake
that again.
eggs.
Sorry, say that again.
What are you talking about?
Oh,
I
I
put
thought
the
you were
fake
Fake
eggs
eggs?
talking
in
No,
about
you
because
the
put the
I
fake
fake
got
eggs.
eggs.
mine. I got mine as pullets,
The
so they were
fake
ready
ones
to
are
lay. So they
just
had
so
to
they
pull
don't
them
eat their own eggs.
and to
Mm.
know
It's
where you
to
want them to
fake them
lay because
out.
they
So
were
if
laying all over the damn place.
But that's
Wherever you
not the
put the
only
eggs,
reason. The reason why I
yeah.
put it in there is because they were pecking the eggs. They peck
Okay.
the eggs, and you put the wooden ones in there so that they think that this is wood, and they stop doing it. I don't want them to eat
Where's
their
peck?
eggs.
Oh.
Mine didn't. Mine haven't
So
pecked
that's
the
why
eggs
I put
yet.
the wooden eggs in there. I learned that on Lead Farmer. He did
Hmm.
that. He did, huh?
Mine didn't haven't pecked their eggs, but mind you, maybe they're
He
just
did
not
that, and
hungry for it.
he's
Yeah, I think they peck the eggs when they're
the
dehydrated because they
roosters were
need
doing it. That's
water.
why I got rid of them.
Oh, the rooster. Yeah, I don't have a rooster.
No, they
That's
just need the
yeah.
roosters will do it. And they'll peck the eggs, and then once the chickens get used to, they realize that there's eggs in here, and they like the way it tastes. they'll
liquid, yeah.
start cracking their eggs. So I put the wooden ones in there so that they get discouraged. And I get these things out as soon as I hear them in there cackling, because they make a song, they do a song and a dance.
We heard on your video on the last one that was
I go
like,
out there and get the egg.
I go out in the winter twice a day, sometimes 3 times. In the summertime, I'm out there like every 2 hours. Any more eggs? Any more eggs? Any more, like, I'm like the egg, the egg pimp. Where's my eggs? Where's my eggs?
Yeah, I be hearing you threatening them. Listen, somebody didn't lay. Somebody better be
damn eggs.
pulling their weight.
But yeah, the ceramic eggs.
I can't hear.
They work because they didn't know where to lay when they first came. They were laying all over the place, and I don't want eggs in dirty places, so I put the ceramic eggs in there so they know where to lay. But the egg song, you want to hear the egg song? Jamaica has last video that chicken was in there making up pure noise on the video. I think it was a blackbird.
And almost all of Jamaica's videos has some kind of song. She be singing. Let her be building something. She make a song about it. Let her be cooking something. She make a song about it.
I'm just laughing.
The same way, so I love it
because I'm stressed out.
And even GT Junior when he's live,
whatever.
You hear the chickens in the background. He's like, "Oh Lord."
Oh yeah.
GT trying to talk in here. He's like,
and then
"Oh,
he'll look over and he'd be like, "They're fighting."
They're funny. Chickens are funny.
He says he's gonna build a coop. He's getting ready to build a coop outside.
He's been building it. Yeah.
He said he's gonna build
to put them outside.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, chickens are a bit of work, but it's not that much work compared. Like if you had a dog or a cat, it's not half as much work as that. Because once you feed them and water them, they're out there by themselves the whole day. They're fine. You check on them, make sure there's no problem. Make sure there's no disease or sickness. Make sure that you don't see anything. It's not half as bad as a dog or a cat that you have to really, be taken care of. So you'll be fine. And Lydia is a chicken expert, so
yeah,
she's been doing it for a long time. Except for her dogs are not making her be great. Her dogs are badly behaved. I think they killed 2 of her chickens.
They did. But now it's funny because lady,
you're frozen, or I'm frozen.
No, you're not frozen. Hope it's not me cutting off again. But I see you all fine. I hear you all fine.
I do too.
You're okay, Jamaica. Maybe, yeah.
Can you hear us, Jamaica? It might.
I don't think so. She's not responding.
Yeah.
And then when they lay an egg, the other ones start cheering them.
Frozen for a while.
Okay, no problem. But I hear you. I heard you the whole time, Jamaica. You were connected.
Okay.
They make that song.
They celebrate the sunset. Yeah. The maternity.
It's worth that's worth it. The return. Yeah, the return is so much better. The feedback that I've gotten from people that I sell the extra eggs to is that they can taste the difference. They've been buying farm fresh eggs from a farmer, and mine are significantly different than the farmer because it's still not hands-on. Yeah, unless you know what they're doing and feeding them. I'm giving my girls actual food, not just packaged bagged feed. So maybe that's making a difference, but they can taste the difference. I can definitely taste the difference. I haven't bought an egg. I'm not gonna buy no eggs unless I'm baking a cake for somebody else.
I don't know.
But I ain't using it for myself.
Yeah,
the shells are hard.
I was gonna get chickens last year, and I talked myself out of it. And this year, I'm like, I'm definitely doing it.
With them eating.
That's good. Sometimes you need a bit more time to think it over to make sure that you're not doing it as a
because everybody else is doing it.
Yeah.
That's why I talked myself out of it last year, and the fact that it came back to me, I was talking to Lydia because she was the one who was like, "Now, why are you doing this? Are you doing this?"
I know. She's like, "You don't need that."
Or do you really want to get chickens? I was like, I don't know. So that's why I didn't do it last year. And then this year, I'm like, nope, I really want to get chickens.
You do want it.
I want my own eggs.
As I said before, when I was talking to you and Broke, it's not even just the chicken, not just the eggs. I don't have to waste anything in the compost. There's no wasted food here. It's all feeding them.
Yeah.
And then the manure that I'm getting, the manure, the pine shavings are compostable, and the pine pellets, that's all going to go back into my bed. So all this stuff I've been buying in the past, all this, fertilizer, I'm really not going to need it
Mhm.
moving forward. This will be used for my hydroponics, but I do not need fertilizer. And my friend gives me her rabbit droppings as well. So I don't need nothing else in my beds. Period.
Yeah. I was checking my
gonna have
Renaissance
to scoop
grandma, if
mine
you're
out.
still listening, to see if I had some spearmint, which I don't see that I do have any packs. But I will see if I can find you some spearmint, somebody to send you some spearmint.
Oh, she wants spearmint? I
Yeah,
don't
she
think I
has
have it, but I can look.
peppermint, but not spearmint.
Renaissance. Hold on, let me write this down. Wants spearmint. Okay. If I
Mm-hmm.
see anything,
My
I'll
Renaissance grandma. Let me see how many I have in this little packet, because sometimes I only put a little bit in here.
Mm-hmm.
I actually don't even like spearmint. I like peppermint.
I like them both. And the
So
only reason
You
why
know,
mine
it seems
has out. Hmm?
they gave me maybe 20 seeds.
Yeah, they don't give you. Well, no, these is not that bad. But the only reason why I have spearmint in my yard instead of peppermint is because that was a start, and that's what I found, spearmint. But I had some
It's more than
seeds
20.
for peppermint, and this is what I tried to
It's a
grow.
little bit.
And whatever reason, all my herbs. Remember, all my herbs failed last year.
okay. Oh, I didn't know they all failed, but they're looking good this year because you said you started about 10
They
herbs
look
already.
amazing.
Yeah.
Look at this. I think this is basil. Yeah, this is some
Oh,
kind of.
that's huge. That's a big. That's
Yes.
big.
And I'm
Oh, I need
Yeah,
to
like,
show
that's
you guys my
basil.
plant. Sorry,
That
it
looks like
reminds me. I'm
basil.
supposed to show you guys one of my plants.
yeah,
Hold on one second.
I think this is just
I
sweet
have to
basil.
go. My phone is ready to shut down on me. It just
No
gave me a
problem,
warning.
America. Thanks for coming up.
All right.
Hold on, I'm showing you
Bye.
my plant, and then I'm gonna.
See, yeah, we gonna find you some spearmint. I wrote it down because I'd be talking about stuff and then I forget. And because I have to call somebody today that I'm supposed to send some seeds to. I remember 2 things that they want, and it was a third one. It's not coming back to my brain. And
Okay, I'm
Miss
trying to
Cherokee,
show you
I don't
guys.
know if you were in the bushes yesterday, but I was thanking everybody for the seeds that I received during Spring Mist. I appreciate all of y'all.
Can you see anything? Oh, hold on. So there's my greens that I've been watering with the More Bloom
Ooh,
and the hydroponics for the WIG that I haven't shown anything. My bok choy and my endive, which
it
are
looks
like. Hold
amazing.
on, let me turn the other.
I can see it. Oh, you got you
And
a homemade hydroponic like
no,
my
I took the top off and look at the roots.
Oh,
Those are
beautiful.
something. Yeah, that's what's going on over here.
So
And then
yeah, I think I'm gonna cheat a little bit on some of my starts this year. And let me tell you what I'm gonna do. It's not really a cheat, but it is. So last year I had problems germinating some of my peppers, my hot peppers. So my peach rush, I did a some kind of Thai pepper. I think it was like dragon Thai. I did the death spiral. None of those germinated for me. Well, some of them germinated, but I still didn't get any really growth. They died off. They are gorgeous, aren't they, Psalms? Them roots was healthy. This year, I think I might start those in the hydroponic. And then when they get a decent size, just cut the sponge away from the roots. I know some people probably
You don't
like,
have to cut
no,
the
just
sponge. You don't have to cut the sponge.
I know. I know.
And I would say don't cut the sponge because you might damage the tap root and the main roots.
You know what was
Just
funny? Last year, I think I put the sponge and the plastic part in the dirt, in the soil, and they grew just fine. I did those purple hot peppers, and there was something else. I forget what the other one was. Jalapeno probably, but anyway, and they both did great. But I think that's what I'm gonna do to guarantee that I get my plants, because I'm just afraid if I I just try to start them as norm, I'm still not going to get those to do like what I want them to do.
I would like to get chickens, but the town said they must get shots. I think most of the ones that you buy at the hatcheries are jabbed, to be honest.
Yeah.
I know some of y'all can get the ones that are unjabbed, but to be honest, I would still get them.
What does that mean though? Get shots like how you get shots for your
Yeah,
pets, like your
yeah,
dogs and stuff? Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Most of the chicks that you buy they have a shot for coccidiosis and Merrick's disease. They're things that usually that they're not curable, so they usually just shoot them up so that you can um not have diseases. Some
Gotcha.
people can order them and no with no shots. But really, or you can buy them without being shot, and then you give them medicated feed. It's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. It's the same thing. So get the chickens. With all that's
Yeah.
going on in the world and what you're eating and exposed to, that's not gonna kill you. Like it's the same as what we just talked about. That's not gonna be what's gonna kill you. Would I want them jabbed? Me personally, not. But some people say they would rather have them because there's just too much diseases. So it's up to you. But I would still get the chickens and or hatch your own eggs. It's up to you. I would say I would still get chickens. You were supposed to send me some seeds. I forgot what they were. Were you supposed to send me some? Oh,
See,
oops.
I'm
Calling
just
me
as
out.
bad my Renaissance man. I be forgetting what I'm supposed to send unless I write it down. So that's why I have to make myself notes.
Pepper will make your face
I
feel like it's
believe it.
melting.
I
Uh-oh.
believe it. Lydia sent me those last year. She doesn't like anything spicy like that, and she sent me all her hot peppers. So, but this year it's not even in the
It's up
lineup.
to you, Kat. You got to know what you have your setup. We don't know your setup or how much space you have or what you're allowed to have. Personally, based on what I researched, chickens are social animals. You need at least two. So I was gonna get three in case one died, and I left there with six. So at least three based on their socialization, but it's up to you what you gotta. But I think most people here have about 10. I think Fifi had 30. So it depends on your setup. I have six, and I really can't fit anymore. I want two more. I'm gonna have to do a revamp in the spring to rebuild the coop and stuff. Oh, take care, Keisha. Thanks for popping in. Um, Let me see here. Drops. Okay, so but it's up to you. But I'm just saying. Oh, you have 2 acres. Well, if you're allowed to have 6 or 10, then take the 10. My opinion now,
She
but
has 2 acres. She could do
you got 2 acres. You can,
the number
yeah,
is at your discretion
at
because
your
you got
discretion.
plenty of space.
I don't allow my chicks to get shots at the hatchery, and I don't give them medicated feed. Never had a problem. Us been several years, but to each their own. But the
Yeah,
city seems to be making them have to do it. I don't know how
yeah.
strict they are.
Miss Nada said the same thing, and she's it's more south than
Mm,
Fifi.
yeah,
So she said the same thing. She's never done it either. She
yeah,
her run is protected. So and I know I've seen how the setups are. So that they're Fifi set up. They're not getting in there to hers
yeah.
either.
My setup is the same. They're not out exposed to other birds. There are a lot of birds in my yard, but I have the run covered at all times so that their droppings don't go into my run. There was a bird in there once. It was uh
Northeast
a chickadee,
Ohio.
a
Well,
chickadee. Oh, you're
cats.
in Ohio, Cat? Okay.
That's where I'm at. I'm
A
not.
chickadee got into the run, I guess looking for food. I don't know what they're looking for. There was no food. And it couldn't get out. But when I went in there to deal with it, it got out. So a bird got in, but I'm not concerned.
Mm,
I'm not
look,
concerned. They don't want no
I,
bird diseases and all kind of stuff. The geese be dropping like flies over here though with last summer. But yeah, I keep it covered. I keep them enclosed. They're not around other birds, other germs. I don't let people in my run or in my coop, only my immediate family, and they know like wipe your shoes off, change your shoes. I don't let nobody feed them besides us. I don't, if somebody brings me food, I check it first. I'm very particular, so they haven't been exposed to nothing. It's
That's
been
what I thought
okay.
it was. I'm in
I want to.
Southwest Ohio. I had to check and be sure. I was going to say Southeast, honestly, but I was like, let me check and be sure. I'm
Good
Southwest.
luck to you, Fifi. She only wants 6 at this point. I've seen you have turkey. Fifi has turkeys, meat birds, a pet turkey now.
Six
Uh,
is never going to happen, Fifi. Just stop.
and then she hatches her own bird.
That chicken math is for real over
Yeah,
there.
it is. They're so
But she
addicted to.
has such a great setup.
And then now that she put back the auto waterer and the thing to she could travel and go
Mhm,
on trips, like they were fine. They had a heated waterer, they had a feed the PVC piping feeding machine thingy. She was fine. She left for about 2 3
mhm,
weeks, and the birds were fine. The
mhm.
neighbor got the eggs, and that was it.
Yep. I
But I definitely would recommend, yeah, getting anyone to get chickens. Yeah, 6 turns to 20. That's what happened. Yeah.
yep. DeMarco, I
So
love hot peppers. So I would also use them for tinctures, but I actually eat my peppers. I put them in I dry them. I like pepper flakes. I pickle them. I just eat them and stuff. I make salsa. What else do I do? I put them in my jellies. I do pepper jellies. Um, yeah, I like
I did make a tincture with my cayenne pepper. I made a tincture in
I
vodka
make hot
that I
sauce.
put in my drinks to keep, circulation. It's good for vitamin C, good for flu, and I've been using that. So that's good. I'm trying. I want to move around more. That's the thing about having live animals. Like you want to move around. That's
Yeah,
why I want a family situation where we're all in the same spot. So if someone was traveling, somebody else can make sure that things are running smoothly. It
I
does
get it.
tie you down if you don't have things on an automated system. You don't keep the chickens inside the house after the first couple of months.
I vote
This
period because it's dusty. It's
I
so
don't
dusty.
want them. Yeah, it's dust. I was gonna buy eggs or buy chicks, and I said, nah, I'm going back to the pullets. It's just easier. That's 6 months of investment, and you're not giving me nothing back. I don't want to do
I
it right now.
I thought the pullets were the older ones.
They are. I want the the
Oh,
the, the
I was gonna say
pullets,
that's what I
the
was planning on
teenagers.
getting
I don't
pullets.
want no eggs. I was gonna hatch some eggs. I said, no, forget that.
Yeah,
I'll do that in the future, but in terms of right now being limited with space and what I'm allowed, nah.
yeah.
Get me 2 ready to lay birds. I'll get them intermingled with the flock, let the pecking order be set up, and then get my eggs. I don't want to babysit nobody right now. Hot peppers in my fire cider, yes. And I
Mhm.
guess what I got this week. I was salty from the 12 days of Christmas that I didn't win anything. So, well, I did win something, but I didn't win what I wanted to win. So I got the vacuum sealer for the mason jars.
I
So
think
I've
a
been
lot of
vacuum
people
sealing
did.
everything. I'm just sealing everything. I'm sealing peas and can and cornmeal.
Yes,
I'm jam just for no reason. Just keep sealing all these jars for no
yes.
damn reason. And it's the
Y'all
best
can
thing ever.
thank. I think that was Carbon's idea because I had gotten all this stuff for. I think it. I can't remember what was part of that one before I say, but I know Lydia won it. Was that the one I did the pressure canner?
I
No,
think so. Is it?
no. What was it? The pressure? No, it wasn't. It was the not the pressure canner. The other one.
Back
The steam canner.
the steam can. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Because
Yeah, I
Lydia
said to you
won
guys,
it,
get
and
the
I was
steam
like,
canner.
"Girl,
Yeah.
what you gonna do with another steam canner?" She already had two. She was like, "I'm gonna use it," and she is. I was like,
Oh, she's
"Okay,
using it? Okay, I'm
yeah,
glad she's using it.
yeah," because I
But
was like,
I like my steam canner. I'm like, this is actually very
"I like
it's
mine too." She actually
the
got me
water
mine
bath
for
is
my
too much
birthday
damn
last
water.
year. Mm-hmm.
And
I
and I
like it.
watched Fifi's video with the she vacuum seals her herbs and stuff. And the
Yes,
jar I'm telling you. So
yes,
I'm putting things in glass jars and vacuum sealing them because
yes.
I don't want
That's why I'm growing so much herbs this year. I
yeah,
want
I
to
don't want bugs
dry my
or
own
mice chewing through my
herbs.
stuff. We're done with that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So vacuums, everything's gonna be in glass and then vacuum
Mm-hmm.
seal it. And it's
I
less
agree.
waste. So
Yep.
I got mine from Amazon. They're amazing, and it got delivered on the Prime. and we're all good. I've been having a lot of fun with that. I think it's worth it. Buy these things are gonna help you in the long run. I got my dehydrator. I got some new trays for them. So this season I'm drying everything because I was air drying them, and I same thing that happened to Fifi. Some things are kind of dry, but then they weren't, and then you put them away, and then they were getting kind of moldy. So
Yeah.
I will be putting them in there for a few minutes or whatever, just to make sure that they're dry to a crisp. Because
Yeah.
I don't want to do all that work and then I'm getting mold. Oh, she's asking what part of Ohio you're in.
I'm in Dayton. Fifi, I have a question.
Okay.
Because we're in a similar climate. This is why I have this question when it comes to chicken. So this is one of the reasons that I was like, I think I'll do pullets, is because I was going to wait until we're good into the spring, where because it's still we'll be getting snow probably. I mean, we could even get snow in May, but I'm hoping it stops in it is Miss Cherokee. I'm hoping that it stops in
Yeah,
April
I do that.
for sure. How when do you usually get your chickens? I guess is my question. Like, do you wait until it's a little bit out of the colder months, or do you just set up your
brooder?
heat?
She's
'Cause, like,
chill. Okay.
Lydia
Unless you
had
want to come
bought
up. If you want to come up and answer, Fifi, I'll drop the link. If you, it's probably too much to type. Hold on.
Yeah, because Lydia
You
had
don't have
bought
to put
me
your camera on.
a couple. Actually, it's been this was last year when I was talking about doing chickens. I think for my birthday or something. She bought me a pen and a heater to have chicks like in a space.
Oh, she said she gets them in March. She gets them in March. But she
That
gets
little.
chicks. She
And
gets, yeah.
do you put them in your are they in a separate space? Do you do it in your garage or do you do it in your coop? And
From what she showed on her video, but if you want to come up, Fifi, I dropped the link. She has a big cardboard box and she puts all the chicks in a box with a heat lamp and the chip and the shavings and all their and they're separate from the big birds. And then
But are
she
they in
has
the
them
same
there.
space but just separated?
She
Like
had
they're
she
are they
has
outdoors is the
she they're
question. Are
in
they
they were
outdoors?
outdoors in the coop, but in a separate side. And she
Gotcha.
had the heater, and then she had all this different stuff going on because she said
Gotcha.
she used to do them in the house, and she goes, hell no, the dust back in the day. And then she said the garage, no. So they're in the coop. Hold
Okay.
on,
That was the
hold
question.
on. I have them set up where I can get them at any time.
I'm gonna have
So
to go back and watch because I've seen a lot of your chicken content, but I don't remember the chicks so much.
if you can post it again, not post it. If you can
Share it into on the
yeah, share it again on your community tab, Fifi. The one that you did
tag me.
when you got the meat. I think you got
Oh,
meat
it's the
birds
one where
and
you
you
got the
got
meat birds?
turkeys. Yeah, because she gets them as chicks and she gets them in March. And then
I
she
saw
got
them.
turkeys and she got chickens. And then her egg layers, same thing. Like same thing, same process.
I
She
remember
grows them
that
up until they're
video,
big
but
enough.
I don't
Yeah.
remember. See, I'll find it then because I watched that one. I remember that. I just don't remember. I don't remember the chicks. I remember the
Oh yeah,
meat birds.
they were like little and then she was saying that the turkeys when they ship them to you, they're delicate and they're hard to like keep alive sometimes. So I don't think she
Mm-hmm.
lost any this time, but she was talking about that. Yeah, I was watching chicken things for like 2 or 3 years. Just watching everyone with chickens, chickens,
Last year
chickens.
I was too. I was watching everything. I haven't really dived in so far this year. I rather ask people who are in my climate.
Yeah.
Because though that is a factor. Like Lydia, even though she gets a winter, she doesn't get my winter. She's South Carolina, so
Yeah.
their winter is short. It's
All I
almost like
know is that who's in a
Georgia.
cold climate? Who's in a cold? Because who was I watching? Let me go back to my profile
I was gonna say I
because
know Fifi is. I know you
Fifi's for
are
sure Fifi. Diva in the Dirt is in a colder climate. She's
Diva,
in
but I
Canada.
think hers is her climate as cold as yours. I thought hers might be a
No,
little.
I don't think it's as cold as mine. Hey, Fifi.
Hey, Fifi.
Hey y'all. So I'm doing this for the first time on my cell phone because my laptop is doing what I want to do.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure I missed out some of the parts of your questions. But initially, like for years, I was doing it. I did it in my basement at first.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna advise anyone, never raise chickens indoors. Make sure you have your setup. Make sure you get your heat lamp. Get a cardboard box, a huge watermelon cardboard box like they use in the supermarkets. You can
Mm-hmm.
ask for them, and it's free. They'll give it to you. Some people will give you a hard time though, just for a box that they're gonna trash. But you could get one of those and use it as a brooder. It works great. It works well, right? But my
Mm-hmm.
setup now is in a way, it's done in a way so that I don't have to do that because over the years, I've improved on the way I've done things. And so I've figured out a way to do it how it's less work for one. Because when you get young chickens and they're like 2 days old, you have to be with them constantly. You
Mm-hmm.
got to make sure they're all eating, they're all drinking, there's no bullying because the weaker ones will get bullied at
Mm-hmm.
2 days old. They will. So you
Mm-hmm.
just got to kind of go in and help them out. But I use that Buddha box, and then as they get older and I see that they need more room, I would take them out of the Buddha box and just allow them to roam in a bigger space and all of that. But I would say if you're getting um that size of box and you're getting like 6 to 8, 10 birds, they can be in there for a while. But I usually get a lot at
Yeah,
one
you get like
time.
50 birds. Yeah, you get a lot of birds.
Yes.
So what's a wow? What,
And
what what would be considered a wow to have them in there in that size box?
you can have them in there for if it's meat birds, they're gonna have to come out earlier because obviously they grow faster. If they're only layer birds, which they take a longer time to grow, you can have them in there for at least a month. And
Okay.
what I have done is I have cut a couple holes across the box, and you could put a roost in there and just get a piece of chicken wire and put it over it. So you can
They
have that
can't get
heat
out. Yeah,
lamp. You can have that
yeah.
heat lamp hanging over the box, not necessarily down in the box. It's hanging over it, so they're getting that heat if it's in a colder time of the year when you're because you can get it pretty much any time of the year you wish to. You just have to
Mm-hmm.
have the setup for them.
Mm-hmm.
So I just get it whenever. I already ordered my 2 batches of meat birds for the year. I'm getting the first one next month. So I'm excited about that. I'm
So
ready
you
to
said you
go.
only do turkeys every other year, though. You do turkeys.
Every other year because
Okay.
I do like 15 turkeys, at least 15 turkeys.
So you don't need
And
them every year. Okay, yeah.
I don't need them every year because I smoke some of the meat, and I package them using my vacuum sealer and they stay very well. There's no issue with them. They stay nice and fresh. I even took
That's
some
good to
back
know.
home when I went on vacation that I smoked, and my sister-in-law was like, "Have you ever thought about selling this? Because it tastes like turkey ham. It's seasoned properly." She's like, "You should think about it." So already she would like some more. So
Mm-hmm.
what I have to do is what I have frozen, I have to take it out when it gets warmer and smoke some and get it to her.
Mm-hmm.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's good though.
but it's worth it. Those little gadgets, if you're growing food that way, you have to
Mhm.
have a way of preserving it the right way. So it would make sense for you because you don't want to grow it, put in all that work, and then you lose it. You can't eat it. You can't use it.
No,
What's the point?
and it's spoiled. It's waste of
Yeah,
time.
right,
So
right.
you were
Time.
saying that you like chicks because you want to get that bond, or you said something coop bond.
Yeah, I have never did it when they're older, so I don't know what that's like. So I can't compare it, but I can
Hmm.
only speak on, what I've done. That's
I
the
did
only
it.
thing
I've
I
only
know.
done it once. It's my first time, but it seemed to be fine because they were young enough.
I'm sure.
If
I'm
if
sure.
they're gonna be skittish, they're gonna be skittish anyways. But for the most part,
Skittish.
they're more comfortable with me. They're
I
they're they're
think
okay.
I think skittish comes with the breed, regardless of what age.
Yeah.
Like leghorns and birds like that, they're pretty skittish.
My friend brought
Yeah,
her
but
dog over, and I said, "Yeah, the dog can see the chickens." Didn't think anything of it. All of a sudden, midterm behind me, and chickens flying in the air and licking each other and knocking over, and they were like, "Oh dear!" And I'm like, and the dog was scared too. I'm like, "Oops, maybe that wasn't probably a good plan." I thought he was gonna just look, and they were terrified. So I had to
yeah,
go in there and like calm them down. So they don't like new things and new
right.
people. and
Right.
new
You have to
animals.
ease your way into it.
Yeah,
Yep. Yep.
but
Because
I don't mind pullets. I to me it was just easier.
nothing ain't wrong with that. Like
Yeah,
everybody have their preference, and that's quite okay. We just want to see people growing if they can. You
exactly.
know what I
Grow,
mean? That's
get your
that's what
birds.
it's
Yeah.
about. That's what it's about. So that way, Urban, I won't have to worry about you coming over and stealing my eggs.
Yeah.
But chicks are better in terms of, like, if I had the space and the time, like when we get the other property, I will do chicks because
Right.
you can pick your breeds. When you buy pullets, you have to buy at least two of the same breed from the because it has to be worth it for them to sell it to you. You can't buy one
Right.
this and one. So, and when
Right.
you buy smaller orders, they charge you a small order fee. So that it does cost you more, but chicks are cheaper and you can pick different varieties. You can go to Tractor Supply or over here PV Mart and you can get whatever
Mhm.
chicks you want. So you get the
Right.
variety of the
Right.
breeds, but you can only get those ones as chicks. So you have to
Mhm.
Right.
kind of weigh the how your hatchery does stuff in your area. Some of them don't
Right.
sell you roosters. They only sell you, it depends on, because I have a chart for our hatchery and it's very confusing to
Oh,
keep track, but there's limitations to what you can get and what you can buy.
okay.
Because but it you have to weigh the pros and the cons. Like I'll do chicks, but right now I don't want to do them. I don't want to
And
do them.
that's fine because I
Let me get
mean,
my garage cleaned out. Let me get my grow
right.
tent first. Let me get,
Right.
and then I'll
If
do
I
that.
didn't have the time, if I was punching in on a clock every day, then I wouldn't have that time. So I get what you're saying.
Hmm.
Like it's time consuming. You have to have that time. And if you're passionate about what you're doing and you want to do it that way and you have the time, yeah, go for
Hmm.
it. But if I didn't have the time, I don't see how I would find the time to do it the way that I'm doing it, to be honest with you. And these are some of the things that some people don't consider, and they may criticize someone about what they're doing
Right.
and how they're doing it. And we have to respect what people do. Be happy that your neighbor is doing the same thing you're doing in a different way, that you don't have to worry about them coming over.
Yeah.
Okay? It's that
That's the
simple.
point.
It's
They
that
have their
simple.
own food and their own eggs
Right.
in
Their way
hand.
is their way. That's
They're not
just
gonna
it.
be coming to your house in the
Right,
night.
exactly, exactly. And in that
Exactly.
process, you're not just taking care of chickens, you're also learning other skills. You're also, your mind is going places that you didn't think you were gonna go if you weren't raising chickens.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? So
It does open
it's
your
a
mind
lot
and
to
you pay more
learn. Yeah,
attention and
it's
you
a lot.
start, because I could have been reading about chickens for another year, but the hands-on experience, now it makes more
Different.
sense. When people
It's
say that the chickens come home to roost and you've
yep,
known what it means, but when you
right,
experience it and
right.
their behavior, it makes more
It's
sense.
different. Yeah,
That
it's
chicken
different.
song when you hear it in your own backyard, like, oh my gosh, keep it down. It's a different experience.
Like, shut up already. I'd be like cussing them damn things.
I'm
Like,
telling you,
shut
like
up. I just
you're
want to
making
come
me
on
get
here, do what I
exposed,
need
man.
to
Keep
get
it
done.
down, heifer.
Just
And
be
and then
quiet till I'm done.
and the fact that people were doing things differently is showing other people what they can do. Because we had the mentality you had to have a farm, an acreage, you had to have a homestead. You don't have to have a homestead. You can do
Listen,
it in the city and you be raising meat birds, which was like, what?
listen.
In the
Where,
city.
right, where my garden is, where my chicken coop is, where my fruit orchard is, all that property was lawn. It ain't lawn no more. It's all wood chip because I'm paying taxes on that land every year. I'm gonna eat from that.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Okay? Because
Mm-hmm.
I don't need it to look beautiful, to maintain it, go buy all this stuff to maintain it. I don't have time for that. We're gonna
Mm-hmm.
eat good. We're
It
gonna
just
eat
shows
Right.
good.
a different aspect, which is what people need to see, that you can be in the city and people can have quail. You don't have
Right,
to have your place stinking and smelling and making it look like a
right,
farm. You can be
right.
discreet and still be self-sufficient. And that's what
Exactly.
people need to learn. Ultimately, exactly.
Right,
Who cares how you're doing it? Just get it done.
right,
But your
right.
turkey was on somebody else's roof at one point. I was watching
It was on the neighbor. They're fine with
neighbor's
it.
roof. Her turkey flew the
So,
coop.
so that turkey, my meat turkeys are heavier and they can't do that. But that's a heritage turkey, and I still have that one.
Oh, she
Last
stayed. Okay,
year,
she's alive.
yeah, yeah, I'm gonna keep her. I'm waiting for an egg, but I don't remember how old she's coming up on a year this spring. But last year I got a few heritage birds. and this is the only one left because turkeys had such a hard time last year.
Hmm.
Even the meat birds too. And the hatcheries were complaining because I'm emailing back and forth, and they're giving me my money back, and I'm like, I do not want the money. I want the birds. It's my food.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even want your money. Give me a damn bird.
Yeah, I'm like, give me my bird.
Do
So
Yes.
you
yeah, so
find
this
this year that the prices have gone since you ordered meat birds last year and this year? Is there any jump in prices for
So
you?
the price it has, because I order directly from the hatchery. I order from the same hatchery that supplies Tractor Supply, which is Hoover's Hatchery,
Hmm.
and I also from what is the name, Mac something,
McMurray?
McMurray Hatchery. I've ordered the 3 month meat birds from them before, and so
Hmm.
I it's too long of a period for me to wait. And then when I'm cleaning them, the pin feathers are a headache. So I'm like, because I'll put them in a plucker, but they will still have pin feathers. So I'm like, no, I'll just stick with my six weeks and do that short,
Shorter turn of
turnaround.
okay.
Yeah. So the
But you don't
prices
have
have
there's
gone
no
up.
jump in prices right now for you, like for
The
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 birds
price
themselves?
the prices have gone up a little bit, and also the amount you can order, because they're telling you, okay, you got to order this amount, and you got to order if you want this breed, especially for the layers.
Hmm.
You have to be able to get a certain amount in a certain breed, and they're making it harder now. And these are the things that people need to see, and that's the reason why I initially got the incubator last year to hatch out my own, because they are breeds of chicken. I don't just have chickens because I want to have chickens. There are certain breeds I want because they
Hmm.
all have different characteristics. And even with that, also, when you bring them together, different breeds together, somebody might tell you, okay, this is the characteristics of this one. And it would change because you put that other breed with it. You know
Right.
what I
Yeah.
mean? So it depends. Everybody have different, and I've seen that over the years. So when I hear people generalize things, and oh, I'm like, okay, whatever. They'll figure it out. When they follow them and,
Exactly.
and, and do the same thing, they'll figure it out. So, you know, but
That's what
I
I was
just
saying with our hatchery. They're making it like you have to order a certain minimum, so it's not as easy. Which is why
right.
you go and get
It
the chicks at the store because you can order how many you want, which is a small order, but you have to commit to 6 months until you're gonna get any
right.
return.
It's becoming more and more harder. And what I was able to do last year was order through a smaller supply shop. So they
Hmm.
were able because of their name to do it through the hatchery, which I couldn't go online and do it myself. So that's how I
Okay.
have the breeds that I have now, and they're heritage breeds. So I was able to
Okay.
do that last year. But if I have to buy them at Tractor Supply, even though I don't want them to, because they're vaccinated, once they get there, they're already
Yeah.
vaccinated.
Yeah.
If that's what I have to do, then that's what I have to do. So I'm not knocking anybody for doing things the way
That's
they're
what I was
able to
saying.
do it.
If Cat has to
It's not
buy them
about
that
that.
way, then just buy them. You're
Right,
still
right,
further ahead.
right.
You're
And also at the end of the season, like they're gonna have their chick days. Watch out for when they go on clearance, because them chickens go on clearance for $1 a piece.
Wow.
Yeah, $1 a piece. And they keep them, that's closer to the summer, like August time, July, August, they would go on clearance in some places, and you can get them for $1 a piece. So that's something, if
wow. That's
anyone's looking for chickens and they just go into the store, you can ask them, when are you getting your next batch? And by the time they come in, it's time to clearance them out.
Mm-hmm.
funny.
I
I
would
didn't
have
know
had
that.
like 1,000 chickens if I was doing it that way, because it's so tempting when you go in there, man. I have to like literally stay away. Like I would let them thing roam in my yard because I have the room, but I gotta be respectful to my neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think the turkey on the roof was the last straw. So you better need to.
I clipped her wings. I was like, girl, I clipped them wings. I had
She,
to. I had
and then
to.
you're there like, come
I'm
back,
like,
and they were
I'm
like,
talking to, I'm like, and she stayed up there looking at me all fresh, and I'm like, look at her. She
yeah, they're
knows
rude.
exactly
They're
what
very
to
stubborn.
do.
Like you don't own me. You don't run. I'm a free
Rude,
agent.
rude. she better remember I'm feeding her. So okay.
You were talking about the behaviors of certain breeds, and what people don't consider is that in the city there's a lot of different noises and different, like I have a lot of noise, and that makes them a little bit different, like they're
Right,
jittery, they're maybe more irritated, like they were
right.
pecking at the mesh, the cage, like they're angry
Yeah,
birds. I'm like, are
yeah,
you having a
yeah.
breakdown? Are you
Because
okay in there?
they're irritated.
Yeah,
Exactly.
they're
Exactly.
irritated, and they, so you have to, the environment is also indicative of what you're going to get in their behavior. So you
Right.
have to be able to adjust with them and get them through those, you
Keyword.
know,
Keyword adjust.
adjust.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
have to
'Cause
adjust.
I've had buff Orpingtons and people be like, oh, they're docile and they're this, they're gangster. Them buff Orpingtons, they stand up for themselves. Like
Mm,
they don't play. They don't
mm,
play. You aggravate them when they've had enough, they'll put you sit down in a corner.
mhm.
Okay? So,
And I
but
think
Yeah.
then
they
again,
actually
it
plot
depends on
against
the
you. These chickens
environment.
have meetings. These chickens have meetings behind your back and say, when she comes in here next time, if she doesn't, whatever, and then they're like in your face. Like, I'm like,
Who take
you,
her clothes off?
yo. So
I'm like,
they're jumping up and pecking my coat now. Like, and I'm like, listen, heifer.
yep, pecking on your boots when you
Yeah,
walk in. I'm like,
pecking
there's
on my
nothing on
shoe.
my
I'm in
boots.
my grill.
Get
Yeah,
out of
you have
here.
Wow. Now,
And
how
they
old
feed,
are they when they usually start laying?
6 months, right?
depends on
5 to
what
6 months.
breed. It depends on what breed. Because you can get a leghorn to lay, they're lighter birds. You can get that to lay in 4 or 5 months. The heavier breeds like the buff Orpington, in my experience, and
Mhm,
so they lay 6 to 8 months. Because
mhm.
sometimes you will be waiting for that 6 month period and you're like, what the heck? This chicken ain't laying
Lay
yet.
my
Like,
damn egg.
let's
Yeah.
take it back. Yeah. So it'll take like 6 to 8 months. But I mean, it's for me, it's all worth it because I've always have an overflow. When I have to switch out my birds, what I do
Mhm,
is I clean out my flock first. So if I have 20 birds, I'll go down to about 10 or even 8. you know I have
mhm.
this person now that I've had him for I did a Craigslist post and have had him for 3 years now. So he takes all my chickens that I'm swapping out because
Mhm.
obviously when they get older they slow down, and I don't eat those birds. If I have to eat it, I will. I have no problem doing that. I did it growing up in the islands, but because I raise meat birds, I don't need to do that. So
Mhm.
I call this person up and he comes and he picks up those birds, and then I get to incorporate my get my younger ones and get them started. So I'm always gonna have eggs while I'm raising new ones to lay to the point of lay. So
Gotcha.
it's just my system how I do it, and it
So what
works.
does he do with those chickens? What does that guy do with those chickens?
He eat them.
Oh, he eat them.
He
Stew
eat them.
chickens. Oh,
Some
stew
of them
chicken.
he eat. Some of them he eat because he's shown me, and I was surprised. He's shown me pictures of the flock, and they just roam wildly. People and the neighbors feed them, and so it seems like they live on a compound. It's a lot of Brazilian, so they take good care of them. They eat
Okay.
some of them, and he said a lot of them they're still laying. The initial set that I gave him 3 years ago, because I've had them, so they're 6 years old, and they're still laying.
6 years
And
old?
yeah, they're 6 years old and they're still laying. Yes,
Wow.
yeah, 6 years old.
That's good to know then. So that they're not just a write off when they get to a certain
Right,
age. You can.
right, yeah. I mean, people think that, and for reasons, birds do what they're gonna do. It's
Mhm.
natural for them. So if they don't have all the things they need to produce that egg and to continue producing that egg, they know it's time to stop. So that's just natural.
Mhm.
But
This
yeah, so
compound has got me interested. This compound. I'm like, what's going on in that compound?
they're a family and they have land. So you know how certain families, ethnicities get together and they
Yeah.
unite and they do things and they're all one. So that's what I call it, a compound, for lack
No,
of
but
a better word.
that's what I'm looking to create over here. Like we're
Right,
all in a whatever you call it, commune, or a,
right,
like back home, everyone builds another house on the property, but it's
right.
multiple
So that's what's going on
generationals
here.
on one big
Yeah,
piece of land.
that's what's going on. And it's not in my state, it's the state over from mine to the south in Rhode Island.
Okay.
So he makes a 1 hour drive because he know every 2 years he's going to be getting chickens. He's not going to get any this year because these ones are new. He came last year and collected his chickens. I
He knows
also
if
had
you
to
care about
thin my
yours
flock
taken
out
care
when
of.
I was, yeah. I also had to thin my flock out when I was going on vacation in December for 2 weeks. So right now I only have 12.
What happened to those birds? Why you thin them out?
I had to get when I said
I
thin
get it.
out,
Actually, your birds like they're mine. You know, like I think that those are my little.
I gave it to them. I gave them to him, to the same guy.
Okay,
I just called him up and I cut
to
down
come
my
pick up some
numbers.
birds. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's
Oh.
that's pretty much how I do it. I got my system down and it's
Hmm.
working.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But for you, you have it on lock because you can expand it back or you can taper it down. Like
I
the
can go
stuff
back
is
and
already
forth.
there.
I can go back and
Yeah.
forth with my setup, which is good. And
Yeah.
when we were building this chicken coop, I told my husband what I wanted, but he's very handy. And if I tell him I want this, he's going to give me this. And I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
you don't need to be doing all this. And this is all reuse wood because you go on Craigslist and there's everything everywhere for free. People just want to get rid of stuff, but they
Mm-hmm.
don't want to throw it because they figure, okay, somebody can use it. And
Mm-hmm.
this is how we were able to build that build
Hmm.
that chicken coop the way we did, which it works out because as time went on, I realized that we can expand, we can do different things. I made a vertical space last year, so that's where I'm going to put my meat birds. Now I don't have to move my layers from their coop. So they have their run space and their coop, and they also have the outdoor run space, and still they can free range in the backyard because that's what I let them do so they can get their rocks and their little pebbles and their worms and all of that. And
One
then
more
the meat birds
question.
have their space.
We've been going on for a couple of hours. I don't know what like I had else to do today. Question: how do you get your dog to be so friendly with your birds? Because some people are having problems with their dog, but your dog seems to be cool with the chickens and the turkeys.
So my dog got here after the chickens because I've had the chickens longer than the dog. My dog has been here for 4 years now.
I love Dora.
Um, we introduced her to the chickens, and I get a lot of heat for allowing my dogs to mess around with the chickens and my turkeys, and I ignore it because I know how I treat my dog, how I train my dog. She
Hmm.
understands me. She knows when it's no. And I would open the gate to the chicken run. And do you see the reaction of my chickens? They
They
don't run
play with
around and
her,
fly around when she's in there with them. And she's a
right?
4-year-old dog.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that it don't bother me that people would say what they want to say. It don't. So
Yeah.
even with an older dog, I think you might be able to because I've done that with some of my neighbors' dogs.
Hmm.
Because my dog she's a pit bull and everybody think pit bull, but I think it's how you treat that animal,
It
whether it's a
is.
dog, whether it's a goat, whether it's a cow, whether it's
Yeah.
chickens. I think
Hmm.
it's how you train that dog.
Yep. I've told
It's
people
how
that
you train
before
the
pit bulls
animal.
have a bad rep, and they are not bad dogs.
Right,
Around
right.
lots of pit bulls, and they
Thank
are
you for
Because
saying that.
great dogs.
what should I call it? That my friend who brought her dog over to see the chickens, it's not a big dog. It's like the size of a turkey. It's like a toy or whatever tiny little dog. And they were petrified. I don't want
Yeah.
that reaction when they see
Well,
something coming when they're
most
protected. I want them to
small
be more
dogs are
relaxed.
territorial, more
Hmm.
territorial than big dogs.
Hmm.
Big dogs are more protective, in my
Right.
opinion.
Okay. And you're yeah.
In my opinion, of the because I've been around a lot of dogs in my life. I love dogs, but I found smaller breeds to be more territorial. They don't even like the children. Like it's all about them. And bigger
Wow.
dogs are kind of like they ignore all the
Yeah.
background noise. So the
I don't
kids
want to
being
bother.
around, they be like,
You know
"Girl,
what? That's
no."
exactly the behavior of this dog. 'Cause she's like, he's very like he keeps marking everything,
Mm.
marking. Even when it's at her sister's house, he's marking, and the dog's like, "Yo, like check yourself, little
That's
Is
man."
that's marking
is the
territory.
dog fixed?
Not yet. He's gonna supposed to get fixed soon.
So my dog is fixed. She's been fixed since she turned a year old. We fixed her because we didn't want any more. We didn't want any more dogs.
Hmm.
She came upon us. We were dog sitting for my brother, and now she's ours.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the story
Dog
behind that.
sitting.
She's so cute though. She's
But
I'm
so
she's
like,
cute,
sweet.
once
yeah.
I keep saying to him, once I take the dog to the vet to get checked out, she's mine. Like what you doing?
Yeah.
And he didn't. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And because even I want to get a cat to come around and hunt mice, so I don't want the chickens afraid, but they're not going to have access to the chickens either. But I want them to be comfortable seeing, dogs and cats coming around.
Right.
So I don't see why people have a lot to say, and they say people are killing animals left and right, and having their dogs killed animals left and right, and
Right.
you can't control that. Other people's dogs are more dangerous than your own dog on your property, because
See,
most of
that's
the
the thing.
people I've seen, the homesteaders, it was an outside dog that came in. Even what's her name, Cali Pooh Bear. It
Hmm.
was some outside person's dog hopped her fence and destroyed her whole flock. It wasn't her dog. Somebody else, same thing. Neighbor or somebody down the street's dog came over their fence. So I'd rather my animals kind of be comfortable with each other. And then
Mhm.
if an outside dog comes, then they know what to do, handle the business.
Yeah.
But yeah, my dogs thought the
Yeah.
chickens was bit buzzards, almost same size. Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, and Miss Nada said her dogs. I'm assuming they weren't raised around her chickens, but she said are not allowed near the chickens. That's Lydia. Her um dogs were there first, but German shepherds are menace. They typically are. They're kind of like very mischievous dogs that I know in
mhm.
my experience. Is my one of the first dogs I remember having as a kid was a German shepherd, and he was just ornery. He was a good dog, but they just seem to be a little more ornery in personality.
Mhm.
Um, and her, she's always like, they done escaped the yard again, and this
Yep.
is that. And it's usually Nug. Nug is the ringleader, and he's always doing stuff. But I think them having, which they need to get her fixed, but them
Oh, the female
having
dog.
Lady
Yeah.
now, and Lady is going to be, I think, more of the protective dog. So she
Yeah.
will probably be more protective of the flock. She is actually being raised around them. So she's in there with the chickens more.
Good.
And
Mhm.
they don't think nothing of her. And she really just kind of sniff around and is like,
They get
just
used to
checking
it.
out things.
Yeah.
So I think that's going to be good for her because Lady actually will probably be, which Nug probably won't like because he's the alpha currently. But I think she will probably turn into the alpha of their dogs. She's a different breed. She's a Rottweiler.
Yeah.
They're both German
German
Shepherds,
shepherds. Yeah.
and they're older. But even now, she's out there with them. She's only like 6 or 7 months old, and she holds her own. And I
She's,
love that. I love
she's a new
Rottweiler
boss.
leaders. Huh?
She's a new boss in training.
Mhm.
Yep. Which is good because she'll get them in line,
Right.
just to do what they're supposed to be doing, probably more so.
Stop
Um,
stop running away.
Stop running away.
That part.
Mhm.
And they do have a big piece of Lydia's on a lot of land.
Mhm.
And there's these woods behind her land, and then there's the little lake or creek or whatever it is that's
Right.
back there. And they just want to go out and explore. And they take them for walks and stuff, so it's not like they don't get to go back there. But those boys are just
And
boys.
I think one thing too for my dog, if I had another dog with her, she would leave I believe she would leave my property. But because it's just her, yeah, she stays. She's never leashed. You guys see her, and I don't have a fence. I have a
Yeah,
fence in the back, but I'm not
yeah,
fenced in at all. And
yeah,
she would not leave my property. My front
yeah.
lawn, she will just lay there, watch people walk by, watch the kids play, and do nothing. And she's
She
a pit
knows who
bull.
she knows who feeds her.
Right.
Yeah.
I had a black lab and she was the same way. We never leashed her. She would sit on the porch, she would sit in the yard, people could walk by. Now she was a barker, but she was an excited barker. So and I would tell people like who weren't used to dogs, if
Right.
her tail's wagging
She's
really fast,
happy. Yeah.
she's just excited.
Right.
She's just happy that somebody's like, hey, look at me,
Yeah.
come,
Yeah.
come. Um,
My turn.
yeah, she never would run away. I remember the first time my husband saw her run after like a rabbit or something behind the neighbor's house, and he freaked out. And I was like,
That's normal. I let her do that. I let her taste the. I
She
let her
called me
get to the
squirrel. I know. I like
squirrel.
that. She's a damn squirrel.
Yep.
I hate you.
I
I
train.
hate
I was
you.
like, Dora, get it. She goes and get that squirrel. I'm like, I don't want them eating my food.
Mhm. Mhm.
I like Dora. I like watching her, and the
I do
and the
too.
chickens are
He's so
fine. They're
cute.
calm.
Oh
They're
my
not
gosh.
stressed. Like that's how it needs to be because they need to
But
cohabitate. Yeah.
I love my Dora, but that girl won't learn. She got sprayed by a skunk twice.
Oh,
Mm-mm.
she's trying to be friends with the squirrel, or because
No, but this, no, it's just that if there's another critter out there, especially at nighttime, she's getting rid of it.
oh, okay,
That's just natural.
yeah, she's supposed to. I just thought maybe she was trying to get too close to it, friendly
Yeah,
wise, and that's why it
no.
sprayed her.
She's
If
And
it
she's
was a
fighting.
the
She's
skunk is
fighting.
just standing there waiting to spray her. Turn around. I was like,
You're like Dora, duck and roll, duck.
that's all right. Dora's like,
oh
one day I'm gonna get it, and it ain't gonna spray nothing
I'm
again.
like, Dora, you staying in the garage or somewhere because that scent
Hey,
comes
planter.
inside. Like,
That
I can't see the chat because
oh,
I've
I'll put
never
it on the
done this.
screen. But planter's here.
Hi,
Some people are
Planter.
still here. But I'm gonna end this because it's 1:30. Like I ain't got nothing to do. I need to clean my house and I got my herbs ready, planter. My herbs is getting ready.
My
I
seeds
picked
are
my
ready
10
to go
herbs. I
too.
got my trays. I'm gonna wash the tray and sanitize that. We getting ready for this March the 1st Herb Garden Challenge 2024. And most of us are planting our seeds, starting our seeds for spring, the outdoor garden.
Yeah.
So I see you
I
all got
dropped,
your stuff going. I'm going to.
yeah, I dropped my
So
pepper seeds today.
I
So,
heard you
Yeah.
say that. What you dropping today? Real
uh,
quick, if you don't mind.
pepper today, just pepper seeds. I wanted to do okra seeds, but I was like, oh, it's too early because I'm thinking, okay, once I drop my seeds and that herb garden challenge come around, I'm focusing on that herb garden challenge
Yeah.
So
because
when is
it's
your
gonna be
last
a
frost
challenge.
date?
I didn't even check because I'm doing stuff so much stuff indoors that I'm not even worried about it, to be honest
Okay.
with you. So when that
Because you're
time
gonna
comes, I
transplant
just
when you
pull
have
it up.
when it's
Yeah,
warm enough. You don't care.
yeah,
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
okay. Because I was like, peppers already, girl. I can't
yeah.
start peppers yet.
Actually,
Indoors,
no, I think you
indoors.
can. Hold on. Where's my hold
Not
on. Let me tell you.
outdoors.
Not to
I'm doing it
transplant.
indoors because they need that heat
Hold on.
indoors
Hold on. Make a
Yeah.
tell you
in
because I
my
have a
zone.
spreadsheet. Hold on. Where's my spreadsheet there? I have a to make a tell you. One
Because I
second.
think I have my peppers dated to start. I have a whole y'all know I be planning. This is my map out for my greenhouse and my chicken coop.
Look at
That's my
you.
drawing.
Good for
That's my
you.
drawing. It's like gardens here, greenhouse there,
Chicken
chicken.
coop over there. Yeah. That's the thing, you have to plan. When you're gardening, you gotta, because you have a certain amount of time. It depends on what zone you're in and where you want to plant certain things.
This
You
might be
want to do.
this is probably not the right spreadsheet, but hold on because this is last year's spreadsheet. Okay. So, oh yeah, you're right. It says cayenne pepper for my zone, which is not too far from Gina, is March the 10th.
That's I have March for my
March the
peppers.
10th.
March,
Yep,
But I
yeah.
always start them a few days earlier, so I'm not rushing and scrambling. But
yep.
March the 10th. But I
I
might
Wait,
do
start them on
have
March the
my
1st with the
tomatoes.
herbs.
I dropped them bad boys today because I'm busy.
You're
It's
gonna
busy
have them
time for me.
indoors.
Yeah,
Yeah,
So
indoors.
that's different.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna drop my peppers. Yeah, you're probably right. Like beginning of same as the herb garden,
I
March the
put March
1st,
1st on all mine.
and keep
On
them
my peppers.
inside a little longer.
Yeah.
Take
Yeah.
care, Miss Nada. Thank you for joining in. I had served my peppers in April because that's when I got awesome hydroponics. Okay. I'm gonna start my peppers, yeah, because I want them to be ready to go outside.
Right.
Yeah. And I'm gonna try my hand at tomatillos again. I didn't have luck with that last year, but I want them
Listen, plant one seed, okay?
because they give
That
you a
thing,
lot.
that thing spreads like, I mean, I have two other varieties that I'm planning to grow this year again because I've had it for the seeds for a few years. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't
Yeah.
know. Because they grow, they never stop bearing. I think planter grew some last year too. But I'm telling you, I got so much and I made salsa with it. It was so good and I canned them. So I still have them in my pantry downstairs, man.
Mm-hmm.
And they last. It's so good because they grow in abundance, and they
See,
grow up
I
until
hope
the frost hits them.
I hope I have luck. I was going to do one green and one purple.
I did the green last year. That's a verde, and I have the purple one and the yellow one. I've had those seeds, but I'm thinking maybe I should
Wow.
just put one seed in this year,
I haven't
one of
seen the
each.
yellow one.
Yeah, they
Hmm.
have the yellow one,
I saw the purple ones and the green. Yeah,
Baker Creek.
I like this the soury sweet kind of taste. I like
Yeah,
that
yeah.
tartness of
Oh
yeah.
my
Yeah.
gosh, you go out in your garden and you're working and you just pick one and you eat it
Yep,
and you get that crunch. It's nice and fresh.
telling
Yeah.
you. Every time I eat in the garden, that I see like 6 sets of eyes looking at me. The damn chickens are right there, like
Where's mine?
with a side eye because they have the eyes at the side. So they're like,
Where's my
and I'm
share?
like, you got food in there, please. Like you're just greedy,
Yeah.
greedy.
They be looking at you like you got food in the house, but you out here.
Listen, listen. I'm telling you, these chickens. And you go out there and they're always running up to you like they ain't got food. Their food is
Yeah,
already out there.
treat, treat,
And
treat.
they're
I'm
running
like,
up to you like, where's my treat? What treat again? You got food. For
and
real.
they're looking at you like you know, you're a bad chicken mama. You just selfish. You just me. I'm like, you look
Right.
how fat you is, girl.
They make you feel bad.
So I gotta
I
pluck
try
it off the plant and
I
kind of
try
walk
not to
down
give
the
them too much
side and then
treats.
pop it in my mouth when they're not looking. They're just those are terrible.
I love it.
I'm telling you. But
Anyways,
yeah,
I'm gonna
I'm
close
ready
it out
to
because I've been
grow.
here for how many damn hours? 9, 10, 11,
Well,
12, what? 4 hours.
Yeah.
4 hours,
Wow.
10 minutes so far. Yep.
And you think I had something to talk about? I just come on here half the time and it just keeps going.
Look,
Well,
African Dream has popped in. We about look.
I was in the bushes, but thanks for having me up. Happy
Thanks for
growing,
sharing your
y'all.
My
If
information.
question.
you're
Thank
all
you.
not ready for the herb garden challenge, get ready. If you haven't joined yet and you would like to, go ahead and join. It's worth it.
Please,
There's a lot of
you need
benefits
to
in
start
it. You're
growing
growing
food,
herbs
guys.
for yourself. Yep.
Your preps ain't gonna save you. All you need to have skills and you need to know how to grow food.
Absolutely.
Like
Yep.
period.
And
So get
medicine, maintenance.
and
Yep.
make medicinal purposes.
Yep.
Yep.
So thanks for popping in, member. Hit the
Thank
thumbs
you
up
so
button
much.
if you haven't done so already. Share. Well, you can watch the replay. Next week we're going to be talking about more of the GMO seeds and the documentary that I saw about the seed industry that is quite disgusting. I'll drop the link in that description bar when I do it, and we'll discuss that further. So we kind of know what we're doing when we're buying seeds. Some of these companies, you think it's the glyphosate that's a problem? No, it's worse than we even thought. It's quite disgusting. So we'll talk about that next week. Next Saturday, I may not be going live because I have to do an inspection on a rental with these nasty people. So I might go live in the afternoon. Pray for me. Pray for me. So yeah, these rude people. So they're moving out. They give us notice. Thank you, Jesus. He hears and answers all prayers. I was
Amen.
praying them out and they're gone now. So we can either find somebody else or I might just sell it and go and find something else, which is the property with the land and the family vision.
Right.
So
Yeah.
we'll see. So be kind to yourself, guys, and be kind to others. Have a great day. Thanks for popping in.
Peace, everyone.
Peace. Hold on, press.